Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure to see you all here today. Once a year, the members of IRSK put me under pressure to dress up and convey the sentiments that they have about diplomacy all year. And they have been monitoring me to make sure that I do not mess up the beginning, because this sets the tone for the deliberations of the day. I was really under pressure because I didn't know that I'd need to keep people's moods high and whatnot, but I was so impressed. I think we should all kind of have a regional integration playlist on our YouTube channels just after enjoying those national anthems. I will also like to just ask those of you who are here in attendance today to excuse us in terms of the size of the room. These are some of the logistical hurdles we've had, considering all the powerful people coming into town for COMESA meetings. But I am very thankful that you're here with us today. Our eminent guests, His Excellency Ambassador Mohammed Kada, Assistant Secretary General of COMESA, His Excellency Mr. Christopher Ellinger, hope I pronounced that properly, the Charge d'Affaires, Australian High Commission to Kenya, Dr. Vasu Gauden, Executive Director of ACCORD, His Excellency Mr. Anwar Ben Yusuf, Ambassador of the Republic of Tunisia to Kenya, His Excellency Ambassador Erastus Mwencha, Chairman of ACBF, Mr. Matthias Kamp and the Conrad Adenauer team, Dr. Kizito Sabala, the Chair of the IRSK Council, government representation present, our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, aficionados of Kenyan and African diplomacy, good morning again. I'd like to welcome you all to the 2025 annual conference of the International Relations Society of Kenya at the Best Western Premier Hotel Westlands, Nairobi, Kenya. You may or may not know the story of the IRSK WhatsApp group that is the platform that powers this great occasion. A space that shakes the country and moves the world with highly held opinion, criticism, or critique of Kenyan diplomatic affairs, plus others. But essentially, for those who do not know how they found themselves here today, this meeting is simply a WhatsApp group invite that went viral and for some reason does not really know when to stop. For a third time since 2003, we convene under a new theme of enhancing COMESA's strategic position and resilience in the evolving global order to seek out our sense of self in a rapidly changing world as children of the great continent of Africa. Among us are old friends, from the Governance, Peace and Security Directorate in the Executive Office of the Secretary General, the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, COMESA, the Conrad Adenauer Foundation, the African Center for the Constructive Resolution of Disputes, ACCORD, and the Australian High Commission to Kenya. It is a great pleasure to partner with you again, and glad that we have kept your confidence thus far in this great experiment on diplomacy from Kenyan grassroots, village paths, Twitterati or halls of knowledge, etc. To our new friends from the Acacia Dialogue Center and the Institute for Security Studies, we welcome you to come along for this exciting journey, for which we hope to have a long and fruitful collaboration for the prosperity of the continent. I'd also like to acknowledge friends for whom I'm sure are with us in spirit. That is UNICAF, the Africa Center for the Study of the United States, Wits University, and the International Relations Students Association of Kenya, for whom some of their members, I'm sure, are with us today in the room. Convening today under the auspices of IRSK are members who are students, teachers, practitioners, or experts in Kenya or of Kenyan origins. In the spirit of Pan-Africanism, we are also graced by colleagues from across Africa, whom I suspect would never skip an invite to Nairobi for the purposes of discussing big diplomatic or global ideas. I have to acknowledge some of our regulars. For instance, Professor Kasaija, who I'm sure is here to discuss serious international matters. Our need to continue figuring out how the world works and our place in it as Africans continues for varied reasons. Considering the diverse group of our membership and our friends, it could be the desire to get a good job, an opportunity to impart that seminal idea you've worked on for years, the need to share an experience, the championing of new skills needed in the fluid context we live in, or just simply networking for your next research. It could also simply be a moment to share on culture or correct misconceptions. Dr. Minde, I'm sure there'll be lots of conversations about Kenya-Tanzania frenemy status going forward. But all in all, now that I've acknowledged our regular East African siblings, including some from Rwanda and Burundi, the annual IRSK conference is one of the major emerging spaces to understand the prosperity, progress, and peace we need for a better future. Why is this the case? First, an idea that sprouted from the need to figure out a placement and mentorship issue among international relations students in various institutions in Kenya now has a cohort of new graduates having volunteered and kept faith with us for the past 3 years. We are proud that IRSK has been part of your intellectual and skills journey and hope to continue supporting you as you come into your own as consummate professionals. Secondly, this is part of an expanded cycle of events in 2025 that has included the career fair at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa, the Nairobi Geopolitics Forum, the Nairobi Geosecurity Forum, which was held at the University of Nairobi in collaboration with the Institute of Diplomacy and International Studies, plus the more recent Young Diplomats Forum, which was powered through our partnership with the Konrad Adenauer Foundation. On public participation, we are proud to have found the comma in the sessional paper on Kenya's foreign policy that may have just launched the country into war. We hope and we continue to want to become the organization that will engage in more efforts on influencing Kenyan foreign policy. Yet, this policy contribution plus student mentorship is not all, as IRSK will be showcasing at this conference with the help of the Australian High Commission. An long incubated idea for an African Women in Diplomacy and International Affairs initiative. I am sure that will be one of the highlights of this conference, and I hope you'll all be there to attend. Many women have been diplomats in Africa, but their stories have not been really well told, nor their knowledge archived or practices shared. With the emergence of feminist foreign policy, where do they fit into the conceptualization and practice of diplomacy in the continent? Meanwhile, the world now seems in more peril each day. So much so that in his April speech on reimagining multilateralism for a shared future at Peking University in Beijing, China, President William Ruto had to ask if Kenya can serve as a bridge between East and West, North and South, in an era of deepening geopolitical tensions. As one who has persistently advocated for clear foreign policy doctrine premised on what I call as Pax Savannah, that peace in the savannah equals peace in the world, the idea of a world bridge diplomacy is clearly an intriguing concept. For Kenya, if they can engineer peace from Rio de Janeiro to Canberra, then it should boldly seek this possibility out. Please note, I didn't mention the aspect of being a co-architect, considering recent news where it caused some snafu. But we should obviously keep thinking about where we want to see ourselves in the world. Consequently, the IRSK conference serves as a unique non-state precursor to the COMESA Heads of State Summit and can therefore serve as a space for diplomatic initiatives or imagination that will lead the continent to wide rejuvenation of trade and transformation. Kenya would then build on its ambition to become a diplomatic capital, not only for the purposes of settling a reforming United Nations, but also offer hosting for the tripartite free trade area headquarters. This would serve to give stability to the TFTA for the benefit of COMESA, the East Africa Community, and the Southern African Development Community in support of ongoing efforts towards the African Continental Free Trade Area. Now, as I dive into these exhilarating ideas, I must step back and dare not begin a presentation of my own. I will leave this to the exciting program that awaits you and look forward to engaging further on further fronts. I therefore take great pleasure to welcome you all again and wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you for your attention, and may you enjoy hearty connections as you interact over the next 3 days. Karibuni sana.
Let's appreciate Mr. Leonard one more time. Thank you very much. Right now, we're supposed to have Mr. Matthias Kamp, Director, CAS Kenya office. They've sent their apologies. Was meant to send a representative, but they're not here today. We still appreciate that they were interested and wanted to be with us today. I would like to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Christopher Elijah, Charge d'Affaires, Australian High Commissioner to Kenya. Let's give him a warm welcome the Kenyan way, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, COMESA. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to recognise the presence of esteemed government officials, ambassadors, diplomats, students, academics, civil society, and everyone who makes dialogue like this possible. I'd particularly like to thank the IRSK leadership for putting on this conference and bringing us all together for what promises to be a very important and insightful conference. It is indeed an honour to join the 3rd IRSK conference. Australia helped sponsor the 2nd edition, and we are proud to do so again. And we do so because we believe that open dialogue, inclusive debates, and the sharing of perspectives are vital in shaping more peaceful and prosperous futures. This is true when talking about the importance of dialogue between nation states, and it's also true when talking about the importance of dialogue amongst domestic populations. And IRSK provides a unique space where ideas can be tested, where young voices meet those of experienced practitioners, and where Kenya's future leaders in diplomacy and policy can be nurtured. And Mr. Leonard, I really enjoyed your story about how the origin story of this conference was a WhatsApp group that didn't know when to stop. I think that's true dialogue in action. Looking at the agenda for this conference, one can see it brings home the spirit of Kenya's new foreign policy, which bridges the foreign to the domestic. That's because the issues discussed here, peace and security, climate change, COMESA, trade and investment, women's leadership and Africa's place in the world. These are not abstract things. They touch daily lives. To give some examples, these topics, international relations, in other words, determines the cost of key imports like fuel and fertilizer. It affects whether farmers can export their products, whether students have opportunities abroad. And done well, international relations builds and supports multilateral systems that deliver food to those who need it, or the systems that we've all come to rely on and take for granted for practical things like international postage, international airlines and shipping. Done well, international relations can yet establish the standards for use for things like artificial intelligence to demand that it is safe, secure and responsible. It can enable the international cooperation to tackle the challenges that no country can tackle alone. And to do international relations well always starts with dialogue and knowledge sharing, hence our support for this conference. For Australia, partnership with Kenya and the greater region is more than government-to-government relations. It's led by people-to-people links, about learning from each other. As countries of the Indian Ocean, we share a neighbourhood and we share challenges, from responding to climate shocks to promoting maritime security to minimising trade impediments. I'm pleased to see that African scholars from Australian universities will be making presentations in various panels of this conference. Education has been a major bridge that connects Australia and Africa. So I look forward to all the sessions, and note Australia is particularly proud to sponsor sessions highlighting the role of African women in diplomacy and leadership. As we open this conference, I encourage all of us to engage openly and challenge ourselves and to see beyond our own perspectives. Let me once again thank the IRSK for convening this gathering and for all the sponsors and partners who have made it possible. I look forward to a really insightful conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right now, I'd like to welcome Dr. Kizito Sabala, the chairman, IRSK Annual Conference. Let's appreciate him as he walks to the podium. Thank you very much.
His Excellency Anwar Ben Yusuf, the Ambassador of the Republic of Tunisia to Kenya, Ambassador Mohamed Kada, the Assistant Secretary General, COMESA, His Excellency Christopher Elling, Charge d'Affaires, Australian High Commission to Kenya, Matthias Kamp, who is not here with us, the Director of CAS in Kenya, Regina Obam, who is the PS for Trade in Kenya, but not able to make it, Vasu Uden, Executive Director, Accord, Ambassador Erastus Mwenja, Chairman, SEBF, Leonard Wanyama, CEO, IRSK, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the third annual IRSK conference, a space where ideas meet action and where diplomacy, scholarship, and innovation emerge to inform and shape the future of our region. This year's theme, enhancing COMESA's strategic positioning and resilience in the evolving world order, could not be any timelier. There are significant developments happening within the region and in the global system, with far-reaching implications for Africa and the COMESA sub-region. These dynamics relates to issues such as peace and security, climate change, questions of migration, trade and technology. And they also do come with challenges, but also opportunities. And therefore, the region must not only adapt, but it must take the lead. In this regard, our organizations, such as COMESA, must take the lead, collaborate, build networks, and offer a vision where the sub-region needs to go. And therefore, organizations such as Irsk provides a platform where these issues can be discussed and interrogated. Over the next 3 days, we will hear from the policymakers, practitioners, scholars, researchers, diplomats, and youth leaders who are not only analyzing these challenges, but more importantly, crafting some solutions for considerations. From peace to security, issues of trade, issues of climate change, issues of digital diplomacy, these are at the core of the discussions that we shall have in the next 3 days. We want to appreciate our partners, COMESA, Konrad Adenauer, Accord, Acacia Dialogue Center, Institute for Security Studies, and the Australian High Commission in Nairobi. Thank you for being here. Thank you for bringing your voice, your expertise, and your commitment. Let's make this space a space of bold and innovative ideas, respectful dialogue, and shared purpose. Welcome to Irsk 2025 conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Welcome to the Irsk 2025 conference. That is the hashtag that we're going to use on social media. Remember, hashtag Irsk 2025 conference. I'll give you more details about this. Remember, earlier on, I'd ask you to make sure you do have a photo that you took today in the morning when you got here. Yes, we're going to go ham on social media. We need to let the world know that we're here. And something comes with it. You remember I said there was a gift? Yeah, so the few like me who fear being on X, today is that day. We step there boldly. Yes, I know. We have history from back then. You know when a leader steps away from the platform, what do? You also fear. Yeah? But today, we're getting into X. Make sure you're on LinkedIn. Make sure you have something that represents us here today. The first winner will get an amazing gift from us. The second winner, all the same. So it depends. How is your engagement on social media? Yes, I know. For the Gen Zs, TikTok is home, right? Gen Zs, good morning. My age mates do not. Don't even try. We're not in the league of Gen Zs. Gen Zs, hi? Tafadhali. Millennials, how are you? How are you feeling? Any of you in high heels? Let's meet at 5 and look for someone to massage our feet, right? Yeah, these days you hang out for 3 days and a whole week you have a sick leave. That's what happens when you grow. Responsibilities are good, but I'm young at heart. Somebody saw me today and said, "COMESA, you've decided you will not age." And I said, marriage is not one of the things that will make me age. Hi, married people. Happy at home? I know. It gets to a point, you press the ignore button. Okay? I've cheered you up. That is amazing. Now, if the media team at the back there is ready for me, I would like us to listen to Dr. Vasu Gaundeng, Executive Director, Accord. Not here today, but there's a video.
impact. I propose, colleagues, a focused Africa-led agenda built on 7 pillars. Firstly, deeper, faster integration. Digitize and simplify borders, align standards, and remove non-tariff barriers. A truck idle at a border is a worker unpaid and a customer underserved. 2, produce and add value at source. Build regional value chains, agriculture, minerals, textiles, pharmaceuticals. So our copper, cobalt, cotton, coffee, fisheries, all of this create African jobs before they reach global shelves. 3, digital and data sovereignty. Develop shared digital public infrastructure and trusted cross-border data rules. Competitiveness in the next decade will be digital, or it will not be. 4, resilient regional finance. Expand local currency settlement, strengthen regional development finance, and scale risk sharing for SMEs, women, and youth. So growth is not hostage to external rate cycles or hard currency scarcity. 5, food, energy, and climate security. Invest in climate-smart agriculture, regional power pools, and green industrialization. Sovereignty begins with food on the table and reliable power for industry. 6, peace, security, and governance by African design. Markets need stability. Strengthen early warning, mediation, and cross-border community dialogue, and use trade as a peace dividend, with women and youth as full partners in peace building and reconstruction. Lastly, partnerships on Africa's terms. Welcome investment that builds capacity, transfers technology, and respects our standards. We will not trade today's dependence for tomorrow's. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this conference brings together diplomats, leaders, scholars, and practitioners who can translate ambition into action. Let us leave with a concise 12 to 20-month roadmap, time-bound, budgeted, and measurable, covering 2 or 3 regional value chains to fast-track, a cross-border digital initiative to operationalize, a settlement mechanism to de-risk trade, and a peace through trade project that tangibly improves lives at our borders. Friends, Africa's future will not be written elsewhere. It will be written here, by us, through unity of purpose, excellence in execution, and an unwavering belief that our continent can compete, innovate, and prosper on equal footing. COMESA must be more than resilient. It must be strategically audacious. We will not simply survive the evolving global order. We will help define it. I regret, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, that I cannot be with you in person today, but I stand with you in purpose. May this gathering spark bold ideas, forge durable partnerships, and deliver actionable strategies the African way. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure you picked something from that speech. Right now, I would like to welcome His Excellency Ambassador Erastus Moincher, Chairman ACBF. Let us put our hands together. Yes, we still have the energy. Thank you very much. Karibu sana.
Good morning. You are a bit, good morning. Okay. I don't know where to begin. Is this mic working well?
Hello? Yeah.
Yeah, okay, now it's working. Good morning. Thank you so much. I would like to really start from where my predecessor and my good friend first was left. But before that, just a few, I would call it housekeeping matters. First, to stand on existing protocols. I think that's one of the innovations of Nigeria, which helps us not repeat a long list of acknowledgements. And also to appreciate the organizers of this conference. Congratulations to COMESA. Now, I had a huge debate in my mind because I see there is an overwhelming attribution to COMESA being 30 years old. And if COMESA is 30 years old, it means I'll lose 11 years of my life. And now those of you probably know me, I joined BTA before it became COMESA in 1983. And when BTA was translated into COMESA in 1994, I had served for 11 years. So if you say COMESA is 30, I'll have to check and account for my 11 years. Now, the third aspect I want to really start to touch on is to congratulate COMESA for this topic for today, which is enhancing COMESA's strategic positioning and resiliency in the evolving global order. I'm sure many of you, when you woke up this morning or from yesterday, would have heard the news that AGOA has expired. That is part of evolving global order. Why did AGOA expire? And what was the benefit of AGOA? I happen to have been very much closely associated in negotiating AGOA. Going to Senate, going to Congress to negotiate with the Congress people for the passage of AGOA, which unfortunately has expired. And I'm asking myself, why are we all crying? Because when we first set out to have AGOA in place, we wanted it to be a transition of about 10 years to help Africa stand on its feet. And that was at the time when WTO was kicking in very strongly, and Africa was arguing that Africa was not at the level of competing with strong economies and needed transition period. And so some of the countries, like Europe, gave everything but arms. US gave AGOA. And that was meant to be a transition for Africa. 20 years down the road, Africa is crying and rearing, still asking for more time. Now, and yet the evolving global order is complicating matters. I don't know from which side you look at the current global order. But, and I want to thank the previous speakers who have acknowledged the fact that it is shifting. And therefore, this topic that you selected puts this in very good context, because you have right here, this plaque here says, COMESA to position itself in the evolving global order. Now, what is this order that is evolving? What is the order that is evolving? I mean, all of us would have agreed, or would agree, and since these topics that we're discussing are quite extensive, from peace and security to economy to international relations, the global order system that was put in place in 1945 is being challenged. And all the institutional frameworks that were put in place to manage that order their relevance is being questioned. And you have seen, even in the last UN General Assembly, it was quite, you could see that now people are talking at each other because of this changing global order system. Now, why has it changed? Why is it evolving? Because everything changes every day. You are not as young as you were yesterday. You are 1 day older. So you are evolving. But why is it evolving? And why is this accent on the evolving? I think we all agree that there is a change in perception, a change in acceptance of the status quo that was set up, was put in place in 1945. And since then, we have had either bipolar or multipolar or whatever it is, but we all agree that at the moment, the unipolar system that has been in place, and some would call it hegemony, is being challenged. And that hegemony would have been either economically or strategically or call it military. And since this is a conference of international relations, I think we can use all those terms. And so there's a challenge. And that challenge, some would say, it is causing uneasiness. And the uneasiness has resulted in rivalries that are now causing ripples that have affected us, including the AGOA. And in particular, the China-US trade tensions is now what is causing even AGOA being challenged, because unfortunately there is a move, particularly in the US, transactional in nature, to challenge, because US is losing in a number of significant ways. Now, if you look at trade figures, just as a proxy, in the 70s and 80s, US occupied about 15% of global trade. Today, US is around 9%. China, not too long ago, was occupying around 6-7%. Today, China is 15%. Now, what has happened? You can see the shift and look at exports. US used to be the manufacturing house for the world. But US has lost, particularly in goods, but US is strong in services. That loss of the manufacturing, which is shifted, particularly to China, has created an uneasiness in the corporate sector in the US. And a lot of this is also translating into international relations. You can see the extreme right wings around the world, the anti-migration, all these have got impact. So how is COMESA going to position itself in this new global order? To some of us, we say, the old order is dying. The new one is being born. And that challenge is going to be with us, that transition, for some time. Somebody said here that COMESA has no choice but to adapt. If you don't adapt, you die. And that adaptation is not simply to survive, but to thrive. And so you must look for positions that you'll carve for COMESA. And I like what my good friend Faswas just said. He outlined a number of things which I don't need to repeat for the sake of time. But COMESA, you have done well, but you could do better. Just to highlight a few things, I remember when I was leaving, which is about 17 years ago when I left COMESA. Intra-COMESA trade was about 3 billion. Today is 14 billion. But that is a region of 600 million people and 800 billion GDP. trading only 14 billion. Now, that tells you something. That tells you something. That those economies are not integrated. They are outward looking. And that's why when AGOA goes, we all mourn. But even when you examine AGOA in detail, what are we exporting? It is textiles. It is agro. Is this the sector? Is this how we are going to remain in the coming years? So let's not be coming annually on rituals to say we are growing and all this. But let's start to ask ourselves, how did China transit? In fact, if you look at 40 years ago, they were as we are or more or less. I don't know how many of you went to China some 30, 40 years ago and see how poor they were. I was in China a month ago. And I've traveled around the world. They've gone. The population of China is the same as that of Africa. COMESA is 800 million. So if we have got to be serious, and if I remember well, our dream was, COMESA as of today should be an economic community. This is 2025. If you look at even African integration agenda, we should be further. So we are marking time, whereas the rest of the world is moving. And so I want to challenge us, and I like what Fasu was saying. Let's select one or two things, because we have all the expertise in this room, from food security to infrastructure to peace and security to all these aspects. Just select a few things that we have to do and work with our governments, push our private sector entities, because now if you look at today's world, the new players are no longer, say, governments. You can see non-state actors are becoming extremely active. Giant techs are controlling. Multinationals are very effective. Civil societies are. And artificial intelligence is here. So we don't have to go through that trajectory that the rest have followed, especially if we can have a capacity to acquire artificial intelligence. We can shorten the period so that we can bring development to the people. And I feel sad. Having spent how many years? 25 years at COMESA, 10 years at African Union, 35 years of my life in regional integration. And yet, when you look at the progress we are making, COMESA is lucky because you have established very strong institutions, the financial institutions, the bank and the rest. You can leverage on some of these institutions and working with the private sector, start identifying some sectors, maybe in the sector of our resources like minerals, to add value so that we can now take advantage of emerging technologies like green technology. So let's really roll our sleeves and at the end of the day come up with an agenda which we can be able to be tracking annually and which you can now work and force COMESA to work with. Sad to say that when you look at even the perceptions in the streets, people think that our regional integration schemes, particularly regional economic communities, has been a little muted. Yes, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area is being talked about, but my worry, even there, when I examine in detail, I find that we are still in treaty-making processes, not implementation. And so if I must stress one thing, please push for implementation. I have a feeling that we are not pushing as hard as we should. And you, as a society of public relations, you can push and make your voice known and get some of us to sit up. And that's why I was so happy when I was invited to come and speak here, because I thought I am in safe company, and I'm also in good company, that we can now tell our leaders that the world is changing, and if we don't move, every day a lion wakes up, it has to run fast to have a meal, and an antelope has to run fast not to be eaten. Where are you? Are we going to remain as antelopes forever? That space is shrinking all the time. I just want to challenge you that in the next 3 days, let's face this monster of our stagnation as a continent and even as COMESA. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together once again. Now the choice is yours. Are you going to be running forever, not to be eaten? You're going to remain as an antelope? Or what choice do you make? So before I invite our next speaker, the social media engagement that I told you about, we would like to ask you to join the movement. And this is by amplifying the conversations from hashtag IRSK Conference 2025. And our other hashtag is COMESA at 30 on your social media platforms. By sharing the insights, highlights, reflections, you'll be part of shaping Africa's strategic role in global diplomacy. Remember, official hashtags, the primary hashtag is IRSK Conference 2025. The secondary hashtag, COMESA at 30. So the people that are going to have most engagements on X and LinkedIn, we'll have to choose one who's going to be our winner. So let's get to work. And then the person with the most posts is going to be our second winner. So let's see how good you are at engaging people on social media. What is it that you do there? Do you just post and leave it there? Do you engage? Is it what you do on social media or the impact you leave on people? Imagine walking away with something amazing from here. Some of you are tired. You've been staying in your house since when, January? Would you like to stay at Best Western? Yeah, hey, Gen Z and hotels. You want to take photos, right? Let's get to work. Yeah, you too. I've seen you looking at each other. Let's do this. Remember, we're celebrating COMESA 30. So make sure the hashtag is there. Another year we are here. IRSK has done it for us, and so many other sponsors that we're going to thank and mention later. Let's get to work. LinkedIn and X. Engage, tag the sponsors. Tag everywhere, make noise. Use an amazing photo of you here. It will gain you more votes. Maybe we can decide to give you a month at Best Western. You literally move in here. All right, let's move on. I'd like to invite His Excellency, Mr. Anwar Ben Yusuf, Ambassador of the Republic of Tunisia to Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together. Thank you very much. Karibu.
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear representative of civil society, academy, regional institution, honorable guests. It's always difficult to take the floor after what we heard from the eloquent His Excellency Ambassador Mwencha. I don't have the knowledge and the capacity maybe to speak out of my written speech, but I will try. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today. I would like to thank International Relations Society of Kenya and all its partners for the kind invitation. In 1994, some African countries resolved to create a new regional cooperation institution. the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, COMESA. This organization, which celebrates its 30th anniversary in 2024, was born from a new philosophy that goes beyond regional proximity to bring today together 21 members countries ranging from the north to the south and from east to the center of the continent. As all of you know, COMESA presents a monumental opportunity. Imagine a single market of around 640 million people with a global trade and a goods worth over 235 billion USD billion. During the last 30 years, the intra-COMESA trade has reached 14 billion USD, and the combined GDP of member states has expanded from 90 billion USD to 1.13 trillion USD, representing 1/3 of the Africa total GDP. The opportunities are huge and multiple indeed. COMESA offers a platform to significantly boost intra-African trade. Country members are already leveraging this alongside other frameworks like the African Continental Free Trade Area to maximize their market access. Let's remember that in 2000, 9 members of the COMESA formed the free trade area that included today 15 members. This FTA is an important milestone in the COMESA developing and strengthening its actions. Another milestone in the COMESA path toward regional integration in Africa, in July 2024, came into force COMESA EAC SADC tripartite free trade area, which gives great opportunities to strengthen and facilitate trade between 29 members partner countries, representing 53% of the African Union's membership, more than 60% of the continental GDP, and a combined population of 800 million. The ongoing development of a unified investment framework, such as the revised COMESA Common Investment Area Agreement, promises a more transparent and predictable environment for investors. This is crucial for attracting sustainable investments into priority sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, despite the immense promise, our path toward economic integration is still facing many challenges. I refer in particular to the security and stability concerns, internal barriers, logistical weakness, and especially the external shocks. We can say that recently, for example, reciprocal tariffs imposed by the United States are projected to cause sharp trade declines for several countries of COMESA, including Tunisia. This underscores the urgent need to strengthen our internal markets. The solution lies, according to us, in a collective and resilient response. We must strengthen intra-African trade, accelerate harmonization, and speak with one voice. By officially joining COMESA in 2018, Tunisia has confirmed its commitment to continue its efforts toward the continental integration, which remain a priority for us. The result confirmed this hope and consolidate this commitment. The Tunisian exports to COMESA members had grown from around 620 million USD in 2019 to around 1 billion USD in 2022. Tunisia was and still committed to participate and to contribute in different COMESA programs, such as the COMESA NTB program, aiming to reduce non-tariff barriers, to boost intra-regional trade, and the COMESA 50 Million African Women Speak program, aiming to provide resources for women to access business training, mentorship, financial services, and market opportunities. Tunisia's adhesion to COMESA is a strategic commitment to a shared African future. We are not merely participants, we are active architects of this integrated market. The opportunities are huge, the challenges are surmountable, and the benefits are within our grasp. Let us therefore work together to build a more resilient, prosperous, and integrated COMESA for all our people. Ladies and gentlemen, as this event takes place a few days before the holding of the COMESA Summit of Heads of States and Government in Nairobi, we salute the Kenyan government for their efforts aimed at promoting Africa political and economical integration, advocating for peace and stability, and making Africa voice heard internationally. The relationships and cooperation between Tunisia and Kenya demonstrate the spirit of COMESA. Our collaboration extended beyond government-to-government ties to the vital private sector. Our bilateral commerce is growing, and more businesses delegations are exchanging visits. We foresee a future where Tunisian and Kenyan business are not just trading partners, but are partners in joint venture, co-creating products and services for the continental market. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. All right, there's a question in the room, and guys are asking how to do the COMESA hashtag. Capital letters COMESA at 80 30. Hashtag COMESA at 30, capital letters COMESA, and then at 80 30. All right? Then I promised that I was going to share the sponsors. You need to tag. Make sure you tag a code. COMESA, IRSK, ISS. Make sure you tag Australian Embassy, Acacia Dialogue Center, and Conrad. So when you put your post and the hashtag, make sure you tag our sponsors. All right, we're moving on swiftly. His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Mohammed Kada, Assistant Secretary General, COMESA. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be here and to get away from formalities and preparatory meetings. And Mr. Muensha knows this very well. This is the high season for COMESA. We're working very intensively to prepare for our next summit. So it's really very interesting and relaxing to get away from the formalities and the reports and the logistics and transport and so on, and come to Nairobi and enjoy this light breeze of thinking together and having all those stimulating and challenging ideas, having also the great company of former COMESA Secretary General, Mr. Muensha, renowned diplomats and scholars. Well, I'm not sure if I'm taking the challenge of speaking without statement or not, but I think this is meant to be a forum for discussions. But this specific section, or this specific segment of it, is meant for written statements. So I will mix both. I can't but also acknowledge the IRSK, the International Relations Society of Kenya, the sponsors of this conference, of course. Accord, my dear friend also, Vasu, I think we have a common friend here. Appreciate his support and support of Accord. Accord is one of the most forthcoming when it comes to peace and security in the continent, and very outgoing and very committed to the continent. The other sponsors as well, I really appreciate their support to this, and I'm really privileged and honored to be here. maybe I can start with my good friend Vaso. He really gave us some food for thought when he gave us this 7-point plan. So I don't know if colleagues from COMESA are taking notes. Yeah. I liked especially his reference to food and energy. You have food on your table, and you have energy. He said energy for manufacturing. I think at the household level, you would need energy to watch TV, to do your social media engagements and so on. This is what we've been promoting here. But of course, we need energy. There can be no life without energy, at least modern life. I also liked very much his idea about COMESA having to be proactive, not full in complacency. We need to not to take pride so much. Like we should take pride, and I leave this to Mr. Mwensha. He's a better judge than me. But COMESA has come a long way. They've even chopped off 11 years of its lifetime with Mr. Mwensha, and even more, 13 years, because it goes back to 1981. How we need to still maintain this momentum, be creative, and be very futuristic in our thinking, and write our own history. Mr. Mwensha gave us a lot of food for thought. We're outward oriented. I'm afraid it's even getting worse. And not in COMESA, at the COMESA level, continentally, it's getting worse. You look at those statistics, and I do this from time to time because it's part of my job. You see that intra-African trade, intra-COMESA trade is increasing in absolute terms. Like it was 2 billion, it's now 14 billion. It's inching up, it's 14.1 now. But in relative term, in percentage term, it's even declining. And the only and the obvious explanation is we're trading more, but not with each other. So with whom? Our traditional trading partners, our most traditional trading partner is the EU. And then the US as well. But what is different today? It's China and India, and to some extent Turkey. Those are the frontiers now when it comes to trade, trading in the continent. And I'm like, especially when you speak about China, you can have all kinds of theories and modeling and justifications, and of course this is linked to the global dynamics and geopolitical shifts and so on. But this is, perhaps this takes us back, and perhaps this can be a good summary to it, because I still have a written statement. And I think we'll have plenty of time to exchange in panels. I think it all goes back to Napoleon Bonaparte, when he said, let China sleep. Because when China wakes up, it will shake the world. They are shaking the world today. Not only Africa, they are shaking everyone. Everyone is shaking, I mean. Regional integration is not progressing. I think it's not because the Abuja, the Lagos Plan of Action, the Abuja Treaty, Mr. Mwensha worked on this for 35 years, he put it. I've come to this, of course, a lot more recently. But looking at this from distance, I think what we've been doing, or our focus was mostly, or has been mostly, preparing policies and regulations and treaties, and flogging them and reflogging them and recycling them again endlessly. We don't do much when it comes to infrastructure. We don't do much when it comes to finance. How can we possibly we have trade or a better economic development narratives, stories, if we don't have better logistics and transport, if we don't have better banking connections and finance for trade, if we don't have, and if we still are more into other more demanding challenges, I must say, I admit, peace and security, terrorism, regional challenges, civil wars, and so on. And then our source siphoned out. And we still play the same game, more or less. We can't do business differently. We talk, and we talk the right talk, but we don't walk it, unfortunately. Recs are muted, yeah, especially COMESA is muted. COMESA has a huge challenge when it comes to communications. We all know this. But we're working on this, and I hope it gets better. AFCEFTA is a very promising and game-changing development, but it has to be done in synergy with RECs. I mean, like, the EFCFTA cannot just reinvent the cycle. And like, trade is taking place in those RECs. You cannot just create trade at the continental level with an agreement on the table. You need to do it in close coordination with RECs, because this is where trade is taking place, in fact. Low as it is, but this is where trade is taking place. So far, unfortunately, when you look at the figures, trade taking place under the EFCFTA, it's symbolic. It's still symbolic. Now, let me take you to the boring part and then deliver my written statement, please. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency, the Ambassador of Tunisia to Kenya, His Excellency, former COMESA Secretary General, Mr. Rastus Muensha, Excellencies, scholars, officials, and high dignitaries and distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Once more, good morning. It is great honor and privilege for me to be with you here today, and I welcome you all to the 2025 annual IRSK conference under the theme Enhancing COMESA Strategic Positioning and Resilience in the Evolving Global World. Allow me from the onset to extend our deepest gratitude to our hosts, the government and people of Kenya, and to warmly acknowledge our partners and collaborators, including the International Relations Society of Kenya, the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, Accord, whose presence and contribution made this conference possible. This year's conference comes at a defining moment. Well, we've been living through so many defining moments in our journey as a regional economic community, specifically in COMESA, because this is marking 30 years. We can agree or disagree on this. Is it 30 years or 43 years or even more if we go back to the 70s, late 70s? But then COMESA acquired its name, COMESA, in 1994. Just the history of COMESA goes a lot back, a lot behind. Goes to the early 80s, at least, 1981. Over this period, intra-COMESA trade has expanded to $14 billion US, while GDP, gross combined GDP, stands as $1.1 billion US as put by the Ambassador of Tunisia. This represents nearly 1/3 of Africa's total GDP. And in terms of population, we're around 1/2, 50% of the population. Excellencies, these achievements in 43 years lifetime are not merely numbers. They reflect the vision of our founding fathers and leaders, the resilience of our people, and the growing capacity of COMESA to serve as a cornerstone of Africa's development architecture and continental integration. Yet, as we celebrate these milestones, we must also confront the realities of the global environment in which we live and operate. The past few years have reminded us painfully at times of the interconnectedness of our world. The COVID-19 pandemic revealed the fragility of our economies and the vulnerability of our transport and logistics systems, as well as the need for robust preparedness and resilience mechanisms. Shortly afterwards, we hardly have time to breathe. We've had the eruption of the Russia-Ukraine war, which shook anew the foundations of our global order. Even more, this war has had a profound imprint on the COMESA region, specifically with rising food, fuel, and fertilizer costs, driving inflation and increasing pressure on households. Farmers have faced soaring input prices, while tourism and trade flows have been disrupted as supply chains have been rerouted and global demand weakened. These shocks underline the urgency of strengthening regional value chains, doing our own manufacturing as much as possible, enhancing food security, and strengthening COMESA's integration to build a greater resilience against future crises. They also pose many concerns, uncertainties, and confounding questions about the collective future of COMESA and the continent, which requires investing in research and development, creative ideas, thinking. I've had this discussion just immediately before we start the conference with Dr. Sabala, and we were thinking sometimes we fail to think because we continue doing the same thing without even having a pause to think. So it's, of course, necessary to think and think aloud and exchange ideas, doing more in terms of research and development. This conference is a timely opportunity for this purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been witnessing sharp declines in foreign aid and development assistance under shifting geopolitical priorities. We all know the biggest aid agency internationally had just been closed a few months ago, or several months ago, where once Africa occupied a prominent place in the external support strategies of traditional partners, today we face a recalibration of those commitments, leaving many of our countries exposed. These developments underscore how urgently we must reduce our over-reliance on aid and ensure our economies are self-reliant as much as possible. Excuse me. And this can only be achieved if we invest heavily in our own potential. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, indeed, the evolving global order presents startling challenges, yet it also presents immense opportunities. The African Continental Free Trade Area and COMESA, in particular, a transformative platform to boost intra-African trade, expand value chains, and unlock industrial potential, provide opportunities. Advances in digital technology are opening doors for our youth and entrepreneurs to leapfrog traditional barriers and compete in global spheres. Meanwhile, the transition towards green energy and sustainable development presents our region with both challenges and possibilities that demand forward-looking mindsets and innovative policies. Therefore, the main question I would like you to ponder on throughout this conference is how can COMESA lead with clarity of vision, unity of purpose, and resilience in this evolving global order? Allow me to repeat. How can COMESA lead with clarity of vision, unity of purpose, and resilience in this evolving global order? Ladies and gentlemen, this conference spread across 3 thematic areas, including international relations, diplomacy, and COMESA's 30-year journey, is designed to provide space for reflection, analysis, and action. It brings together state and non-state actors, practitioners, and scholars to interrogate the dynamics of peace and security, democracy and governance, trade and investment, foreign policy, and regional cooperation, among others. Our deliberations should not be abstract. Rather, they should be anchored in practical realities, case studies, and empirical evidence, ensuring that the insights we generate here directly inform both policy and practice. Most importantly, the outcomes of our discussions will feed into the forthcoming COMESA summit, which is only a few days ahead of us, helping us effectively chart the future direction of our community. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let's use this conference to be bold in our thinking and innovative in our solutions. Let's foster interdisciplinary approaches that marry research and practice, diplomacy and economics, governance and technology. Let's recommit ourselves to COMESA's founding vision of regional integration, not as an end in itself, but as a vehicle for shared prosperity, security, and dignity for all our peoples. Finally, let me thank our partners once more and the participants whose dedication and expertise have made this gathering possible. I'm confident that over the next 3 days, we will engage in enriching discussions, forge new networks and partnerships, and co-create solutions to strengthen COMESA's strategic positioning and resilience in the unpredictable world we're living. I wish you all fruitful deliberations and look forward to our collective insights to shape a stronger and more prosperous COMESA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. For those who just walked in right now, karibuni sana. I'd like to share with you our Wi-Fi password. The password is welcome. The W is capital. And then 2, number 2, then BW plus. I'll do it again for Dr. Kizito Sabala. All right. Username, BW Secured Westlands. And then our password, welcome. The W is capital. And then 2, number 2, BW, and the plus sign. Yes, some have tried to scan, but it's not going through. Okay, my social media people, remember LinkedIn, X, the engagement, your posts. Make sure you tag our partners right there on the screen. And then in the end, you know what I said is going to happen. Make sure you join the movement. That was an amazing first session, welcoming you here, appreciating that you're here. The remarks. Tomorrow in the morning, I will personally go through with you what we had this morning. So I'm sure you have some little notes. We remind yourselves who said what today and the impact it's left you with as we move into day 2. But right about now, I would like to welcome our moderator, Dr. Winnie Brugut, lecturer, DDIS, University of Nairobi, Kenya. Okay, Winnie, somebody has saved you. Take your seat. All right. We're going to have a break, a very brief one. A tea break. Good idea, eh? Awesome. A tea break. And while you're having your tea, network. Okay? Take numbers. Don't take people's cards and go fill them in your wallet. Take that number with a purpose. Take the card with a purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, this year, unfortunately, I do not have my bell. Those who were here last year, you know how it used to work. I will literally use this microphone to ask you all to come in here. I will get you from the lobby. If you've gone back to your room, I will be there. I will stalk you until we are back on time. Because we need to finish early and in good time, right? So let's keep time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go have some refreshments, a healthy break. Then we'll be back. My VIP people, right outside the door, on your right, there's a signboard. And people like me, the people who matter, don't worry about the VIP guys. We are the people who matter. I'll show you where we'll be going. But VIP first, kindly, where are my protocol people? Help me show them to their room. And the rest, let's use the other door. Asanteni sana na karibu. For Swahili lessons, I'm here, I charge. So see me if you need to leave this country with at least 2 Swahili words. Yes. Let's move, people. The faster we do it, the earlier we come back. Wawuda and your team, kindly show our VIPs to their rooms. Asanteni. The media team, let's have some music.
Hello? 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 It's working. Hello? 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 Hello?
Let's go. 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 Yes and no. Hi guys. Hi guys. If you're not part of the media team, just go inside. Then they can have that. 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 Thank you, love. Thank you, love. Hello. Hello. Hi, hi. Hi, hi. Hi. Let's take care of the echo. 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 Hello? All right. Is your partner seated next to you? Are you alone? Why? What happened to the relationship since 8 in the morning? Find them, find them, find them. That is your conference partner. Remember last year I told you anything happens in these 3 days, eh? Someone can sell you land. Someone can bring your father cows. It's very possible. Hello? Let's settle in. We need to keep time for the next session to run smoothly. Remember, the afternoon is going to be busy. Brains are going to be engaged. So the earlier we finish this second session, the better. You can take your coffee and come inside with it. Protocol, please step into the VIP room and bring my guests. Good. Most of the guys are in here. Let me deal with the rest. All right, let's settle. The photographers, in a few, I'll be ready for you. We have the discussion. Winnie Rugut, she's here. Give me a minute, I need to give you an amazing welcome on that podium. Yes. Her panelists are here. And then one more thing, if you're one of the moderators and you're here, if it's today in the afternoon, if it's tomorrow, if it's day 3, familiarize with your panelists. There are those that are here. Get to know them. Have a small discussion when you get a lunch break, a health break. Start preparing so your panel will flow. It's good that some of the moderators are here today. The opening ceremony, the panelists are here. So it's going to be a win-win situation. Is everybody ready? Awesome. The silence tells me people are focused and they are ready. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly welcome our moderator, Dr. Winnie Rugut, lecturer, DDIS University of Nairobi, Kenya. Put your hands together for our first moderator. I can't call myself the first one. I was just doing my emceeing bits. Karibu, welcome. And then we're going to twist things a little bit. Last year, you knew we do photos after the panel discussion is done. No. This year we want to capture you fresh. All right? So you do your photos first, look amazing. You know, share photos. Some you can blow up, put in your living room, offices. Yeah, that's exactly what we want to do. So, Dr. Winnie Rugut, kindly invite your panelists.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, COMESA, for the introduction. So as stated, my name is Dr. Rugut. I'm a lecturer at University of Nairobi, Department of Diplomacy and International Studies. And it's so nice to be back here again. I'm also a very active member of IRSK here. And I like that Leonard Wanyama reminded us that this is coming from a WhatsApp group of very passionate IR enthusiasts. And getting straight into the conversation, the speakers before me have already set the pace. And our panel is to look and reflect on the achievements, the challenges that have shaped the future, that have shaped regional integration. And we are also interested in understanding what does the future hold for us. And just to give quick context, Dr. Mwencha and the distinguished guests who have come before me have reminded us that we are currently experiencing a geopolitical shift. And this shift needs us to adapt. And so this panel discussion is talking in a more nuanced way, what does adaptation look like? What does this resilience that we want to discuss look like? So permit me again to welcome our guests, our distinguished guests who have spoken in the last few minutes, beginning with Dr. Mwencha. Dr. Mwencha is the current chair of Africa Capacity Building Foundation, Kenya. But before that, he's the former deputy chairperson of the African Union. He's presided over implementation of financial and administration reforms, as well as the roadmap for the African Continental Free Trade Area. He has a lovely CV, including being the former Secretary General of COMESA, where he served for 10 years. And he's reminded us that we are not just looking at 30 years of COMESA, but it is 11 plus years of COMESA. He is currently a chair of, my voice there is loved. He's been a chair of many boards, including Equity Bank, Africa Capacity Building Foundation, YAFRA, amongst others. Please help me welcome Dr. Mwencha with a round of applause. Next up is Dr. Kadha. Dr. Kadha Mohamed Kadha is an Assistant Secretary General at COMESA, Zambia. Dr. Kadha has served for over 25 years in the Egyptian Foreign Service, including being an ambassador to South Sudan. He's been the Deputy Chief of Mission to Germany. He served in Yemen, Portugal, and other distinguished posts. I like this part that he has a background. He has a PhD, yeah? Just like Dr. Mwencha, he has a PhD in international relations from the New University of Lisbon, meaning this is your home also, International Relations Society of Kenya. And he also has an LLM in international economics from the University of Warwick. Welcome, Dr. Kadha. Round of applause for Dr. Kadha. Finally, permit me to welcome His Excellency Ben Yusuf. He's the current ambassador to Tunisia, to Kenya, Burundi, and Tanzania. He also represents Tunisia to the United Nations here in Nairobi. He has also been a serving diplomat in many countries, including being part of the United Nations in New York, in Geneva, in the United Kingdom, and Ireland. He also has a degree in public law and political science, and he speaks Arabic, French, English, and hopefully Swahili very soon. So welcome, Ambassador, to the panel. Karibu sana. Okay. Let's make sure this works. Check. Okay, it works. So, Dr. Mwencha, we'll start with you. You have such a distinguished background with COMESA. And I think everyone wants to hear, when you look back 30 plus years, actually 30 plus 11 plus years, what are the key milestones that you want to share, key achievements? And as we look forward to the next decades of COMESA, what challenges do you think we need to surpass, and how can we get to our destination?
Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you for your kind words. But a disclaimer, I'm not a PhD holder. And also in terms of positions, I'm not currently the chair of ACPF. I served 6 years and I handed over to somebody else last year. So currently, if there is anything that I do, yes, I'm in the corporate world, but not in international as you indicated in that at the moment. Let's then move to the question that you asked, and it's very important. What are the milestones of COMESA? And you also asked the question for the future. Let me start with the milestones. I happen to have been there right from the beginning. In fact, I was recruited as one of the officers who started PTA. And so we were 6 of us at the beginning, starting an organization from fresh. And so when you see that organization grown to be what it is today, very humble. In fact, when I joined, there were 9 members. There were how many? There were 12 member states. Today, you are talking of 21 and growing. And even at that time, it was the first, I think, regional economic grouping in Eastern and Southern Africa. Don't forget that even SADC was not there at that time. SADC was started as a Southern African Coordination Conference, only transformed to be a development community in the 80s. And so COMESA was the first regional economic community post-independence, because there were others like East African Community and the Southern African Development Community that preceded it. But what happened? Why did I have COMESA to begin? It is because of the collapse of East African Community. When it collapsed, Zambia, Ethiopia were already keen to join East African Community. And when it collapsed in 1977, there was a move to start. But that is only to now answer a very partial question. The beginning of COMESA and the rest goes back to 1963 in Addis, when there was a decision taken that let's have ECA support countries start regional economic communities, and AU concentrate on liberation and unity. these economic communities then would become building blocks. And so if you look at the Treaty of PTA, it clearly says it started as a PTA, will move into a free trade area, a common market, and eventually economic community. And so even when you keep on thinking that you have to change the time it changes the name, because today COMESA is called a common market for Eastern Africa. This is aspirational, but that is an intention that that's what this project now should achieve, a common market. And you know a common market, what that means. It is free movement of factors of production and the rest. But then it should also become an economic community. So the first achievement is that COMESA is in existence. The second, COMESA is already established. In fact, the first free trade area in Africa, and the largest, which was started in the year 2000, with 9 countries, now 16. So that is one of the achievements. The other one you can talk about growth. The other one you can talk about institutions. I can say this, having served at the African Union, that COMESA has gone some of the strongest institutions in terms of regional economic communities in Africa. The Trade and Development Bank of COMESA now, the capitalization should be over $10 billion and doing business all over Africa. It doesn't even just serve COMESA countries, it serves many more countries, even outside COMESA. The ATID, the African Trade and Investment and Development, Insurance Agency, ATID, you can check the right acronym, is also serving far-and-wide with the GDP, with the capitalization of over, I think it's now over almost 5 billion. So COMESA has established very strong institutions, financial institutions. I think, I don't know whether it's Mr. Kisito talked about it also, talking about also having financial capacity. Even African Union doesn't have those kind of strong institutions like COMESA has. And of course, COMESA has been also very strong, particularly in the area of trade facilitation. And here I should mention that when we talk about trade, and this is a question that we'll also be looking at the future. You know, there are 2 issues when you look at trade. There are tariffs and non-tariff barriers. I will tell you for a fact that globally tariffs are no longer an issue, because tariffs globally is about 5%. Globally, if you take a global average, tariffs is about 5%. But the killer is non-tariff barriers. Our competitiveness in Africa or selling to the rest of the world is not because of tariffs. It is because, first, we are not producing. We don't have capacity to produce competitive goods, nor can we export competitively because of the inputs that go into production, whether it is electricity, labor, transport costs, infrastructure, or also non-physical barriers, like the time it takes to move goods from Mombasa to Kigali. It used to take, if you have goods in Mombasa taking them to Kigali, it will take you over 1 month. And now you imagine what that means, because any day you have goods not crossing the border or being stuck, not reaching the consumer, it is costing you 1% of the value of that GDP, of the value of the product. And so delays in movement of goods is a challenge. This is where COMESA has been very effective in terms of creating instruments for movement. In fact, COMESA was the leader in this area. And the COMESA, working alongside East African community, have established some of the best, what you might call trade facilitation measures. And this, to me, when you start looking at the future, if you take some of the COMESA instruments, like customs bonds and the rest, one-stop border post, this is, and I think he mentioned it very well, that if you talk of Africa Continental Free Trade Area, when we designed it, we didn't want it to go to start a greenfield at the continent level. We wanted to use the acquis, what regional economic communities have achieved. But when we left Addis, the generation that succeeded us thought they would start afresh. And I think if you listen to his statement, he alluded to it. He said, look, trade takes place at regional economic communities. They have capacity, they have experience. This is what we should have used as building blocks for the continental free trade area. Unfortunately, that's not the case. And that's one of the things going forward, I think REC should play more roles. I don't know how many minutes you gave me to answer that question. It's a loaded question, but in terms of answering this block, I would say COMESA has also contributed in the area of peace and security, because first of all, you know, there is a history to it, and they probably will talk about it later. You know, because it became very difficult for even leaders to meet and talk without ministers of foreign affairs meeting first to remove landmines that can come into meeting. And COMESA has been supporting in areas like, you know, supporting elections and democracy and the rest. But one of the big successes of COMESA was in agricultural products, supporting, you know, like Actesa. Actesa is where you are able to you know, predict, say, maize. How much do you have? How much can you move across the countries? People to, if you have a surplus in Kenya, what is the situation in Tanzania? That kind of thing it has. The other part, of course, COMESA has also been very effective in negotiating with the rest of the world. COMESA was active in negotiating EPAS, was also very active in negotiating AGOA, and so COMESA has also established itself as a bloc that can not only talk to itself, but also using collectively the member states, using the collective voice of the member states, articulate that common voice to the rest of the world. And so that is as far as some of the achievements in terms of whether it's trade, non-tariff barriers, and also in terms of integration, supporting, and production. Now, one of the areas I think now going forward, to answer your second question,
Yes.
going forward, what are the challenges? And what should COMESA focus on? I think here I will be very, 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 very brief, just to mention some of the key challenges. To me, one of the biggest challenges is implementation gap. And so when I stood up here, that is essentially what I stressed in my earlier remarks, that if you look at the treaty, and they also actually acknowledged more or less the same statement, yes, what we agree in the meetings and what we implement is not, you know, in tandem. And that's an area that we should ask ourselves, where is that weakness? It could come because institution itself not being very assertive, because it's not equipped enough with resources, or mandated enough, or lukewarmness of the countries, that yes, they go there and pass resolutions, but they don't implement. So that is implementation gap is a challenge. The second is what I've mentioned, of course, in the non-tariff barriers. This is a killer. This is a killer, and I'm not going to speak more. As I've just already indicated, tariffs are no longer an issue. It is the non-tariff barriers that make it difficult for goods to move. Even what Trump is increasing now, talking about, you know, pushing India to 50% or whichever country, it is only going to move US tariff to about 3%. But the problem is not exporting to the US, for instance. What I discovered was not a question of tariffs. It is how competitive are you. And even getting a visa, if you want to export mangoes to US, we tried to export baby corn to US. It took us 3 years. We didn't make it getting a visa for that product. It is because of non-tariff barriers. The second one, and of course in the region is even worse, is infrastructure, and it was articulated very well in the morning. The third one is global pressure. You see what is happening globally, it is affecting us. In fact, we're being, not transactionalism, but being asked to choose that I either cooperate this with that, which is a tragedy. And I think this is where the advantage of COMESA should be. COMESA will take a position. Peace and security is a big challenge for COMESA. you see now what's happening in DRC, Sudan, and all these. This affects integration in a big way. Now, just a couple of bullet points as a resolution for the future. One is stronger enforcement mechanisms. And this I talked to my brother here to say, please, find a way you can start to tell member states to accept that you have stronger enforcement mechanism. The second one, focus on non-tariff barriers. The third, invest in infrastructure. The fourth, peace and security is critical in the region. And third, look at the advantage of COMESA is the youth that we have, the women that we have, who are not being engaged enough in terms of production, trade, and investment, and the rest. If you focus in this area, which will be potentially your human capital, but also your consumer base, because at the moment we may say 1.4 billion people in Africa, but what is their, effective purchasing power? Is low. We need to empower this. But the youth, if we empower them, especially with technology, we can leapfrog the continent and move forward, and the future will be very brighter. I am an optimist. My morning message was to the bureaucrats like us, my brother sitting on the right, to say, and yourselves to put pressure. But I remain believing the 21st century is Africa. But it is not there waiting for you. You have to fight for it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Round of applause for Mwencha. I keep referring you to Dr. Mwencha because there's another Dr. Mwencha in the room. He's a real doctor, a good friend of ours. Thank you, very insightful. And Mr. Ambassador Mwencha has spoken, Dr. Kada. He has spoken on peace and security. It's a critical area. Could you please speak more to peace and security? And also just merge the question of, in your eyes, what are those challenges and what can be done to fix them in your role?
Thank you. It's on. Yeah, it's on. Yeah, so you want me to focus on peace and security specifically? Yes. Well, then my colleague Oita is in the room, I'm sure. Where is he? Where is he? He's yeah, okay. He can speak about this better than me, but let me also respond to your question and contribute to this panel. I'm very happy to be here once more. I'm particularly honored to be seated next to Mr. Mwencha, who is imprinted his image on COMESA, I must say, to the point that when I think COMESA, I see Mr. Mwencha somewhere. So it's really a privilege and honor, and it's always very enlightening to be in his company and listen to his words, reflecting vision and commitment. It's also my pleasure to have my brother, His Excellency, the Ambassador of Tunisia, and to be here with all of you. I was speaking about peace and security. And as I put it in the morning, in the opening statements, we're here to speak our minds. And this is why I'm very happy to be here, because we don't get to speak our minds very often. And now that I have Mr. Mwencha next to me, peace and security have not been in some part so visible in COMESA, or visible enough in COMESA. COMESA as a whole has not been visible enough. So it flows logically, because we, at some point of time during Mr. Mwencha's tenure, those were different times. The dynamics were different. But, well, I think it has a multiplicity of factors. I must say that it's also about COMESA's focus, or very strong focus on trade and investment. But we all know that you cannot speak trade and investment without having peace and security. The nexus is clear, it's established, there's no point in debating it. But COMESA is to some extent apolitical. Like Mr. Mwensha put it, at some point of time, and I take it from his mouth, they had to introduce the foreign ministers meeting to remove landmines. I mean, like, it's not so much in the genesis, it's not so much built in the system, but you cannot, of course, have heads of state without having foreign ministers prepare for them. This is their job. So in a way, it's about, in order not to distract the discussions, it's about COMESA's visibility as an overall subject, which is something that needs to be addressed, and we spoke about it. Mr. Mwensha honored us with his visit during the celebrations of the 30th anniversary. This was a subject that was very strongly debated then. We need to do something about our communication capacity in COMESA. But it's also about governance, peace, and security specifically, because COMESA tends to do things in a targeted manner more. Colleagues in governance, peace, and security are very active, working around the hour, I must say. It's a lean team, but delivering a big time. I don't want to tease you so much by telling you how much we managed to get in terms of support from our partners, but we are the biggest recipient of support from our biggest partner, which is the EU. At the continental level, the EU is the main support to governance, peace, and security issues for geostrategic regions and historical reasons and so on. We are very active, but in a targeted manner. So we do a lot in areas of conflict prevention, mediation, and capacity building in those areas. We do a lot in areas of election observation. We've just observed elections in Malawi, and we're observing elections in Seychelles, which is central to governance, peace, and security in the continent. We're doing a lot in areas of early warning, conflict prevention as well, anti-money laundering, and combating financing of terrorism. We're doing, and I see that this is because a bias, but it's a good bias because most of them are young ladies and gentlemen. They have this bias to youth governance, peace, and security, or youth peace and security agenda. They are all very enthusiastic about it, and the incessant in terms of thinking and being creative in how they can support better inclusion of youth in governance, peace, and security, as well as women and children receiving a good portion of our time and resources in terms of support. We understand that there can be no robust regional integration without governance, peace, and security, without having those as conducive and necessary requirements. At the same time, and this is my third point, in order not, again, to, I don't want to distract you so much, I've already highlighted 2 points here. One is, of course, there can be no governance, peace, and security are central to our regional integration agenda, but it's about visibility of COMESA at large. It's about the visibility of our governance, peace, and security interventions in particular. One more point that I need to highlight or underline here is we work very closely with other continental organizations and institutions when it comes to peace and security. We see no point in interfering or chipping in a conflict situation, and it's rather the rule than the exception that if you look at any of the conflict situations in the continent, look at Sudan. There is a reproduction of mediation and conflict resolution mechanisms, to the extent that now it's one of the items on the agendas of meetings related to Sudan, how to coordinate those efforts. If you look at DRC, it's a mess. it's a mess. I mean, like, you don't even get to catch up with them because you see about negotiations or discussions taking place all of a sudden in Washington, in Qatar, and so on. So what is the value added of another hand in terms of mediation? We'd rather do something more constructive and provide support in a more meaningful manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's very insightful. Round of applause there. Round of applause. I think that was so interesting to just explain the extent to which you can support peace and security, areas you can engage in. I think that's meaningful. By the way, there'll be a Q&A, so if you have any question for the panelists, think about it, write it down, and then immediately after Ambassador Yusuf, we can have a round of questions. So Ambassador Yusuf, thank you for your time. Let's get him a mic. So Tunisia joined COMESA in 2018. Yeah? Joined COMESA 2018. That's 6 or so years from today. What inspired Tunisia to become a member? And what value has COMESA, brought in terms of facilitating trade and investment and opportunities for your country?
Thank you very much, Dr. Rugut. It's a pleasure also to be among eminent experts in COMESA field. As ambassador, I will try to bring some information. What inspired Tunisia to become a member is, we can say that there's two sides. The first one, we have to note that Tunisia has always prioritized accession and conclusion of a free trade agreement with different blocs. We are the first country who signed with the European Union. We are also a member of the Maghreb Union, also with the Pan-African Trade Area, and at the other levels with the Road and Belt with the Chinese initiatives. Means Tunisia are always looking for ways to be part of agreements, regional agreements in our areas and beyond that. And also, we have to know that Tunisia always advocated the political and economic integration of the African countries. Going from that continent, because when we speak in Tunisia about business or opportunities or integration, we quite, let's say, we remain in the north of the continent. Even, for example, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which belongs, North Africa, it's the Arab countries are in North Africa belongs to the Arab department and not the African department. And when it comes to business, we always look to the north. For us, the first partner is European Union. At one stage, we thought, we find out that there's a lot of opportunities within our continents. But the problems is maybe to be aware of these opportunities and to find a frame in which we can belong, or we can be more active. Even COMESA, which is, as I mentioned in my speech, it's when you say COMESA, it's not really, we are in the north, we are not in the region. But beyond that, we see in COMESA a mechanism full with opportunities. It's a decision, political decision. It's also, if we can think about it, an economic corridor that goes beyond the traditional blocks. Today, for example, Tunisia in the north, it goes to Eswatini in the south, via the Nile, the Horn of Africa, and spread from the Indian Ocean and to the Atlantic Ocean. It means this is our way to bring our inputs in this mechanism, which is a very important mechanism. But frankly speaking, when I was appointed here ambassador, and I was thinking about COMESA as a tools, because all the countries I'm covering, I'm covering Kenya. Of course, I'm based in Kenya, but I'm representing my country to Burundi, Malawi, Uganda, Rwanda, and Tanzania. Oh, Tanzania is not, but all these countries, I didn't find really awareness of the potential of COMESA. This is maybe my dear colleague, Ambassador Mohammed, mentioned that we are not people as making advertisement to the COMESA. All people don't know. If I may say, sometimes I met businessmen, which is really represented here in Kenya, they don't know about COMESA, the advantage of COMESA to import, to export from Tunisia. They don't know even Tunisia is, how come Tunisia in COMESA? Are you sure? I said, yes, I'm sure. I'm sure. I'm the ambassador. I'm sure. But this is one of the main problems. For us, it's a thoughtful and motivated choice. Because when you see, as I mentioned in my speech, when you see the talking about integration in area comprising the figure 604 million, and most of them young people, and with this figure of GDPs is 1.3. This is really huge. And for us, since we joined the COMESA, the figures are there. It means, as I mentioned, we had grown from 620 million USD in 2019 to 1 billion USD in 2022, and we can do better. With Kenya also, the figures are very, very important. Our export, for example, to Kenya, we register, for example, around 40% of increase. And not only with Kenya, even with, if I can take the example of Egypt, Egypt exports to Tunisia increased by 15.4 in 2024 to reach 434 million USD between Tunisia and, it means in the north, in the south, it means that this is the mean to take the advantage. And we found out that it's very important for us. For this reason, I think in Tunisia, we are sure and persuaded that COMESA is a driving force that enable us to better leverage. This I'm reading because this is very important. This is what I received from my capital. It enables us to better leverage the potential of our continent and allows us to gain a better understanding of African markets and empowers African stakeholders in various sectors. Beyond that, we have to understand that without security, as it was mentioned, without security, we can't really go or reach our goals. The main obstacle, beside what we mentioned, the main obstacle is the security. It means if you don't have security to ship your goods from Kenya to Tanzania or to Rwanda or to Uganda, it means the businessmen are not going to throw their monies from the windows. They know. And the problem is awareness, security of course, but also awareness of the potential that even for our businessmen to understand that there is a potential in this market, how we can manage 3 corridors, 3 safe transports. We have to harmonize our legislation between all the countries. This is what I can add on this, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Round of applause. I think now we've really internalized that Tunisia is part of COMESA, because it was a nice statement there. I remember when I was preparing for this panel, I had to ask Dr. Mwencha, are you sure Tunisia is in COMESA? So it's good to know that I was not the only one. And thank you for sharing your thoughts on that. So I want to open this discussion to the panel. It was a quick fire panel, fireside chat here. Anyone who has a comment, an add-on, a question to the panelists, this is your time. And I know the protocol team will be passing around the mics for anyone who's interested to add this. The far to the corner, there are 2 hands up there. And then we have 2 on the very end on this line, and then 1 here. So let's begin with the gentleman at the back. And please kindly, let's keep it short statements, not narratives. You know, I'm a lecturer, I see long narratives as people ask questions. And also you can introduce yourself and direct your question to the person you'd like them to answer. Yeah.
Thank you so very much, Madam Moderator. My name is Boniface Chembe. I'm a lecturer of political science from the University of Zambia. 2 quick questions to Ambassador Mwencha and Ambassador Mohammed. To Ambassador Mwencha, you highlighted a number of positives that COMESA has undertaken in the last 30 years. For example, the establishment of strong institutions. And as you were giving the weaknesses or challenges of COMESA, you highlighted that it is lack of implementation. Now, how do we reconcile the positives, which clearly require implementation, with the challenge, which is lack of implementation? Are you able to kindly assist us to reconcile the logic behind the two? To Ambassador Mohammed, yes, sorry, to Ambassador Mohammed, I almost forgot the question. You spoke about visibility of peace and security in COMESA not being too pronounced as perhaps being one of the challenges. Again, just to help us understand that, how is that a challenge? Because if you are partaking in peace and security matters, the results should be able to show. How does visibility come into the picture as a challenge to COMESA where peace and security is concerned? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. The gentleman behind him who had put his hand up, yes.
Yes, thank you, Doctor. My name is Nyat Jacob Ajak. I'm the CEO of International Relations Society of South Sudan, but I'm also a student here at the University of Nairobi. So my question to the panel is concerning the membership. You know, if you look at African countries, most of them are also members in another entities from another continent. Take an example of the northern part of Africa. Most of the countries are members of Arab League. Now they live in the land of Africa and they are members of another continent. So the question is, how do you harmonize the interests of Africa? Because being an Africa does not mean, I think it should be an ideology. It is not supposed to be a concept of living here and you have an ideology outside. So how will you build anything concerning African interests if you live in the land of Africa and you eat in Saudi Arabia and you eat in Dubai? So that is my question. Thank you.
Who would you like to address that question, if you don't mind?
Okay, I have forgotten the name, but the former ambassador of Egypt to South Sudan will be the right person to give us more detail about that.
That would be Dr. Kada. Okay, thank you very much. In this row, the middle row, there were 2 hands up at the very back. You know yourself. Just give the mic to those 2 people who had put up their hand. Thank you. See technical challenges there. You know, this technology sometimes can embarrass us. Okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is John Langat, and I'd like to direct a question to Dr. Mohammed Kada. What is the role, or rather, what is the place of COMESA in strengthening the region's position in carbon markets and regulating climate finance?
Thank you, Joanne. Next, somebody in the same row. There we go. Okay, great.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nicole Akini, a member of Irsk with experience in security and early warning. From our panel discussion, you've highlighted the role of youth in regional integration and globalization. Then from the look, I can see quite a number of the youths in the room. How then do we shape ourselves in shaping the future of regional integration? Thank you.
Thank you. Who would you like to address that question?
Ambassador Kada and Ambassador Mwencha.
Okay. Thank you very much. At the very front. Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Eliud Kibi. I cover international relations and politics. My question is to Ambassador Kada, and it's connected to the difficulties with the application of regional competition and regulations within the domestic, markets. And this is political in the sense of, member states trying to maintain, the autonomy and national interests. How do we bridge that so that, there is more coordination within COMESA? And secondly is connected to, the overlapping, membership in terms of creating this spaghetti ball effect where, you're in ESC, you're in COMESA, and the overlapping, the complex web of overlapping rules and regulations, How then do we address, that challenge? And possibly also the implication of US tariffs that have been introduced to, member countries in COMESA. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kibi. So we'll have that set of questions, a lot to cover there. Dr. Kada, you're ready? You have a spaghetti bowl of questions, I hear. So,
Thank you very much. Well, those are all very stimulating questions, and I hope I can answer them adequately. But yeah, in the end, this is meant to be a discussion, a debate, and some of them are very challenging questions. Maybe I will start with my brother's question about visibility and how is this conceptualized in COMESA, like if we are delivering in terms of governance, peace and security, how is visibility an issue? Visibility is an issue because it's about citizenry in the end. It's about how you reach those people on the streets. How we, like His Excellency the Ambassador of Tunisia made it, I think, very clearly. That speaking to a businessman in Kenya who doesn't know about COMESA, so there's something wrong. We must know what is COMESA, because it provides preferences, it provides advantages, but they don't know about it. So where is the shortage? Where is the deficiency? There has to be sufficient knowledge of this, otherwise there would be no sufficient buy-in. So visibility is not an aim in itself, it is a means to achieve a bigger objective, which is traction, actual and practical implementation of COMESA's agreements or realization of COMESA's vision. I remember very well the first time I met Mr. Mwencha in a long meeting. I saw him in the African Union, but we were not, like, I was a young diplomat. I'm not trying to say that he's old. He's a senior. I mean, like, he's a mentor to me and to all of us. But the first time I met, and I was in COMESA, he put it very eloquently. He said COMESA is undersold. It is indeed COMESA is undersold, because COMESA is the most advanced technically and in terms of capacity as a regional economic community. They have a big reservoir of accumulated knowledge and capacity there. It can be a backstopping support to continental endeavors and activities. If coordination takes place as put by Mr. Mwencha, if we do business together, if we don't compete for visibility, resources, if we don't walk it our own way, if we walk together, we can do a lot more. So this is, I think, this is how I see visibility. In terms of governance, peace and security, we are not, like, the point I was trying to make, maybe it was not clear enough. We are not so political in COMESA. We're not very much into the political sphere. This is why we're not as visible as other RECs who are in the political sphere, whether or not it's delivering, whether or not it's improving, it can even be deteriorating, but they have more visibility. Now, this is not an issue for us because we do our business and we deliver. We provide a lot of capacity building, we provide a lot of support to member states, and our focus is results in the end. It's not visibility. It's just visibility is needed as a means. Memberships and, yeah, the Arab League and, well, I see the point made also by His Excellency the Ambassador of Tunisia, because in different departments, not only in our countries, this is a colonial legacy, we must say. I mean, the truth is, this is a colonial legacy. So, me being Assistant Secretary General in charge of COMESA, anything that comes to me referring to Sub-Saharan Africa, I strike it out. I immediately strike it out. Yeah, or I return it to the colleagues too. So now colleagues 2 years through, you don't send me anything about Sub-Saharan Africa. This is a colonial legacy. We should not buy into it. If they have this issue in London or Paris or Rome, we can live with it. It's more acceptable. But in our countries, we should do something about it because Africa should be addressed as a continent holistically, including Tunisia, Libya, North and South. It should not be. There should be no dividing lines. I don't want to take so much of the time, and I really appreciate that so many of the questions were targeted to me, but let me very quickly, in order not to monopolize the space here, carbon markets and climate change. We're doing our best in terms of carbon markets and climate finance, but our bigger focus is energy access. So we take energy access as a means to carbon markets and climate finance. And we're implementing a very pioneering project with the World Bank for energy access in Eastern and Southern Africa. They are intertwined, of course. Pollution and climate change is related to energy, is related to transport. I mean, like, it has so many other tributaries. But in terms of COMESA's activities and concrete projects, we're trying to address our most immediate challenges while at the same time addressing the climate change and climate finance challenges. So we provide renewable energy and at the same time provide space for carbon markets and climate finance. Youth is across the board is an important cross-cutting theme in COMESA. Everything we do in COMESA has focus on youth. If it's trade and cross-border traders, we give special attention and priority to youth, women, and vulnerable groups. If it's about investment, we try to encourage SMEs, startups, entrepreneurship, and so on. In governance, peace, and security, it's also around. The same kind of treatment or the same kind of approach. And of course, in governance, peace, and security, we have the agenda, the continental one, which we are part of, the continental youth, peace, and security agenda, and we're doing our best, and I think we're doing very well in this area, to be honest. And I hope colleagues do not take this with a great sense of achievement so that you would sit back or lay back. No, I mean, like, we need to do more, of course, when it comes to youth, because this is about the future of our region and the continent. Coordination and autonomy, well, those are very challenging questions, yeah. Well, I think Mr. Mwensha, perhaps Mr. Mwensha can take this, because he spoke about implementation and enforcement, coordination, and how we can have this traction or domestication of our tools at the national level. This is a huge challenge. And the biggest challenge of all is enforcement, because when you go to a member state X or Y and tell them, you've committed to that, but then, well, they don't even in some cases know about it. And then when they know about it, okay, they will consider. And then you don't have this coercion You don't want to have this, but if you have it, it will help you get things done. Now, how far can we go about this? In the end, COMESA is a member state-driven institution. So in the end, it's the collective will of member states that will set the tone there. Overlapping memberships in the spaghetti bowl, this is really a challenge. And now I think I should invite someone from Kenya to speak about it, because Kenya is member, other than Mr. Mwansha, please. Because Kenya is member in 4 RACs. You know that? Yeah?
Yeah,
So
spaghetti bowl.
DRC is also member in 4 RACs.
Okay.
But it tells you something. It is not just a phenomenon. It has reasons. Why do those countries pursue more memberships? It must serve a purpose for them. And it serves so many purposes. And I think this is how we've been doing business. There is nothing so different or new about it. It's about having more alternatives, choices. It's about cherry picking. It's about forum shopping. It's about projection of image. It's about protection of interests. It's about international relations, regional relations. It's about politics also. It's also because some of them are not delivering in some areas, some others are delivering in other areas, but it's a huge challenge because it has this burdensome challenge to implement divergent, in some cases divergent commitments to different tracks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Round of applause. Maybe you can have, yes, Ambassador, maybe Ambassador Yusuf has something to just
Thank
check
you.
in.
Sorry, just to jump on the question by the gentleman regarding the belonging to a region or belonging to some agreements or groups. Tunisia, I remember when I was in New York, we were a member of Security Council in 2000. We accede, of course, the Security Council as Tunisia, but representing the African group. But in the same time, we are a Muslim country and we are member of OIC. At the same time, we are member of NAM, Non-Aligned Movement. And at the same time, we are member of the Arab group. And each time when we have issues, we put the hat of that grouping. And we put it with being happy, of course, and glad and honored to belong to that groups. Tunisia is an African country and Muslim country, and this is the geography. We don't need to take it emotionally. When we are all this, and as Dr. Mohammed said, it's when you belong, for example, Kenya or other countries are member of SADC and member of EAC and member for different other groupings within this the same continent, and being members of initiatives from with China or with other countries. So the interest, the importance here is to know which this grouping can help the country. As he mentioned, all these lists, it can by interest, it can by looking for the opportunities, and this can help also to develop the relations. Tunisia in the north, yes, he came to the south, to the continent, to be a part of COMESA. It's by, as I mentioned, by interest, of course, but Tunisia can be a hub or can be a door to Europe for the other members of COMESA. As we speak with our colleagues here in Kenya, if you have a bureau, or if you have an embassy, of a business delegation, a business have his bureau in Tunisia, he will make business with Europe, and they can meet in Tunisia, which is the coast very, very important for the two parties. So to travel to Kenya and to have the information about what's going on in Kenya. So you can meet in Tunisia and the same for us. Kenya is a hub here for the region. We are covering the whole East African countries. So we have to take it in a way that it's really a good opportunities to develop through COMESA, through the African continental area, through other all means, so we can, at the end of the day, reach our goals as African countries to be a little bit independent and take in consideration, as I was speaking with Mr. Elliger, AGOA now, yes, there's no anymore. Is it an opportunity? Yes, I think it's an opportunity. So that we think that we can do it by ourselves. We have no way to go back to AGOA. If it's finished, it's finished.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ambassador. Round of applause. Dr. Mwensha, you have the last word.
Okay. Let me start with a commercial. If you go to Amazon, you'll find a book that it's just been released by Mwensha, but will be launched in December. And the book answers most of the questions that have been asked.
Okay.
So you go to Amazon, you'll get it, but it will be officially launched in December. And the book is about really Africa. How can Africa do much better than what we are doing? Now, let me start with the question from my brother from UNZA, who asked about implementation, then I can answer the more political ones. One is, why is this gap between what is agreed to and what is implemented, if I understood the spirit of the question? This is not unique to COMESA, by the way. It is same to East African Community, to European Union, and many regional economic communities. But others have better tools to deal with such implementation gaps than some. In the case of, for instance, European Union, on implementation gap, they introduced some sanctions. At the African Union, we tried to introduce some sanctions. They work to some extent, especially on the implementation of agreed decisions which affect integration. European Union is lucky because they get direct financing through taxation and therefore do not depend on subscriptions of member states, which can also be a problem because you even agree on the budget, member states are not contributing on time, and which affect implementation and the rest. But also sanctions, for instance, if a country is not contributing, you don't recruit, you don't give papers, they don't speak at the summit, those kind of sanctions do help. And I think this is the kind of mechanism, it all requires institution to be given capacity. This is what I was talking about at the beginning. There's much one can talk about, I just leave it at that. Allow me to comment on membership. And on membership, I'll ask you to read the book because it goes back to 1963. When Nyerere and Nkrumah fought, Nyerere won the battle, that we start small and then build towards a continent. Nkrumah was saying, let's start all Africa at once. And I like what you said, by the way, and thank you for what you did. I also used to do the same when I was at the African Union. Anybody who came and told me about Sub-Saharan Africa, I told them, I don't know that region. I know about Africa. Now, that start, which said, let's start with regional economic communities, which then we can become a building block to build Africa, which was Nyerere's preference. In retrospect, I know there are some colleagues of mine here from Tanzania, and we agreed at the end, even Nyerere kind of recanted that. That has been a tragedy for Africa. Instead of us being balkanized as countries through colonial boundaries, which we have cherished and don't want to dismantle, we are now divided along regional economic communities, which is a tragedy. Now what he says, the PTA Treaty, for instance, and the COMESA for that matter, and a few others, makes this provision. If you are a neighboring member state to an existing regional economic community, you have a right to apply, and if you meet the criteria, you can join. That is how, in fact, when Sudan joined the PTA, Sudan was the first country, more than Northern Eastern, because Ethiopia was already a founding member. I had long arguments with President Museveni, saying, why, how did you bring in Sudan? And actually, by the way, for Kenyans, Sudan ended up being a major trading partner for Kenya because Sudan was buying a lot of tea from Kenya. And when Egypt joined, it was even more difficult for me to justify. They joined when I was Secretary General. People were saying, what do you mean? The COMESA is common market for Eastern and Southern Africa. Yeah. How do you end up with Egypt? To me, I was looking at it as a Pan-Africanist. That if you are going to have, if you are now talking of Activa, if you are going to talk about Africa, and maybe that's why I ended up being Deputy Chairperson of African Union, because I'm I'm an African in my heart. And I believe if we start thinking like that, that is how we should go. And so that is a long question, but it has a lot to do with history. And I think that's where we should focus, that let's go Africa. And that Balkanizing of Africa along countries or regs is something that we should fight. The next question that I should talk about was a comment on competition policy, which was mentioned, and I don't think we referred to. By the way, it was started by COMESA, and the COMESA is the first regional economic community to establish a competition policy at the regional level. But you are saying there are contradiction with the national interest. One of the persons who started it is in the room. During breakfast, look for Mr. Julius Okara, who sits in here. Because it started because COMESA, when COMESA launched Free Skies, bringing about integration of airlines in the region. And it's a long story about that. It became extremely important to have a competition policy. But that competition policy now is being used even by corporates. I have been chairman of Equity Bank, as you heard. We still talk about, even at the bank, about COMESA competition policy. And I'm sure you have seen it is being used even fighting, when you have anti-monopolies and the rest. But there's more. During lunch, I invite you to sit with Mr. Okara. Look for him in the room. He's seated here. He will explain to you about competition policy. Let me mention something about U.S. tariffs. Somebody asks, what does that mean? This to me, and I said at the beginning, tariffs are not an issue anymore. It's non-tariff barriers. In fact, you'd be disguised to think that when the U.S. talks about tariffs, it's going to be the tariffs as such. Because U.S. tariffs on average is about 1% to 3% of a good when it enters the U.S. It is not that big. So when the U.S. says they are going to raise that tariff by 50%, on their book, unless they say specific tax to say, when China exports to U.S., tariff is going to be 50%. But if it is going to be 50% on the existing tariff, except for certain products like agricultural products are very sensitive. Their tariff is higher normally in many countries to protect. But they also, in fact, it's not even a question of tariffs. It's the subsidies these countries support. So tariffs is here, yes. And for developing countries like ourselves, yes, tariffs, because a source of revenue and the rest, an issue, yes. But for developed countries, not an issue. It is the non-tariff barriers. To export to UK, to export to Europe, you will find more problems with not the tariffs, but because of regulations, the carbon print, and the others like health and the rest, the standards. This is what actually is a problem for trade. Read the book. The last question I will mention is on the youth. Somebody mentioned about the youth.
Yeah.
Now, to me, I think, and even when you talk about women and the rest, first of all, if you are going to talk about trading services, and it is there, even COMESA is pursuing it very well. Mm-hmm. Trading services, it means we must have mobility, even of intellectual capacity. If you are a lawyer, you can be able to set up your firm in Kenya, but you can practice in Uganda and Tanzania. You don't have to go and then still go to the School of Law of Uganda so that we recognize each other. This is how we can then take advantage of Africa's youth potential for us to use the capacity we have, not only to use this capacity to integrate, but also to spur the economic growth.
Okay.
So there is a lot that we can do together. And I really want to appreciate the questions that have been asked, because this is where the rubber meets the road. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Round of applause. We could stay here. This has been very informative, our dear panelists. Thank you so much. I think that's the end of our panel session because of time. I know there were plenty of more questions. You can still meet the distinguished panelists during lunch break and have a further conversation. So I want to hand over back the mic to, COMESA, who has been reminding me about time.
Constantly. All right, thank you guys. But before the panelists leave, the photographers, kindly. We have gifts for you. Let's have a photo session. Dr. Pra, you ready for me with the next panel? All right, let's face the cameraman. Daktari, thank you. Okay, seated. Yeah. Oh, then what happens to the gift on the side? But make sure I get the photo with this, huh? Thank you. Put your hands together. Asanteni sana. I told you when you come to the Irsk conference, whatever year it is, you live with something amazing, something beautiful. Now, I beg you, in the name of lunch, Q&A? Sawa, to the point. My name is COMESA Rehan. I'm a journalist. I'd like to ask ABC. Thank you. There's day 2, day 3. These people are going to be here. Okay? Yeah, that, was it spaghetti or macaroni? That one, that bowl of questions, eh? Save it for tomorrow. All right, Dr. Pra, karibu.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Excellencies, distinguished guests, future diplomats, and theoreticians of international relations. Welcome to this panel on the regional economic communities as peace builders. My name is Andrea Pra, and I'm a senior researcher from Accord, joining you from South Africa. It is a real pleasure and an honor to be here today and moderate this panel, which further unpacks this nexus between security and development. I think throughout the morning we are left with this, not only an assumption, but a fact that regional stability is linked to the security of the space. And in helping to maintain the stability of regional spaces, the regional economic communities have emerged as central actors in not only promoting trade and development, but also addressing conflicts and fragility that undermine development. Among them, COMESA, CENSAD, and the EAC have taken on prominent roles in various stages of conflict management. And while these institutions have achieved significant progress in helping to shape the African peace and security architecture, they still are faced with persistent challenges. These include limited resources, overlapping mandates, managing political sensitivities among member states, all within a very complex conflict landscape. Yet with Africa at a crossroads in an increasingly fragile UN multilateral system, marked by security crises from the Sahel to the Great Lakes region into the Horn of Africa, the role of RECs as peace builders is more critical than ever. So in this panel, We will dissect some of these ongoing challenges. I know we've spoken a bit about them in the earlier panel, but we hope to go in a little bit deeper while also bearing in mind that we're standing between you and lunch. But we also want to leave not just with doom and gloom, but to explore some of the innovative strategies that can strengthen the RICS as they navigate this peace-building space. So, without further ado, I'd like to welcome our esteemed panelists or speakers onto the stage in no particular order. Dr. Oita Etiang, who is the Head of Governance, Peace and Security for COMESA. Thank you. Dr. Suley Hassan, Director of Peace and Security from Censored, joining us from Chad. Professor Kasaija Apuli, Professor from Makerere University, joining us from Uganda. And Dr. Kizito Sawala, Senior Lecturer at the University of Nairobi. Thank you. Okay. So as I mentioned, some of the topics that we are hoping to discuss now have already been touched on in earlier sessions, but we hope to provide some more detail from different perspectives. We have an excellent combination of practitioners and academics on this panel, or practitioner academics. Okay, so if I can come to you first, please, Dr. Oita Etiang. Can you help us to further set the scene in your capacity as the Head of Governance, Peace and Security? I know we spoke outside earlier, you said you've been very busy. Help us set the scene. What are some of the key security priorities for the region? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pra, and thank you, esteemed delegates. And it's nice to be in Nairobi after a while. Actually, it's good to be home after a while. If you look at the COMESA region and the continent at large, there are quite a number of security challenges that we face as a continent and as a region. One of the biggest security challenges has to do with terrorism. Terrorism is an issue that we need to deal with. If you look at the Sahel, if you look at Somalia, if you look at Libya, if you look at Kenya, these are threats that our member states continue to face. The second challenge has to do with climate change, peace and security. Climate change is impacting on local communities in a way that we have no control, or we seem not to have control. President Trump the other day said he doesn't believe in this climate change because it's not affecting him directly. But when you talk about the continent of Africa, it's affecting our people daily, and the impact is huge. And there is a linkage with peace and security. Another challenge is governance deficit. If you look at West Africa, the issue of unconstitutional change of government remains an issue of concern. And these are challenges that we continue to grapple with as we navigate the peace and security challenges. Ambassador talked about transnational organized crime, illegal migration, trafficking in human and human organs, trafficking of people, trafficking of children. These are issues that our continent and region continue to face, that we need to strategically look at them and look at them eyeball to eyeball so that we are able to deal with them, not sweeping them under the carpet or glossing around them. Another issue that is really facing the continent and our region is the issue of youth bulge. The youth bulge is not a problem in itself. I've always said that the youth are not a problem to be solved, but a voice to be heard. But if we don't hear them or we don't listen to them, then they become a problem and they become a security challenge. Ambassador Mwencha talked about the advantage of the youth population. The question is, are we transforming this youth population to be an advantage for regional integration, or they're going to be a threat to peace and security in the region? I submit.
Thank you very much, Dr. Etiang. Okay, so you've set the scene for us. Now can you take us through what progress you think or you believe that COMESA has made in, and I'd like to quote a phrase from Professor Puli, providing African solutions to African problems with African resources. In answering this, can you give us a sense of what kind of institutional reforms or resources are most needed to strengthen COMESA?
Thank you very much. As part of Africa's solution to Africa problems, Apuli adds another dimension to it with African resources. I think that becomes critical. And as COMESA, one of the realization was that economic integration cannot be achieved without peace and security. And COMESA made an intentional decision to institutionalize issues of governance, peace and security. And this is one of the areas that we are trying to help our member states in terms of enhancing regional integration. So specifically, institutionally, we have come up with programs, the early warning programs, mediation program, governance program, youth peace and security programs, climate change peace and security programs, and also programs to address transnational organized crime as a way of providing a critical ingredient that will help our member states leap to the next level of regional integration. So institutionally, we have realized that this is a gap that we need to fill, and we've been intentional in terms of crafting programs that are outcome-based and are intentional to address the specific challenges that the region is facing. Secondly, in terms of trade, one of the things that I think, which to me is novel, is the tripartite arrangement between the EAC, COMESA, and SADC as a way of enhancing the regional integration agenda. And I think, to me, this is one way that we are going to achieve Nkrumah's dream of a continental region that speaks with one voice. And when we start bringing our efforts together, then I think that is an entry point and an institutional reform that will take us to the next level to address some of the challenges that I identified in my initial statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Etiang. Very inspirational. I told you it wouldn't be all doom and gloom. Thank you very much for taking us through some of the work that COMESA is doing. Dr. Hassan, if I could come to you now. Similar questions, this time moving further away from the COMESA region into West Africa, into the Sahel. What are some of the security priorities that CENSAD is focusing on in the Sahelian region? There is a map I know that you wanted to show us as you answer this question, which is being loaded. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank COMESA staff, mainly my brother Oita Eting.
Sorry, Dr. Hassan, can you speak into the mic?
Yeah, I can speak in the mic. So I would like to thank the COMESA staff and my brother here for making all the process for my invitation here. So I would like today to talk about the issue of Saharan states. Then our priority in CENSAD, as you know, we are, as the 8th regional economic community, our priority in this field is first, the conflict prevention and mediation. The conflict prevention and mediation. As you know, from 2005, 2010, CENSAD have been involved in the resolution of the problem between Chad and Sudan. And also, we have been involved in the improvement of the joint task force against terrorists in the Sahel and Lake Chad Basin. And also, for the second, we are involved in the regional security coordination. So we have a network, a platform of Minister of Defense, a platform of Minister of Interior, a platform of intelligence. By this platform, we are coordinating all the issue of security in our region. The second, or the third one, the third aspect is the post-conflict stabilization. What we notice in the effect, in the impact of terrorist group in Sahel, they are destroying the rural economy. If you see, in northern Nigeria, in Sahel, Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, they are destroying even animals. We have the case where they burn animals. They destroy health facilities. They destroy schools. So our aim is to rebuild, to help people to rebuild this rural economy, mainly by the reconstruction of the livestock. As my friend said, the issue of climate change also is a big challenge for us, because in our region, now we have the climate IDPS, and we have the war IDPS, we have refugees, so we have of the combination of that. And in this sense, the aim of CINSAT is to help the member states to really give an appropriate solution, an appropriate response to this situation. That's it, what I can say at the beginning.
Thanks very much, Dr. Hassan. Now, can you tell us a bit more about how CINSAT balances its economic integration mandate with these growing peace and security responsibilities, especially in the context of, if I can call it, recent regional fragmentation? And I'm thinking here of the developments around how Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger have been organizing themselves in the region. Thank you.
Thank you. But before that, I would like to highlight few challenges of this region. Because if you want to understand the Sahel region, you have to understand the challenges of this region. The first one is the terrorism. It's a big challenge. The terrorism is a big challenge. What we call the jihadi insurgencies is a big challenge. Boko Haram, ISIS, Boko Haram in the lectured basins, ISIS, IQIM in northern Mali, northern Niger, and now in east of Burkina Faso. This is a big challenge for our country and for this state and for our organization. The second one, intercommunal conflict. I don't know if you have it in this area, but we have a lot of internal conflict between, for example, mainly between Fulani and the other group. The Fulani groups is, we can say, is the dominated group in the jihadi insurgency. So it developed communal, in many villages it developed, it implies conflict between the local population, between the different population and the Fulani group. And you find it in Niger, you find it between Fulani and the Dogon in Mali, you find it in Nigeria, you find it in Niger, you find it in Burkina Faso. This is a big challenge, and sometimes I'm saying that the communal conflict, the intercommunal conflict will be the next step of the terrorism, because it's worse than terrorism. The third one is the transnational crimes. As Oita say, we know the network, we have a complete cartography of the network of who is the traffic of cocaine, the traffic of cannabis, the traffic of gold, the traffic of the West Africa becomes a hub of that, and it's complicated the situation of the security in this area. Then we have the local banditry, what we call the geopolitical banditry. You know, sometimes all this insecurity factors have been used by politicians to play or to have a role in the national politics. All this emphasize the activities of banditry in the region. Another challenge is the weakness of state institution and the governance. This is what conduct to this military coup, because the institutions are weak, and some of them, I know them very well because they were in security issue. They are dealing with security like me before making the coup. So sometimes I come to ask them, why really you make this coup? Because it's against democracy. No, they have many reasons. The first reason, the country is not secure. But you are in charge of security. Why you did not advise the head of state to give you what I can say, the necessary means to secure the country? We have this debate of the security. The country are insecure. But what we are facing now in this period, they bring Wagner, they bring mercenaries to defend the country. This is a big challenge for us. Why they bring? They say the country before is not in security, but now they are so weak that they cannot defend the country. They bring the mercenary of Wagner in the country, which complicates the situation. Yeah. They throw the French and they bring the Russian mercenary. So what I can say, the lesson we learn from all this, by constituting the alliance of Sahel states, all the three countries, through all the corporations, they nationalize the gold mine, the uranium, and all the national resources. This is a big problem which I can say emphasize the terrorism activities. And this terrorism is not only a terrorism produced by the terrorist group itself, they are supported by Western countries also. Yeah. They are supported by corporations who have been thrown from the country. If you take the country like Burkina Faso, Burkina Faso the entire country is a gold mine. But the country don't benefit from this gold. And when the country nationalized the mine, the corporation, of course, are supporting who controls the government, and they are funding the terrorists. If you take the country of Niger, for more than 50 years, the French is exploiting the uranium. If you take the price of uranium today, when we calculate is the French buys a kilo of uranium at 8 cents. And when now, in this situation, they buy it from Kazakhstan or they buy it at $240. You see? So, and if you take the situation of Niger, 70% of the country don't have electricity. And the uranium is the base of the nuclear energy in France and in Europe. So this is also the problem of our region, and this resource problem is also the main problem of lack of development in some vacuum states, vacuum area where the terrorists occupied it. That's
thank you.
So let me stop there. If
yes, I'm sure there will be follow-up questions. Really, a lot of detail, a lot to unpack in such a short space of time. Thank you very much. You spoke a bit about the role of private military companies. And this brings me to the question that I had for Professor Apuli about one of the key challenges that RECs are facing in their peacemaking interventions is that parties to a conflict now have different options to either sustain or resolve the conflict. Some call it forum shopping, for example. And here I was thinking of the use I have here of private military companies or even non-African states as conflict spoilers through the use of checkbook diplomacy styles of mediation. Examples most recently point to the US, DRC and Rwanda, or the Qatar process, which bypassed regional and continental mediation efforts. So in this context, what options do the RECs have to safeguard their interventions?
Okay, thank you very much, Andrea. I would also stand on the existing protocols as it's been mentioned. What options do we have as RECs? The problem has been, at least for me, where I sit, there are three principles: complementarity, comparative advantage, and subsidiarity. The idea would be, since the end of the Cold War, is that we resolve the conflicts at the lowest. And that's what the principle of subsidiarity says. Read the Constitutive Act. The RECs are supposed to be the first responders. So this competition that we see in the context in which you are speaking, you talk about forum shopping. And forum shopping is a really very big problem. Why? Because one, if you go to a REC, it doesn't do what you want to do, what you want it to do. What do? You go to the next REC. We've seen this in the DRC, we've seen this in Sudan, where even their competition in terms of the RECs themselves, there's competition because these countries belong to these regional economic communities. For me, the problem should not be the number of RECs that we have. That should not be a problem. The Europeans have how many RECs are in Europe? You have European Union, you have the Organization of Security and Cooperation in Europe, you have the Council of Europe, you have all these formations, but you don't hear people talking about multiplicity of organizations in Europe. So why should RECs be a problem? We can be in these RECs, but at the same time also we are Africans. We build the African Union. This is my argument. But when it comes to that practical bit which you are saying, where we don't respect our own RECs, the EAC, SADC, and I'm very sure Dr. Savala can tell you about what has been happening in the DRC, the competition that we have seen. But even at the level of the African Union and the RECs themselves, in the past we have had that competition, and which should not arise because the regional security architectures are supposed to be part of the African security architecture. So if they are part, so why should there be competition? But we have seen it. The case of Madagascar, and we can go through the examples. Madagascar, 2009, when we had competition between AU and SADC. We have Mali in 2013. We have had competition between ECOWAS and the African Union. Today we have competition between the AU and IGAD in the context of Sudan. And we can go on and on and on. So the problem is, for me, is let's walk the talk. The solution is walking the talk, meaning that if we build these structures, and we have said the RECs are the building blocks, and it's written in black and white. So why don't we allow the RECs to be the first responders in the context of comparative advantage? Because it is the regions which understand these problems better. Before you run off to New York, before you run off the African Union in Addis, go to the region. There is Addis, sorry, there is the Arusha, there is the Gaborone, there is the Libreville. These are the capitals where these RECs have headquarters. So really we need to walk the talk. But of course also at the end of the day, and since morning, I've heard of people talking about, because these organizations are intergovernmental. It's governments. They are not supranational. The African Union is not supranational, that when it makes a decision in Addis, all the other member states are going to carry it out. No. The member states will pick and choose what they want to do because it's an intergovernmental organization. It's not a supranational. We're not the European Union, that you are in Brussels and you're making a decision and it is applicable in every member state of the EU. So whether we want to take that route, I don't know what miracle we are going to cause or we are going to have in order for the African leadership to understand that actually we can move into a route of supranationality But I'm very sure that because of issues of sovereignty, the member states will not accept. They would want to keep these organizations the way they are. Why? Because then it's the member states who are the bosses. It's not the secretariats in Lusaka or any of these places, no. And that would be my answer.
Thank you very much, Prof. Apuli, for giving us that straight talk. It actually, I mean, the next question I was going to ask you was around the competition, was around the dynamics between the RECs and the AU, but I think you've answered that well, and you've given us a great, you know, summary of the principles that are meant to guide these relationships. Now just needs to be backed by the requisite political will. You also spoke a bit about the EAC, and it was a perfect transition to the question that I have for Dr. Sabala. One of the major security issues of the EAC region has been the protracted conflict in the eastern DRC. For the first time, the EAC deployed a military force and yielded mixed results. It had a bit of a messy exit. But what are some of the key lessons that can be drawn from this experience?
Thank you, Pra. Quite a number of lessons for the African regional organizations and the continent. The first lesson, I think, is we seem to forget that peacekeeping should just be complementary to the political and diplomatic process. When the aircraft went into DRC, there was some de facto ceasefire. But then the region did not seize that opportunity to promote political negotiations and diplomatic negotiations. Instead, we seem to have thought that these interventions is going to resolve the problem in DRC, and I think we failed. The second lesson, which I think is, we seem never to learn that parallel processes are counterproductive. In DRC, if you remember very well, we had the EAC process led by the former president of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta. But then within the DRC itself, we had the Luanda process. And all these two processes were running, one was running to New York, the other one to Japan. And therefore, they never met anywhere. Until aircraft left, SADC came in, and they realized that actually there is a need for us to merge. So now they are trying to merge. I'm not sure what they're really trying to merge. Maybe we can learn later. I think also the other lesson is that this conflict in DRC is not going to be resolved by mere peace agreements. I think since 1998, when we had the bigger war in DRC, we have had about 37 to 38 attempts to resolve this problem. Either ceasefires, either some dialogue in South Africa, others in Luanda, others in Nairobi, and so on. But they don't go anywhere. Why? Because there is a disconnect between the peace agreements and the implementation of those agreements. I think regional organizations, the other lesson is regional organizations in Africa must rethink the mediation discourse. We seem to be doing the same things that we are doing in the 1960s, 70s, 80s, and so on. Dealing with the conflicts that are like long-standing liberation wars, conflict in Sudan, and so on. Today's conflicts are extremely different. And I think there is a need for us to rethink the theories that seem to inform the way we do things. The second last point is that the African solution to African problems using African money remains a dream. We had SADC, they were being funded. We had aircraft, it was being funded. Look at the peace processes, they are funded from external sources. So we never even implement this. In fact, we never think of the fact that we need to own these processes in order for us to make progress. Second last point, personal and historical relations in Eastern Africa remains a problem between those who want peace in DRC and those who don't want peace. I think because of these relations, we have never had honest, objective interventions from the region towards this process. You have one mediator today, you realize the following day is exactly the opposite and talking in different directions. The last point I want to make is that peacemaking in DRC seems to have focused and continues to do so. And probably this reinforces the fact that we need to relook at how we are approaching mediation. It continues to focus on the key players in this conflict. So you talk about mediation in DRC, we see the president of DRC immediately, we see the president of Uganda, we see the president of Rwanda. Those are the people we want to bring to the table to bring peace in DRC. We forget DRC has a population of, I think, more than 80 million people. Where are they on the table? They are not there. So we think that once we get these 2, 3 presidents or 4 in a peaceful mood, then DRC will be peaceful. It is not going to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sabala. Excellent. But don't put your mic down yet. My follow-up question, you spoke about how conflict won't be solved by a peace agreement alone, that it needs strong implementation, and importantly, it needs local legitimacy and participation or representation. This brings me to the final question that I have for the panel, or for you specifically. In what ways can young Africans contribute to, of course, now we're talking about RECs and peace building, so how can they contribute to REC-led peace building efforts?
I think this question should be located within the whole debate around citizens-led regional integration in Africa. Because today's regional integration, and probably Oita can comment on this, is led by the presidents and the heads of government. The population, the citizens, are playing the second fiddle. Yet, these are the really people who are supposed to benefit from regional integration on the continent. If you want the youth to play an important role in this, my view is that we need to institutionalize the participation of youth in the integration process. Not only that, we have to make sure that the programs that we design work with the student, with the youth throughout the process. Do not finish a project or a program and then you call some experts to come and see how the youth can participate. You need to begin with the youth in terms of conceptualization, in terms of operationalization, and in terms of implementation. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Dr. Sabala, and to all our panelists. we have a little bit of time now to open up the floor for a round of questions. One question per participant, please, so we can allow as many people as possible. When you are posing your one question, please briefly introduce yourself and to whom your question is directed at. So I think we started last time from this side, so I will recognize my sister from COMESA, Claudia, here. One, anyone in the middle? Two. Yeah, sea of questions. Okay, I'm going to try and, okay, no. Okay, so 1, 2 at the back, 3. George, 4, 5, 6, and last one at the back, 7. Please, short and sweet. Thank you. So number 1 here, Claudia. Thank you. Sorry, Claudia. We'll come back to you. Let's start with the
Thank you so much.
My brother.
My name is Ali Ibrahim from Acacia Dialogue Center. First of all, thank the panelists for the great insight. Mine is to Dr. Etiang regarding on coordination with African Union Peace Security Council, with IGAD, with SADC, in order to avoid mandate overlap. What are some of the coordination mechanisms or structures COMESA put in place so that whenever crisis happens, there is a joint, unified response? Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay, Claudia, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pra. My question goes to Dr. Suleiman. Merci beaucoup, mon très grand frère, pour votre soumission. My question is this. With the recurrent terrorist activities happening in the Lake Chad Basin, and I'm recognizing that most of the countries from the Sensat region are also part of the Lake Chad Basin, excluding Cameroon. So with the recurrent activities happening, terrorist activities happening in the Lake Chad Basin, what is Sensat currently doing in terms of the protection of the vulnerable groups, such as women, children, and the old generation? How is Sensat working with young people to avoid their recruitment into these terrorist activities? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The question right at the end, in the middle row, right at the end. Thank you. So far we've had a question for you, Dr. Oita and Dr. Hassan. Okay, yes, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Anne Mogo from USIU and the Global Network of Women Peace Builders. So my question goes to Dr. Oita Etiang. What would it take to make the REC strong enough? As alluded to, the European Union often makes decisions that make decisions that member states easily follow. So what would it take for Africa RECs to sort of lead ideologies for their member states? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, let's start with the sea of questions that were here. George, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pra, and thank you, panelists. Mine is not a question, but to add to what Dr. Oita you've said. You've said that the youth are not a problem to be solved, but a voice to be heard, and you left it there. So something was left hanging. So I need to add that not just to be engaged and listened to, but engaged, empowered, and also centered in all our plannings, just like Dr. Sabala has said. Just to add that, and this afternoon we are unpacking that in the youth panel.
I'm happy that you're my good student. Please.
Thank you for plugging your panel as well. Okay, Loendo.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rose from Pamakano. I'm a lecturer at the Dagamashot Institute for Peace and Conflict Studies, which is a unit under the Copperbelt University in Zambia. My question is open-ended, and I want to tie it to the previous session that we looked at, and also lap it into the current one where we're looking at security. My question relates to the small and medium enterprises, where we find a lot of cross-border trade taking place. The first part of the question looks at what is COMESA doing in harnessing this group, which is the backbone to the growth and resilience of our national economies. The second part looks at an issue that also was brought up in the previous session regarding the resource problem. And when we're talking about illegal trade in most of these resources, whether you're looking at timber, minerals, and all that, there is the issue of small and medium scale being part and parcel of that illegal resource extraction. And in the context of peace and security, they become a national concern, both in terms of cross-border trade, but also the national space where they are being used or agreeing to be part and parcel of this illegal trade. What is COMESA and any of these international organizations doing about ensuring that this group does not continue to be a security risk to the different countries that they operate in? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. One question.
Okay. Thank you. To Dr. Etienne, so on the issue of refugees, forced migration, what is COMESA's position? Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Short and sweet. I'm so sorry. There was just one question that I have to take. It was at the back. I mean, I'm sure that these topics and these themes are going to continue to be discussed in the other peace and security sessions, and we also have some time outside to talk a bit more. So final question, my brother. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Benjamin Kitonga, and for the purposes of this conference, I'll be coming in as a member of the IRSK and former chairperson of the Young Diplomats Forum Club at USIU Africa. My question goes to Dr. Kizito. There has been a lack of political commitment by member states, especially the heads of states, the presidents, in regards to Article 3 of the treaty that they signed in regards to the COMESA. Paragraph D to be specific, what changes could be made to make those countries align to those treaties? Thank you so much.
Sorry, can you repeat the last, just your question at the end, please? Thank
how
you.
could those, or rather, how could that issue be sorted out? Whereby countries have a problem with lack of political commitment to the treaties that they sign.
Okay, so
Yes.
what kind of binding elements could be incorporated into the treaties?
Yes.
Okay, to promote political, I know I said that was the last one, but I had recognized my sister in the initial round, so this is the last one. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pra. My name is Barbara. I'm an anti-money laundering specialist and a graduate student at Catholic University, Master of Arts in Regional Integration. So we see a recurring theme of terrorism, and I'm sure Dr. Etienne will be in a position to answer my question. So we see rising risks like money laundering and terrorism financing. So how can COMESA strengthen financial intelligence sharing across member states without infringing on sovereignty rights? Thank you.
Sure. Okay, thank you very much for all those questions. Okay, I've noted them, but I think some are directed to you specifically, but if you also want to comment more broadly, that's fine as well. And if you could also put in your concluding thoughts, because otherwise COMESA will come for me. So can we start with you, Dr. Oita? You've got like 1,000.
Seems like all the questions were... It's good my boss, Ambassador Kada, is here. So, the first question, coordination. There is a realization that we can't work in silos. We can't continue working in silos. So there are coordination mechanism at the regional level and at the continental level that brings us together, and that ensures that we work together in terms of implementing various programs. And that is why you see there is partnership with civil society organization, there is partnership with the AU, there is partnership with SADC, CENSAD, ESC. And in most cases, you see us now doing activity jointly. That is advantageous in the essence that we are able to leverage on the limited resources and also the technical expertise that everybody brings on board. So yes, there are platforms at the regional and continental level to ensure that we coordinate more efficiently and more professionally to ensure that we resolve some of the challenges that we face. The second question was on the SMEs. How do we help the SMEs? I'll answer it from a peace and security perspective. We have a program called Trading for Peace, and this program seeks to help small-scale traders, especially at the border points, to not only promote trade, but also use trade as a leverage of promoting peace among those local communities. And I'm happy to inform you that from the 7th to the 9th, there'll be a COMESA Business Forum at KICC. And that provides a platform for SMEs to showcase what they are doing in terms of trade. And that will be a platform for all of you to go there and see what SMEs, women, youth are doing at the regional level, not only in terms of trade, but also in terms of enhancing the regional integration agenda. The third question was on ML, CFT. We are working closely with financial intelligence units in terms of providing capacities and in terms of also aligning their laws to international standards. And I'm happy to inform you that I think 13 of COMESA member states are members of ESMALAG. And being a member of ESMALAG provides you an opportunity to receive intelligence information as regards terrorism financing. So those are some of the platforms that we're ensuring that our member states join so that they are able to execute their role more efficiently as FIUs. We have also developed some toolkits and regional strategies that provides a framework for member states to be able to engage more efficiently and more effectively. The next one was on migration and forced displacement. I'll prefer engaging with Luendo bilaterally. I know you're a student of migration. Then I'll provide you more information on that. Yeah, there was the issue of sovereignty. How do we ensure that the RECs are more efficient and more effective? The first thing is resourcing these RECs. And I think that is why Professor Puli always talks about our own resources. Ambassador Kada said that this is a free forum, we can talk freely. And he mentioned that when you're talking about Africa peace and security architecture, it's 99% funded by the European Union. So how much money are we putting there? If you cannot control your own, if you cannot mobilize your own resources, then you cannot control your own destiny. I always give this as example to my colleagues and my friends. If you come from a family and you are the firstborn and you don't have money, you are poor, they will call your lastborn to the table to make decisions. And they'll send you to go and bring a chair for your lastborn brother. Because you don't have resources, so you don't control your own destiny. So one of the ways to strengthen the RECs is let's provide sufficient financing to the RECs. Lastly, the young people in this room, nobody will give you this space. You'll have to fight for this space to be on the table. And that is the only way you will be able to provide inputs and influence decisions at the various levels. It doesn't come on a silver platter. You have to fight for it. And you start fighting for it now and not tomorrow. Thank you.
Dr. Hassan, a question from Claudia on what Sensat is doing on protection of civilians and around recruitment of young people into terrorist groups.
Thank you. First of all, we have 3 components of action we made to very vulnerable people in Lake Basin, as in also in some area of Sahel. First is to protect all the IDPs, refugees, IDPs, to ensure them the protection. You know, if you go in Niger, you have more than 600,000 people coming from Nigeria, 20,000 or more than that from Mali. So for all these IDPs, we have to ensure them protection. Second one, we have also to help them, the remaining people in their area, the rural area mainly, to rebuild the facilities, for example, to rebuild the school, to rebuild the health facilities, to even we help them to rebuild the rural economy by helping them, by giving livestock, by giving, I can say, finance for small business, because these have been destroyed by the terrorists. And while the main initiative we have, we call it the Peace Corridor. The Peace Corridor is implemented in Nigeria, and then also in Niger. We are the country who tests it. The Peace Corridor, we advocate, we sensitize terrorists who want to leave this activity. And we have a center in Nigeria where we train them professionally if they are committed, or they committed themselves to abandon the terrorist activity. Because at the end, we have to dialogue. We have to discuss with them. We cannot say we have to fight against them. No, we have the opportunity to discuss with them, to discuss with, and to train them to not be a terrorist. So this issue, I can say, this initiative had an impact. More than 10,000 terrorists have been back in the civil life, we can say, and we are monitoring them in their activity, and they have small activity, professional activity, and we are a lot of partners to maintain this initiative, because you know what I'm assessing since 10 years. The terrorists are young people. The victim, most of them young, women, child, you know? And then why we refuse to discuss with them? So I am in my side, part of people who are fighting for, we have to discuss with them. They are not terrorists. It doesn't mean nothing. There is probably your small brother. I have my cousin in. I have my in-law in. We have to discuss with them. So this initiative is improving what we call the de-radicalization, and we implement it in Nigeria. We implement it in Niger, and it's making its way. And then what I would like to make just a comment on the external actors in this situation. Sometimes, you know, the problem of Africa is not the people who are fighting against the government. It's the people who are backing them. So what I'm saying to some leaders or sincere leaders, instead of discussing only with the people, with the terrorists, or we have to discuss with Russia. We have to discuss with Emirates. We have to discuss with Qatar. Instead of discussing with the drivers. Also, we have discussion, because as said my brother, if you have an agreement between M23 and the President Tshisekedi, it's nothing. You have to discuss with the people who are backing them, who are funding them. You have to open discussion. You have the courage to open this discussion. Because for 10 years, I see many hundreds of agreements don't match. Because the guy, you are not in front of the right guy. Yeah. The right guy is the guy who found the meeting of agreement. So I have to discuss with you. You understand what I'm saying? This is the problem of Africa. And if you see how a Qatari can fund the peace in Africa, and you are sitting in your chair waiting the peace coming, oh, you know, this is something unbelievable, you know? Yeah. You are, I don't know, you have problem with your wife, you go in another country to find the guy who will make you peace between you and your... I say, what kind of man you are? You don't know what's meanings of family, you don't have parents, you don't have in-law, you don't have... Put them in the process, and you will have the solution. But, you know, what is our problem when I give you one, now I say, okay, after this conference, I give you 1 million to organize another conference next week. You will organize it if I give you $1 million. Why? Why can you say, no, we already organized it. But if I say, no, I have 1 million for that, you say, okay, we shall do it.
Excellent.
This is our problem. This is our main problem. People come, they say, okay, we can fund you peace and security in Africa. How the people who are not African, who are really have their interest in mineral, in all our resources, say, I fund you peace in Africa. And you are in your chair, okay, they fund. So this is the problem of Africa. We need easy solution. Yeah, no easy solution. And we don't ask ourselves the right question. So you go to Qatar. Why Qatar? Why Qatar intermediate? Why you didn't ask yourself this question? You just say, okay, let's go. Why you say let's go? Ask yourself, why these people now, 10 years before, 30 years before, they are not in this issue. But now they are in this issue. You know, sometimes I come to say to my friend, my brother Otiang, that be careful. What happened in Sahel can happen in your region. You know, because of what? Because of resources. They discover gold reserve in Uganda, more than 20 million of ton. I say you are burned. If you stay, you don't have defense. For example, I say, all your country, you don't have defense. You don't have what your army is not defending you. Your army is old style army. You don't have air cover. You don't have intelligence cover. How can you defend people? How can you defend your people? Yeah. How can you defend your people? Think about it. So I think, you know, we have a long, and then for youth, please let us through. We don't want to bring a solution to youth. We don't talk to them. We talk in their name. We are doing everything in their name, but we don't ask them. You say, my daughter asked me, did you she reads sometimes what we are writing on youth. So, did you ask me, before going to your meeting, my opinion on this? I say, no, I don't care. I don't know why I told her I don't care. But I said, okay, I realized she had reason. I never asked her, what's the problem of girls? What's the problem? She say that your issue of security is sometimes out of... That's why
Thank you so much, Dr.
The Gen Z have to continue. I told them even they broke the door or the window, they have to be listened, to be in the table. I say, my friend, to be with, if not on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. So many truths, so little time. Dr. Sabala.
Yeah, just the last question. 2 points on it. One, Prof said regional organizations are actually a reflection of member states. Don't sit here and think that AU is going to be different from Kenya, from Uganda, from Cameroon, and so on. It is a collective behavior of individual member states that conglomerate at that regional level. Anything at that level must be approved by these guys. So you can imagine the problems they have internally, and you want them to make AU more powerful than themselves. It is not going to work. The second one speaks to international law, and probably the weakest element of international law is enforcement. So you can have all those treaties, but if one country violates, what is your mechanism to ensure enforcement? You are not going to chase them away from that organization. You are just going to hope that some order, some reason will prevail somewhere, and they will come back to the table and say, okay, we did this and this. But moving forward, I think African regional organizations need to begin to create supranational institutions that can be listened to the way Europe is doing. Because this is the only way that you can have AU speaking and member states listen. But this is a process that will take decades for you to have a court in Africa that is going to decide something and member states respect it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sawala. And finally,
You want me to say?
Prof. Apuli.
I thought they had given my time to Chang. No, I also have a contribution to make on the youth. I think the sentiment of Chang that you, the youth, you need to enter the space and you have to forcefully enter the space is obvious. Because, and it's a constitution also, it's a constitutional requirement. We are going to be celebrating 10 years of 2250. Those of you who have read Resolution 2250, which basically introduces the element of the youth in peace and security matters. Just like we are going to celebrate 25 years of 1325 at the end of this month. By the way, this month is the Women's Month, those of you who don't know. 1325 is this month. So I think for me, the youth, it's a constitutional requirement. It's not a favor that anybody is going to do to you to be part of these processes. Because that's what the rules say, that you should be participating effectively. Participation, prevention, what else? Participation, prevention, protection. So you should be part and parcel of these processes, and nobody is doing you a favor to be part of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Apuli. And this brings our panel on the Rex as Peace Builders to an end. Thank you very much for your attention and your contributions, and apologies to those who did not get to ask your questions. Thank you very much to our esteemed speakers. Final word, just that, you know, as I mentioned, in an increasingly fragmented multilateral system where commitments and funding to peacekeeping at the UN level and at the AU level is at an all-time low, Rex, this is your time to really take advantage of as they say, the comparative advantage of the proximity to these transnational threats. The conditions are there for, building resilience and for effective conflict management. We just need that political will. We just need to meaningfully include the youth and deal with these deep-rooted issues of identity, which sometimes come in the form of overlapping memberships to RICS in the African region and organizations outside of Africa. So I will leave it there before COMESA carries me off the stage. But thank you very much. Over to you, COMESA.
Thank you. Our photographers, kindly hand over the gift bags. Yes. Let's please be on our feet. Yes, amazing gifts from us. Thank you. This was an amazing panel. a few of us were about to learn some French. Yes. And on the other side, Claudia was making us look like, I speak French. Je suis, je sois. It's okay. It is fine. Oui. PSCC tuko hapa. Yeah, as long as you have the accent, you're good, right? Okay, guys, one thing. As you take the photos, let me be on this side. Have you seen this form on the table? Kindly fill it before you go for lunch. Fill it up and just leave it on the table. It will be picked. Secondly, we have the breakout rooms after lunch. Room 1 is in here, the main conference room. So if you're in the youth agency panel, you remain here after lunch. Okay? Room 2 is called Victoria. It's next to the counter. Straight from here, straight up, there's a counter. Yeah, right opposite. So the peace and security panel, you will move to room 2 after lunch. All right, the form bit I've told you. Lunch arrangement. We have vouchers, lunch vouchers. Elijah, kindly move to the other door. One of you stays here, the other one goes to the side. Pick a voucher from them. And then we have a room called GPay. GPay is for fast. It's next to the lift. When you come out, straight before the counter, turn left. There's something like a bridge. It's not really a bridge, but it's a bridge. That one. Then there's a lift. GPay is there. You know who it's for? VIP, moderators, and panelists. You'll have your lunch at GPay. And then, my people, the who's who. Yes, ask those delegates. I have a special place for all of us. Asiatic. There's a room called Asiatic. That's where all of us are going for lunch. So GPay, moderators, VIPs, panelists, Asiatic for the rest of us. Let's go have lunch. Let's keep time. Wawuda, give me time. What time is it now? What time are we back? 2:20 is good? Okay, the forms. Claudia is here. Have you filled it? All your details in there? All right, pass the forms. What else have I forgotten? Nothing. So once we're done with lunch, I've told you where you're supposed to be. If you're in the youth panel, come right here. Room 2, peace. And security panel, we go to Victoria. Straight opposite the counter. Let's have lunch. 2:20 is good. Can we be done? Yeah? Awesome. Guys, it's time to break for lunch. Let's do this. Remember, I will come for you. I will follow you. I will stalk you. You'll be in the right room. Yes. Eh? I will hound you. Eh? The 3 days I'm on your case. Kindly fill the forms. Make sure you take your lunch voucher. Yes. GPay. Yes, we have the Wawuda protocol team. Have someone show me the panelists, show the panelists, the VIPs, and the moderators where GPay is. One of your people. Okay, the protocol team strategically positioned. Once you leave this room, straight to the far end, turn left, GPay. Asiatic, we have protocol teams waiting for you. Make sure you have your lunch voucher. Make sure you have your delegate badge. Tafadhali. Karibu. All right. Music? Guys, 2:20. I will not allow you to go to the breakout rooms with your lunch. Okay, my darlings, as you leave for lunch, if you haven't left, submit the form to my dear. Remind me her name. Claudia, your colleague's name. Prudence, kindly stand. Yes, I want them to see you so they hand you the forms. Prudence is here. Give the form to Prudence. Asante. Yes. Aya, meal vouchers. Simama nje pale, Elijah. Elijah is right at the door. If you don't have a voucher, you'll have issues at the lunch hall. Pick your voucher. Okay. After lunch, you can come and scan your photos from the screen. Access all your photos when you scan the screen. Pick your meal voucher. Hand over the form. Every detail is about you, your address, the country, age, single. Yeah, fill the form, very important data. Sorry, love. Claudia? Claudia, kindly pick this.
translate so well into youth spaces. So in addition to this, we also want to unpack the urban and rural youth, because here, the majority, actually all of us are urban, currently living in Nairobi. But what about the rural youth who are in the field of diplomacy? How do we then feel their input, their contribution? How do they feel included to this kind of conversation? This is what we are going to unpack today. So without further ado, allow me to introduce my esteemed panelists. With me here today, we have Jeremy Oronje. Jeremy Oronje is a research assistant at Horn International Institute for Strategic Studies. His work span armed conflict, geopolitics, and governance in the Horn of Africa and the Great Lakes region. He has published widely. You should all read his publications on areas that he will contribute here today and to the studies on conflict of Sudan and DRC. Jeremy, welcome on stage. Thank you so much. Our next panelist who is joining us virtually, this is a hybrid discussion. We're having people joining us virtually all the way from Baku, Azerbaijan. Alan David is a distinguished visionary leader with over 9 years of experience in youth empowerment, intra-African trade and policy advocacy. He also serves as a team leader of the Youth Diplomacy Academy of Africa and also doubles as the chairperson of the Independent Continental Youth Advisory Council at the FCTFTA. He drives youth-led initiatives connecting entrepreneurs and policy makers to foster economic growth and dignified work. He believes in intra-African trade as a catalyst for peace and security, shaping his inclusion vision. With his extensive research at the African Union Youth Envoy Office, World Vision International, Youth Leader Africa, and the Human Rights and Peace Center for Makerere University School of Law. Emelot also exercises mobilization stakeholders, amplifying youth voices, and shaping policies. Thank you so much, Ellen, for joining us virtually. Next on stage, we have Wambui. Wambui Gashihi is a young and passionate international relations professional with a keen interest in governance and leadership. She believes in fostering positive change and development through effective leadership and good governance practices. She is driven by a vision where Africa fulfills its potential, where governance, accountability, and inclusion leadership paves the way for sustainable development. With her strong foundation in IR, she's dedicated to exploring innovative solutions and collaboration that promote good understanding and cooperative. Wambui is also a young diplomat fellow and an intern at CAS, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung. Thank you for joining. Welcome. Thank you. Next, we have Judy Njeri Mbugua, is a media communications executive at the RSK. She's doing an amazing job at the RSK. She's also a young diplomat fellow with the International Relations Society of Kenya and Konrad Adenauer Stiftung. She's passionate about advocating, advancing democratic values as an anchor for resilience in emerging global world order. She believes that for multilateralism to be effective, it must be anchored on democratic practices and inclusivity at the national and international level. She believes that youth participation in diplomacy is central to defending the rule-based international system and shaping global norms for the future. Welcome on stage, Judy. And then we have Jacob Eyeru. I don't know if she was able to join. She's joining us virtually. He will find us midway. Could be issues to do with connectivity or something like that, or time difference and stuff like that. Jacob Eyeru is the chairperson of the National Youth Council of Uganda and a member of COMESA Youth Advisory Panel. He has previously served as the third ESC Youth Ambassador to Uganda and the national head of the Debate Society of Uganda. Jacob's other services include being a member of the African Union Youth Front on Coronavirus and a member of EU Youth Working Group under the Office of the African Union Youth Envoy. His educational background is in the field of mechanical engineering, and he is pursuing that at Makerere University. Thank you very much, my lovely panelists, for making time, and those joining virtually. Thank you for joining. So I will give a minute or two for each of our panelists just to unpack a little bit about our topic and their input that they are going to give to this enriching discussion. Thank you. I'll start with you, Judy.
Thank you very much.
My name is Judy Mbogwa, Young Diplomat Fellow with the International Relations Society of Kenya and Konrad Adenauer Stiftung. My contribution to this panel today will be on the importance of intergenerational diplomacy as an anchor for enhancing COMESA's resilience and strategic positioning. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Wamboe, and I will be speaking on why it is important to involve the youth in diplomacy and governance, and why it seems like when moving forward, we may need to involve the youth not only by just giving them a seat at the table, but also giving them decision-making platforms where their ideas and their decisions will be implemented to society. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeremy, as Waude has rightly mentioned. As I'll be speaking on this panel, I'm just going to draw from my experience at the Institute on how we can leverage on research to build capacity of youth and to make sure that they're mainstreamed into diplomacy and politics. Thank you.
Did you hear that? Powerful, isn't it? Let me give a chance for those who are joining virtually. Alan, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, I can. Can you see me? Yeah. Can you hear me?
Both, yes, very well.
Oh, good. No, thank you, colleagues, and it's a pleasure, of course, joining us virtually from Kampala, Uganda. And I'll be mainly speaking around tackling youth fatigue, especially when it comes to issues around youth engagement in politics, and of course also the overall diplomacy architecture. Then, of course, share also some thoughts around rebuilding trust and, of course, enhancing the youth agency. How can we ensure that we keep it up in the process? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Jacob?
Yes, I'm here.
We can see you. Oh, we can.
Okay. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to join virtually this meeting, and it's a pleasure to link up again with many friends from across the region. I am more than happy to be here. Sorry, I just joined, so I don't know what I'm doing with this one, but I suspect to say my name, Jacob Beyeru. I serve with the COMESA Youth Advisory Panel, and I'm happy to share the work that COMESA has been doing in regard to young people. But specifically for today, I want us to talk about a very catchy topic, which is why young people sitting in spaces where they need to sit is not enough. We also need to ask what they're doing there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my esteemed panelists, for joining and making time. And I look forward to our rich, engaging, full, and meaningful conversation. So I'll start with Judy. Kindly share your personal perspective and observation as a young diplomat fellow. How can intergenerational diplomacy help build peace and boost global competitiveness in regions like COMESA? Is there a real example from Kenya or Eastern Africa that you can draw from? And let's see how the youth-led efforts have made a difference.
Thank you very much. So for me, I'm really an avid believer of intergenerational everything, dialogue, diplomacy, and even justice. And this is because in such kind of a setting, we're really able to tap into, first and foremost, the institutional memory, the experience that comes with the older generation, while also tapping into the innovation that comes with the younger generation. And this is, of course, especially important at a time like now when we're witnessing we're experiencing very complex and interdependent challenges within the international system, which really require the way we conduct diplomacy to evolve. And again, this is against the backdrop of very sustained assault on the liberal international order. And these are really values and principles that used to help us organize diplomacy. So for me, I think without a doubt in my mind, diplomacy has to evolve, first and foremost, to ensure that it is responsive to these challenges, but that it also caters to the interest of the greater population. And when we're talking about Africa, we're a very young continent. We're talking about over 60% of the African population being young people. In the COMESA region, I think it's an upward of over 40% of the 600 million of us being young people. So essentially, when we're talking about diplomacy, diplomacy is supposed to respond to their challenges and also create opportunities for transformation. We could talk about the question of, say, unemployment. Unemployment is a huge problem. I think I came across a very interesting statistic that every year, we have close to 10 million people, young people, joining the labor market, and this is against just 3 million jobs that are being created annually. And so you ask yourself, where do all of these people go? All of this is untapped potential that we really need to figure out how the way we conduct diplomacy can create opportunities for them. And I think this is even more important right now when we are witnessing rapid advances in technology, and there's the whole question of whether or not artificial intelligence, for instance, will disrupt the global economy. So I think we really need to focus on that. And then the second point is the question of building legitimacy. We will focus a lot of attention in peace building, governance reforms, but most of these processes really have to be acceptable to the population for them to be legitimate. And that's why I think really enhancing, first and foremost, even the visibility, the soft power, like what does it mean being African, right? That's a question that we should ask ourselves so that these processes can be locally owned, and then we ensure a sense of stability. And then the third thing is the fact that diplomacy is evolving, right? And we have so many non-state actors, civil society groups, journalists, and all of them are really participating in diplomacy, and they are really having an impact, and they are really able to reach the very lowest level that perhaps some institutions cannot be able to reach. So we really need to find a way in terms of mainstreaming and bringing these voices to the table. And I think we've seen the risk of leaving these people out, or the young people out, even when we're talking about the legitimacy of institutions. I mean, when we had our own moment here in Kenya, I think it was very evident that these institutions just feel like something that is way far too removed from our own realities. And that's why the conversation was very easy, bring everything down, but it's very easy to do that. Rebuilding is now where we need to focus on. So I think for that, the sustainability, the legitimacy, and also the demographics, I think intergenerational diplomacy is very important.
Thank you, very well said. Thank you. Very well unpacked. Eru, Jacob, this is for you. When we talk about policy frameworks for youth inclusion, are we delivering or just declaring? And maybe in your role as the chairperson for COMESA Youth Advisory Panel, how are young people currently represented or overlooked, especially in key policy spaces, of course, like the Electoral Commission and political parties? What is missing in turning youth charters into a real action?
Am I audible enough?
Yes, absolutely.
Great. I hope I'm also visible enough, but the first is the better option. So I need to start here. COMESA is made up of some good 21 countries. And if you're looking at how many of those countries have functional election systems, the number drops from 21. The reality is we cannot talk about young people in spaces where structural organization is itself not present. And I think that before we even talk about how young people are participating, it's to first answer whether there are spaces for participation in every country on the continent or in the COMESA region. And for me, that's a point that speaks to the policies that we are adopting. If you look at the policies adopted at the African Union level, you're talking about documents like the Africa Youth Charter. You're talking about so much that feeds into the Africa we want, but does not actually look like the Africa we have, you know. And so it's important that the first basics are what is foundational. Before you talk about policy, answer structural realities on ground that reflect functional policy. If you do not have a structure that can adopt the functionality, then it cannot lead to that. It's like trying to get jackfruit from a mango tree. It will not work. The second thing that we need to look at is the reality of the dynamics, even where there is a semblance of good democratic practice. You're seated in Kenya, but if you ask them how many young people in Kenya sit on the negotiation table when the ODM is deciding who to ally with, when the UDA is agreeing on what's the next move and who should get in or get out. That's where the question is, that even where democratic practice is happening, there is not enough structural attendance to the voice of young people, let alone the volume of young people. That volume is represented by how our electoral statistics look currently. 35% and below is 70% of majority of the voting population in the COMESA region. But 35 and below is perhaps the first qualification not to sit on the table of the highest decision making in any political party. If you look at electoral commissions, for example, it looks more like a retirement council in all of our countries. If you're not gray enough, you're not sitting on any electoral commission body. In fact, being young is reason enough not to sit there. But this is not, it is not representative of the political arithmetics on the ground. When you're talking about the population, when you're talking about democracy being about the numbers are young. But when it comes to who controls how democracy is practiced, then the numbers should not be young. I think that's where the problem is. I'd like to speak briefly about this issue of policy. And for me, I don't know if we can achieve policy directions for policy discipline if we keep policy as PDFs, because every conference comes up with policy, but without structuralizing how that policy is going to enter anywhere, we're not going to achieve anything. And that speaks to the partnerships we are building, or in this case, the partnerships we are not building. COMESA has a youth strategy, and how does COMESA achieve that youth strategy's effectiveness is by ensuring that national youth councils are brought on board. It is through that partnership that you're able to reach a village down somewhere in Aleptong where COMESA has built a youth center in Uganda, or down somewhere in Baringo where COMESA has done community peace training for coexistence. You cannot have a superstructure like COMESA, like the ESC, like SADC, and then expect that its impact is going to look at the ground without having partnership with young people, real young people organizations on the ground. And for me, those are the issues that need to be declared necessary. Final point I want to make on this. Young people cannot sit in rooms where they have to compete fairly and squarely with people they can never match resources with. It's that simple. If a young person wanted to become president of Kenya, the first question is how many cars can join your convoy so you can look like a serious candidate? If you don't have a convoy going for campaigns, people already think you are wasting their time, your car should pass quickly, so the Raila convoy or the Ruto convoy can come in. This reality means that you need to have quotas for young people in places where young people cannot compete in resource terms. That way, you're making sure that where there is a quota for a young person, it was always going to come out to the young person, whether rich or not rich enough or poor. The beauty is the graphics will show that this person is young enough and we look like we're being involved. That's a good start. But that's not enough, because that's now what we are getting out of the quota system. We are largely becoming cosmetic about young people's participation. When we look at the room, it's like asking whether there is a woman on a panel or there is a classroom to sit in. That's not education, that's not gender equality, and that's therefore is not young people's participation in politics. In all those cases, what you need to achieve is what is that presence achieving? Can we see a shift in policy terms towards young people? And like I explained earlier, partnership terms with young people. It's not enough for a president to sit with some young people and get asked questions. It must reflect in how that government treats young people's institutions, like the National Students Body, young people's institutions like the youth councils. Are they getting budgets? If they're not getting budgets, then that government is paying lip service. We need policies that have actual legal teeth, not just a presence of paperwork. And I want to thank you, and those will be my introductory remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your insightful input and contribution to this conversation. Now that's a green light to move to a better kind of a subtopic on tracking progress. When we talk about accountability in youth inclusion and political participation, what does that really mean, and how do we even track this process? Wambui, this is for you. as a young diplomat fellow and an intern at CAS, how then do we track this process? And how then should we track youth involvement in diplomacy and governance? Maybe you can draw this from your experience and observation as a young diplomat fellow. Did you at any point feel included in this kind of conversation? Thank you.
Thank you, Eunice. And to answer your question, as a young diplomat fellow, on whether I've felt included in youth making decisions and everything else, I would like to point out that Irsk's program, the Young Diplomats Fellowship, has enabled me to be in rooms that I would otherwise not be in, has given me opportunities to participate in discussions and conversations such as this one, which I could not if I was trying to make it on my own. It is important that organizations like Irsk has done, for example, try and see a few youth, young people you can take, mentor them, give them opportunity, push them, maybe to do something like this. It's scary, yes, but we do it regardless, and that is how young people grow. I would first encourage organizations to mainly try and see young people you can mentor and follow up with them, not just one-off events. Maybe a conference and you're done with a youth, we'll see them next year. Try and follow up maybe a 1-year-long program. We're seeing most organizations doing fellowships, doing mentorship forums, and that is important for the youth to thrive and to grow into leadership positions. And when we talk about the youth being involved in political and activism spaces, we could look at representation and access. When we talk about representation and access, this does not just mean how many young people did we have in said conference, how many young people sat in this negotiation table and we made this decision. It has to include something like equity in participation, where we get diversity across gender, region, and background. While a youth maybe in central Kenya is concerned about the rate of coffee or tea returns, a youth in Turkana is focused about security, how they to get water, how to get food, how to maybe get their sibling to school because it's so many kilometers away from their homes. That is one thing we need to consider when we bring youth into spaces. Representation is not just about having young people in the room, it is about having young people representing their local people. Every young person has a different thing they stand for, and if you are able to map out what is important to specific youth of a specific region, not just generalize youth involvement and participation. And the next thing we could do is engagement and contributions. This means that we could see the participation rates of youth in maybe policy papers, policy briefings, and political participation. Not only do we measure how often youth are invited, but also rate their engagement and participation. Was the youth impact that was made there, is it going to be taken into accountability? And maybe see how much we can take what the youth thought about something and really put it into policies and how a country formulates its policies. Another thing we could do is impact measurement. While youth may come up with policy papers, they make recommendations, how many of these are actually met with sustainability? How many recommendations do the government take and actually go in and get a response from the local people? We need to make sure that sustainability is something that we follow up with, because at the end of the day, it is an incentive for the youth to keep participating more and more. And lastly, the thing we could also do is feedback and accountability. We could develop public trackers, maybe see how many youth were sent to a certain delegation or how many youth were encouraged to participate in a certain policy that affects the country, not just the youth, but the entire continent as well in COMESA region. We could ask maybe independent think tanks to monitor tokenism versus actual genuine inclusion. At the end of the day, we need to be able to see which is tokenism and what is actual inclusion. That way we are able to have impact, sustainability, and youth all across the continent and the globe are able to be represented depending on their background, their region, and gender as well. Thank you, Eunice.
Thank you. Thank you, Amboy. Thank you for such an eye-opening statement and contribution to this. Now we want to talk about something very interesting, fatigue, youth fatigue, something that you can easily relate with. Youth, we are currently grappling with a lot of things. Relationship, career advancement. Dini? You know them, it's a lot, it's a whole lineup. We have a lot. So at the end of the day, we speak about this, but also we get tired. we get fatigued, and most of the time we don't have the proper acumen to really put these things to the table and forge ahead. And that is what Alan is going to talk about right now. When you talk about youth fatigue, David, tell us, how then do we tackle this and prevent disengagement from this kind of conversation? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Youth fatigue, I hope you can hear me.
Absolutely, loud and clear.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, youth fatigue is one that, especially now in this internet age, is one that is actually cropping quite faster among especially the young youth movements in the process. And mainly because there's a lot that is happening in the continent, and young people are struggling to grapple around. If you look at the diplomacy space, there is a new development every day. Each time you wake up, there is something, a major event that is happening. And the young people are struggling to kind of cope up with the speed. But maybe the question is, how are we capable of dealing it? And I think I'm going to give from the two perspectives. One from the organizational perspective, especially young people who are in networks. For example, I'm hearing Konrad Adenauer Stiftung networks. I'm also hearing, especially now in the room, I know there are youth who are in the room and are representing other organizations. It's mainly to kind of have your niche area, you know, when you specialize. And I think we're now encouraging young people to specialize so much, especially even if it's an advocacy. You can be carried away, and now we are seeing youth moonlighting. And that's what we are trying, that's what is causing fatigue. You see today a young person is in climate change, tomorrow you see him in civic and political rights, the next day you're seeing them in economics rights. So there is no central home they are belonging in. And that moonlighting is what is causing also fatigue in the process. So what we are encouraging young people is to specialize. Today, if you decide to say that I am going to focus my niche and energy on diplomacy and weaving ideas around how can we foster meaningful youth engagement in the diplomatic space. Diplomacy alone is a huge field. You can actually find where you're anchoring yourself in. Diplomacy, you can focus on maybe security, peace and security as your angle of contribution. Right now, I'm also championing the trade bit, looking at trade as a precursor to most of our issues in the continent. So if we encourage specialization amongst our young people, that is the first step to ensuring that we remove fatigue. And also when it comes to that, secondly, for those, this is mainly for youth in institutions, the National Youth Council, like my brother Jacob, and of course different other youth in the room. But for the general public, we need to be guided, and we are encouraging youth to engage in passion-driven initiatives. Let's stop what is also causing fatigue and wearing. Today you see there is mandamano here, you're jumping on it. Tomorrow you see something else, you're jumping on it. You need to have focus. That's why at the end of the day, you go, and I'm going to use mandamano because we're in Kenya and it's one that we can relate with. You realize that even when you have reached the epitome of mandamano, where you're supposed to make the big asks, because you have reached the tail end, but because you're fatigued, you even forget to make the big ask. A whole president comes to a Twitter space, succumbs to your pressure, comes and sits down with you, listens to you, creates spaces to listen, but you fail to deliver a big ask. Cabinet is changed and you don't see any young person. And you're wondering, why did we do the mandamano for all this time? What was the objective? And it's mainly because you reach at the tail end when you're already fatigued. But if we are structured, and that's why they say young people are disorganized, not because we are disorganized, but we don't have the strategy of ensuring our advocacy purpose, we achieve the target of our advocacy efforts, mainly because we are everywhere and anywhere. We need to segment ourselves. Who is leading the mandamano? Who is going to be the strategist on the back end? So that we ensure, the strategists ensure, as we shout in front, we are within the goals of our mandamano. That is an example I'm giving. And this is for the general public. We as young people, we need to critically think beyond the box, because we already have seen, especially the East African youth, we already see the power that we have as the East African youth. Then we just need to ensure that we reach the tail end of our efforts. So that is the thing. We just need to be structured. We need to be structured in all the efforts we are doing. Let's stop being everywhere and anywhere. Climate change today is giving us money. Every young person is a climate change activist. They are speaking environment. They are speaking green energy. Tomorrow something else comes back. You see them running there. They are now speaking one term. One term becomes the issue. The next day, so you see, we are not focused. And I'm happy that you invited me today to speak about this, because it's a big issue that is cropping within the East African community, young people, who are again the majority. So we need, as young people, to show that we are, one, educated, we are informed, but most importantly, we have the internet age where we can learn from key movements. For example, in Nigeria, we had the NSAS movement, where the young people in Nigeria were dealing with police brutality. But because they were structured, organized, they knew their asks, they were capable of achieving what they wanted. A whole police inspector was chased. Government had to change the policing system, and you see what happened. And right now, holding an iPhone in Nigeria as a young person doesn't make you a criminal. Of course, there are still other cases, but at least the level of police brutality before the NSAS movement is not the level of police brutality now. So when it comes to diplomacy, and I would want to, and this is ideally why we also started the Youth Diplomacy Academy of Africa, to see that we position young people at the center of Africa's diplomatic efforts. Again, what is Africa's diplomatic agenda? Is to ensure that we promote Pan-Africanism, we promote the love of Africa. But what is happening? If we go to Europe, especially when you go to these conferences, you find the European young people are proud to hold the European passport. But young Africans from Africa going to COP or going to any other conference are not even proud to associate with one another. So what we are trying to do with the Youth Diplomacy Academy of Africa is to bring back that drive, that energy of young people to lead the diplomacy agenda of the continent. And why is it important? It's because there's a lot happening in the continent, and young people are not at the driving seat. And my brother Jacob mentioned it, that we need to have meaningful youth engagement in the diplomacy of Africa. And not only Africa, we are talking about Africa, but it's supposed to be starting from Kenya, from Uganda, from Tanzania, from Chad. We start from national, then go to regional, and eventually global. The goal is to see that Africa is number one. You had our president, His Excellency President Ruto in Kenya, pitching. And it has become a song. Each time we go to the General Assembly, we are pleading for a permanent position at the Security Council. We shouldn't be pleading. Why should we be pleading? But if we, the young people in the continent, we support the efforts by our president, His Excellency William Ruto, support our efforts by Her Excellency Jessica Lupo, who boldly spoke about this. If we support their efforts by also rallying our digital diplomacy, going to the internet, supporting these efforts, it's just a short time that the world will succumb to that pressure, and you see Africa moving to a permanent seat. Both the permanent seats we need, but also the non-permanent seats. We will all get that. But what is missing is the youth contribution. And mainly because diplomacy has been left for the elite. It looks like a retirement plan that you should be 45 and above to become a diplomat, to become an ambassador. That shouldn't be the case. The African continent has the biggest population of young people, and we want to see an introduction of young diplomats, people below the age of 30. My brother Jacob Eyeru, I would be glad to see my brother being an ambassador in the coming government. And right now is the time to lobby. East Africa is in the time of elections. Kenya is in elections. Uganda is a few months away to the general elections, and we would want to see young people leading the agenda of including young people into the diplomacy space. But again, it comes back to us, the young people. We need to be structured. We need to be focused. If we are leading agendas, if we are leading targeted advocacies, for example, if we want a governance change, right now we are championing diplomacy, meaningful youth inclusion in diplomatic spaces. That needs to be structured. It needs to be focused with a clear agenda, and that's what we are encouraging. And I'm glad, as I conclude, that the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung and of course, and the RSK is leading these efforts by championing, grooming, capacitating our young people. And I'm seeing very articulate comrades at the panel. And if we can increase this, of course, with the Youth Diplomacy Academy also supporting and partnering with these entities to ensure we capacitate as many. The more numbers we have knowledgeable about diplomacy, the easier for us to achieve our agenda. Because again, the Africa we want, that we are looking at the end of 2063, without the young people, we shall never achieve it. We have an opportunity now to ensure that not only peace and security, not only climate change, not only the AFCFTA that I also chair, but also in diplomacy. For as long as our young people are embedded in the diplomatic efforts of the continent, national, but also the continent, we are going to see that this Agenda 2063 we keep championing, especially Aspiration 6 that we mentioned, an Africa led by the young people, whose development is led by young people and women. That can only be achieved if we, the young people, are given the mandate. And for the diplomats in the room, please, create spaces, continue creating spaces. Now the graduates from the school, the summer school, if they can also get these into these rooms that you're already leading, that could be an opportunity to give us an opportunity to the future, where we lead these diplomatic efforts, not only in our country, but also in the continent. Asante, I think I will leave it from here and I'll probably come back again.
Thank you, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for your input and contribution to this conversation. Jeremy, now this is your time to shine. This is for you. Sorry, you are the last, but definitely not the least. Now let's talk about building the pipeline. Institutional pathways for youth in diplomacy and politics. From your perspective, what role is universities, think tanks, and regional bodies playing in building political literacy and mentorship programs for youth leaders?
Thank you so much, Eunice. I think I'll begin with a think tank approach first, because that's just where I've been working for some few years. So I think think tanks, by nature of what they do, are literally knowledge hubs, and that's because of the amount of research that's done, and that's largely dependent on the scope of the think tank. Of course, some are focused or inclined on governance, some on security, some on defense. So I think by that particular nature, think tanks are knowledge hubs. Now, where am I heading with these? I do believe that for you, especially as a young person, to create meaningful change, you really need to have knowledge. And that's what I want to link up again back with the think tanks as being knowledge hubs, for dissemination of information and all this. So in this regard, I really do believe that think tanks are supposed to, one, create spaces for young people to, first of all, just join in as interns, and attachment for those who are seeking to join in for the attachment opportunities. Because I feel like when they're in such spaces, they're able to interact with knowledge that has been generated in that particular field that they are seeking to bring about meaningful change. That's just one. And now, if I may speak a little bit on the universities, because I feel like that's where I might dwell a little bit. Because I feel like universities have a very key role in shaping young people, especially in their formative stages. And I think at this point, I'd just like to jog our memories a little bit with some of the greatest social movements in history and the role that university students played in these particular movements. Because when you go back to the 60s, of course, the civil rights movement, young people were at the center of these particular, reforms that were being pushed for in the United States. Again, in China, Tiananmen Square protests, young people were at the center of these particular issues, and they're trying to agitate for change, in as much as that did not really happen in China. Again, in Czechoslovakia, the Velvet Revolution, one of the most amazing revolutions that was not even, there was no bloodshed at all. But it all started with university students who are at the center of these particular social movements trying to push for change. Of course, those are just some of the positive ones. Of course, and I know I've talked about this so much, I think it's because I'm really passionate about this. Look at what happened in Iran in 1979. Again, it was university students, the Iranian hostage crisis. They were mobilized, and they're the ones who literally stormed the embassies. So what am I trying to say? I really do believe that we need universities play a huge role in shaping the perceptions and political attitudes of young people. And something that I've just been thinking about, I wonder, where did things go wrong? Is it the students or is it the lecturers? Because back then, young people were really at the center of social movements and driving change and all these particular things. So in that regard, I really feel like universities need to create spaces for intellectual discourse so that young people are able to think outside the box, so that I'm able to get your opinion about something, you're able to get my opinion about something. If there's one thing I can say, of course, in my entire 4 years, and Dr. Minde is here, he was my lecturer at some point, we never really engaged in intellectual debates, And I think that, to some extent, has contributed to the level of apathy, if I may say so, and lack of a wider understanding about particular issues, especially among in the areas that you are trying to push or agitate for change, you know. So that's just what I'm thinking. I think we really need to, especially the members of the staff who are sitting in universities and occupying high places, I really believe that they need to be intentional about creating spaces for dialogue. And as I just come to a conclusion, Eunice, I'm also driven largely by the words of the first president of the Czech Republic. He said before change happens, it needs to begin with an exchange of ideas. And that's what I really do believe is going to go a long way. That's just for the university staff. Again, I feel for students, because we've always had the discussion, if you do not have a seat at the table, what do? You know, you create, even create your own table, you know. I think sometimes we need to create our own table. In this regard, I feel like we really need to be intentional ourselves, have the drive to create such spaces for ourselves, to just have, you know, discourse and dialogue about pressing key issues. Get to hear my opinion, you get to hear your opinion, and I know it will really go a long way in, you know, in impacting young people and shaping how they view things, and in that regard also equipping them with knowledge. So I think for me, I just weigh in on those two particular things.
Thank you, Jeremy. Because of time, for the interest of time, I'm just going to throw in questions as we wrap up. But this is also a moment of reflection, and I welcome your contribution after this, and as well as Q&A. So these are just follow-up questions as we wrap up this panel discussion. So this is for you, Mbugua. You mentioned about digital tools and public diplomacy. Perhaps you can tell us in a nutshell how these tools can be scaled up in good youth-led initiatives, and what are some of the practical ways COMESA can weave these innovations into its diplomatic work?
Thank you. So I think digital tools, you know, are increasingly creating a level playing field. And I think increasingly now we are seeing the democratization of some of these processes, even when we're thinking about diplomacy. I think diplomacy is now no longer the preserve of the state alone. We have so many actors, including even individuals who have a huge following online, and they're able to shape debate and opinion, even with regards to the way we view conflicts, the way we view democracy. And we're also seeing even the rise of violent non-state actors that are able to really exploit some of these tools to advance their negative interests. And I think this is a very important time for us to reflect, and it is an open invitation for us to act and act decisively. But even as we think about the fact that, you know, digital tools are a force multiplier, we must also not run away from the fact that access to digital tools is also a problem within Africa. When we're talking about access to the internet, access to electricity, and so we must really work on enhancing some of these things. We must work on building the digital infrastructure. And I think this is a call to our member states and even to institutions like COMESA. And I think we can really leverage on private-public partnerships, which can be really effective. Because right now, we talk about skilling for the future, but the truth is that the global economy is changing. And if we want to be really competitive, these are things that we really need to look at. For instance, how many countries have an AI strategy right now? Probably a few countries, and this is a conversation that we're having. How is it going to change the labor market? Is it going to provide an opportunity for Africa to leapfrog, as many people say, or is it just going to create another opportunity or create another vacuum? And now we're talking about the widening inequality gap. So I think we really need to think about that, and we can leverage on these public-private partnerships, even in terms of retooling and even changing the education system. Is the education system really responsive to the global market? And this is a time when I get a degree here in Kenya, I'm not only competing with people in Kenya, I'm essentially competing with people from around the world. So we really need to think about that. And then secondly and lastly, I think there's a lot of untapped potential in terms of how we're using these digital tools. I think you know, organizations like the African Union really need to leverage on how we're using them, not only to communicate policy, but to also invite young people to be co-creators in some of these processes. And I think once we start doing that, then we are building a larger and more inclusive table. And essentially, young people are also need to be proactive. We don't just have to sit around and wait to be invited. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy, for touching on that. Jacob, just to build on what Judy is talking about partnerships, what role can partnerships play in making these policies stick? For instance, when we talk about civil society groups and young entrepreneurs, how then do they team up with governments to boost youth participation? Jacob, can you hear me?
Can you see me?
Yes.
Great. Please repeat the question so I can make sure I've got it right.
Right, no problem. I was saying, Judy has talked about partnerships, and perhaps you can build more on partnerships, on highlighting what role partnerships play in making these policies stick. And I'm just thinking of civil society groups and young entrepreneurs. How then do these two or other partnerships team up with governments to boost youth participation?
Thank you. So I think we're looking at two strands here. The first strand is young people in politics. The second strand is young people in business. And I think for the other part of the young people in politics, I've made good mention in my first speech about the value of partnering to make things work. Because words on paper do not translate on rubber on the road. And for me, that's the gist of the matter. What we are talking about in these beautiful conferences, when do we get those things out in the people? And it's about who is already grounded, and grounding means talking about community-based organizations of young people. Grounding means talking about expert opinions that are from the experts in civil society who plow their trade there, or expanding our read-through press conferences, and a journalist who can be able to take that matter on the news. So we're talking about partnership with media, we're talking about partnerships with experts to ground these issues, people that the community already has trust in to speak about these things. If I'm going to always use the examples in Kenya because I think it's closer to home. If you are intent on making something trend in Kenya, let Uhuru Kenyatta say it. It doesn't matter what topic it is, because he speaks once every 3 months or every 4 months now. Everyone's going to have the attention of the matter. If you want something not to trend in Kenya, let someone that's always talking talk about it. So such partnerships are strategic in terms of the role people play in community is very important. And we like to say they're kind of like 90-degree people in our communities. You have these people we call experts who know very much about one thing, and about everything else they know almost nothing. Then you have these people called journalists who know very much about everything, but about one particular thing they know nothing in deep detail. So young people are always along that diagonal, where you need the journalists who know a bit about everything, but don't know anything specific in its detail, and these experts who know nothing about everything except this one thing where they know almost everything about it. Young people just need to always find partnership with the two sides. One for the noise of it with the journalists, the other for the depth of it to make sense in these policy rooms or in government conversations, so that we don't look like we are regurgitating the same arguments. And I'm glad that my brother David has spoken about it. We can't keep singing the same song. Eventually, we will get out of the club if the DJ is playing the same song all night. So what we really need is to see how this song can be transformed. The beat can be the same, but the words need to be different. The delivery needs to be different, and that comes in the form of partnerships. But the other thing that's important is for the entrepreneurs. And I think for the entrepreneurs, partnerships means much more than just looking good and taking photos with big CEOs. For young entrepreneurs, partnership means fixing the strategic bottlenecks that they're facing. If you're talking about how they're accessing capital, government needs to be a partner to young entrepreneurs to ensure that whether they are in fintech innovation or they are in farming, to try and entice themselves with getting out of employment in the biggest employer, but in a sense that gets them the money that they need to live in Nairobi, government needs to come through. Whether it is in fixing the cost of fertilizer after the fertilizer crisis of 2023, or it is in fixing how easily they can access money without having to pay the loan rate a central bank gives. That's where partnership with government becomes necessary for sustainable growth by young people, sustainable innovation, and for accountability on the part of whether we are on our own or our governments are about us. The final thing I want to bring is, for me, how this all looks like some sort of formula that should be clear for everyone. Number one, government is a custodian of policy, and we all need to agree to that and look at it in that sense, that any policy that comes, government must see it through. If we argue policies need to give subsidies for young people's businesses, government must be serious about that. That's what they bring to the partnership table. Number two, we are talking about civil society bringing trust. And if you're talking about civil society bringing trust, civil society, I like to look at it as this collective of what we have agreed on as a people. That if you want to feel what the Kenyan society is saying, bring civil society in the room and they'll show you what Kenyan society is feeling. Because they are just a replica. They're like a mirror image of the public sentiment. And for me, getting that behind you is getting the people's trust, getting the nuances that community necessitates. Now, when you have those two, policy and civil society supporting the environment, then young people who are entrepreneurs will bring the necessary knowledge, the necessary zeal, and the necessary tool. And when these all work together, you are beginning to work out something that's expedient in terms of business for young people. So when you're talking about the African continental free trade area, it's going to need all those actors. They must be having good PR from civil society, they must be having concrete policy, and there must be entrepreneurs willing to take it up. Aside from that, partnership is not sufficient if it's just something we are casually talking about.
Thank you, Jacob. Sorry to cut you short, but that was the end.
Thank you.
For the interest of time, this is a very interesting conversation, and we can go in and on issues that surround youth. We cannot exhaust them in one sitting. So I'd like to give this opportunity to you, our lovely audience, to contribute to this meaningful conversation. My team, protocol, please let's have a moving mic. The hands are many. Please take the shortest time as possible. Let's start with Esther.
Good afternoon. My name is Esther.
Please start with your name and where you come from. Briefly introduce yourself and then contribute or ask your question. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Esther Mbabu, and University of Nairobi in Communication and Center of American Studies. So my question is, we've talked about opportunities that we are given as young people, especially in internships, think tanks, fellowship. So how can we create a sustainable talent pipeline that helps youth transition from temporary opportunities into long-lasting opportunities, especially in global affairs, diplomats, because most of these opportunities that we are given is either 6 months to 1 year. So how do we incorporate that after those 6 months or after that 1 year, what's next? So what happens? Because most of the time, we go under that 1 year, then after that, then you are back to unemployment or under no any other sustainable maybe talent.
Thank you. That's a very good question. Let's have another one. Yes. And then we'll come to you, Neema.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brenda. I'm an intern at CAS, and my question is going to be very, very light, nothing ambiguous. So my question, I would like to direct it to three people. One question I would like to ask Jeremy, And another one I would like Mr. Jacob Eyeru and Mr. Emolot Alan. So the question to Jeremy is, if global leadership was a relay race, what baton should today's leaders hand over to the youth, and what should they not pass to us or the youth? And then the second question is to Mr. Emilot and Jacob. And so here I'm wondering, from your presentation, and I was really amazed with the answers that you're giving. So in diplomacy, we can all agree that elders bring wisdom and history, but youth also bring innovation and urgency. So what one way could these two people dance together without stepping on each other's toes in diplomacy? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll pick just one last question and probably a contribution, and then we wrap up. Neema?
Good afternoon. My name is Neema Mundia from the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. And just to echo what Jeremy has said on where is a problem when it comes to universities, I personally have learned that probably it's the lecturers, to be honest, because any university student youth have ideas. I personally have very many ideas. But sometimes I feel like the lecturers nowadays, especially nowadays, they're not passionate enough to help us actualize these ideas. Any university student can tell you that research project was the worst phase of their lives. Is it because they were scared to read? No, it's because it's hard to deal with lecturers nowadays. So the question is, so how do we sort this? Do we have research institutions outside universities who can, the people who are actually committed to teach us research? Because I see one of my former lecturers, I'm not saying he was one of them, Dr. Minde, being in ISS. So maybe should we have training in ISS institutions and such? Because some of us are really passionate about research. Also, I think I would wish to disagree with Dr. Eyeru on regarding journalists not knowing much. I feel like journalists know a lot because they are the bridge between the people, the government. They actually air out voices of the people. They have exposure to so many places, to so many voices. They can tell you so much that is beyond books. So, yeah, that's my...
Yes, Ambassador Mohammed Kedar. Let me have a mic here in front.
Very quickly, I have some very quick tips. I'm not asking a question. I'm not providing a detailed comment or anything. I enjoyed the discussion. I enjoyed listening to you. But just before you answer the questions, I hope you keep track of those questions. Very quickly, and in order for you to have the floor and then close this, bring this to a close. Well, hearing about youth fatigue. I'm very sad to hear about youth fatigue. You can speak a lot of fatigues, donors fatigue, peace and security fatigue, but not youth fatigue, for God's sake. You cannot speak youth fatigue. Well, maybe it's fatigue, maybe this is not the right way of putting it. Maybe it's fatigue in terms of disappointment, but in terms of energy, I don't think it should be there. I don't think it should be there. When I don't know if I'm considered youth or not, but I really don't know. But well, it's still in your heart in the end. But when I was in university, I was everywhere. I was doing everything. So speaking about hopping from climate change to gender, to youth, you're entitled to do that. Do everything you can, because you need to explore your potential. I encourage my kids to play as many sports as possible. And then in the end, narrow this down to 1 or 2 sports, because as you grow older, you will not have all the time to play all those sports. Then I want to also tell you that perhaps this talk about disappointment or fatigue is related to a global dynamic that was not highlighted here. Whether we like it or not, there is a retreat of democracy globally. Democracy is on retreat globally. Now the established governance regime that is based on stability, development, and less space for freedoms is winning. And those who are beacons of democracy are defeating democracy itself and negating the whole notion of human rights or democracy. And like like even at the helm of the Western civilization, it's really very disappointing. Maybe you should also look around. This is what I'm trying to say. We should look beyond the continent, at the global level. There is a lot of changes in dynamics. Now, speaking about election commissions and being gray, well, I think being gray is good. You need to have some gray, because you need to have some wisdom, please. Well, it doesn't mean that youth should not be there. They should be there, but you need more gray than youth. Let's be honest. They have gone through a lot in their lives. They have come to this stage because they have a wealth of experience behind them. You need to listen to them. So it doesn't mean that youth does not participate. It does. They should participate. But we should give enough space for those wise people, and we should listen to them. And we should listen to them, especially when it comes to violence, protests. We should not get into violence. We should not be used. We should not be utilized. We should not be tools. You should be yourselves. Lastly, social media and the fever about social media and TikTok. I can see it even here. I have very little time for social media, but my advice to you is read. Please read. Read books. Do not rely on social media as a source of information. Read books, and read books critically. Do not believe everything you read. Thank you.
I'm afraid that is what we can take for now because of time. So I'll give our panelists time. Please take the shortest time possible. A minute would be enough to wrap up. Thank you. Jeremy, yes, go ahead.
Thanks. Eunice, I think I'll begin by responding to Esther's question because I feel like it was directed to me as well. And I know you asked about, I didn't really write it down, but I just wrote the response at that particular time. But then this is what I can say. I think so many people graduate within a span of 1 year, and so many people need spaces to be in think tanks. So many people need spaces to be in different platforms, for them to get the exposure. So this would be my advice, or rather my recommendation, that once we get the opportunity, we really need to make the most out of it. Is it in a think tank? Is it in MFA? Is it in an NGO? Any slight opportunity we get, I believe we really need to make the most of it. And we really need to network, and I think it would really go a long way. And just to respond to Brenda's question as well, and Brenda was asking in a global, in the whole global governance system and talking about politics and diplomacy, if there's one thing that we should not pick from our predecessors, if I got you right, what should it be? We were laughing with Wamboi because we feel like it should be gatekeeping. That is one thing we are not supposed to pick from the guys who are over us. When we went for the, at some point you're having a conversation with some practitioners and people have occupied positions for so long. Is it wrong? Not really. I won't really say it's outrightly that wrong. But then I feel like we really need to also create spaces as well. And finally, because I know Eunice is not going to give me the microphone again, so I'll just make one concluding remark, because I feel like it's important to do this. I believe for youth to be represented adequately, we really need a functional structure that represents the voices of the youth to the executive or wherever their voices need to be heard, especially if you're living in a country that has a very large youth demographic. I feel like we really need to listen to them. That's just what I think. That is number one. Number two, I'm saying this because we've been in spaces with young people where so many people are complaining about the National Youth Council. And it's interesting that right now the National Youth Council, we're having a conversation with someone who works there, and he was just telling us that they just have enough to pay salaries. Why is it even existent in the first place if they only have the capacity to pay salaries, but they do not have the capacity to go out there, reach out to people and, have all these structures? That's just one. Number two, if the government is not really intentional with creating functional structures that can, make the voices of young people heard. Once again, I go back to what I said earlier. I feel like we really need to be intentional with creating spaces for ourselves and not waiting for the government to create spaces for us. Sometimes when people who are in high places, young people, they will be intentional. And this is just my last example, Eunice. I think it is in 2016, if I'm correct, maybe we'll all confirm. But UAE went on record for appointing one of the youngest ministers in the world. I don't know if anyone beat that record. And can you guys guess how old she was? 22 years. She was a lady, to be precise. I think her name was Shama. We can look that up at some point. And she was appointed to be a Minister of State for Youth Affairs. And it's just interesting that I looked at her track record and it was perfect. She created spaces for young people to engage with themselves and to engage with those who are above them. So I feel like if the government is not really in a position or intentional in that regard to create spaces for young people, I feel like we really need to start creating those spaces and stop lamenting every time, because I believe that there's something we can do. And my final remark, Eunice, would be, I feel like young people as well, the youth panel should be given more time as the first step of mainstreaming youth into,
Yes, thank you, Jeremy. We can always further this conversation virtually. Wambui, just take a minute, please be precise and very brief.
Thank you, Eunice. I'll take a minute. And I think I'd like to respond to Brenda's question as well. I feel like with diplomacy and foreign policy, it has been an issue for the elite in the past. Most people in these spaces do not recognize that we have communities and youth in rural areas who are just as much affected by foreign policy conversations and decisions that are made without them. The only times that we see people in rural youth and communities get involved is maybe when you're speaking on cultural heritage or environmental conservation. How about we take the foreign initiatives to them? MFA has a program on foreign policy mashinani. Maybe instead of MFA themselves going to the communities and teaching them about this is foreign policy, these are the policies that we want to push forward, this is how they affect you. How about they take maybe people from the communities themselves, including young people, because they have access to internet, they are able to push this message forward. Take these people, teach them on these policies so that themselves in their local communities, they're able to teach other people, the older generation, and everyone else in the rural community on how to engage with their leaders on foreign policy issues. That is all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Our brothers online, Alan, please be really quick because we are eating time for the second panel discussion.
I'm going to try to be as quick as possible, but I will just try with a comment of one colleague blaming a lecturer. My lecturer is present there, Professor Apuli, so I am not going to blame my lecturer because he's doing a good job. But just a quick one on the on the issue around young people and our leaders. Often it comes out like we are fighting our parents and our godfathers and fathers, but no, that is actually not it. What the African Union has done, the African Union has a very good framework, what we call the intergenerational core leadership, which is mainly encouraging the youth to work with our leaders in government who are not, of course, in the youth age bracket. And I think that's what really we are encouraging, because youth cannot work as an island. We need this experience. We need the leadership of our parents to then be able to lead us the right direction. Yes, we might have the energy. Yes, we might have all that is required now to fit within the 21st century demands. But we need the grit of our older generation to guide us in the process. And also, this is a plea to our fathers. When we come out to the street to demand, we are not fighting you. I always love saying that rather, if you give us space, we are ensuring your retirement. You will be able to go back home in peace, knowing there will be no mandamano because the youth are at the driving seat, and you will be able to guide them. You will have a very blissful retirement. But the more you fear the young people, the more you will have sleepless nights. So the easiest thing to do is just mentor us. Let us take the lead and you guide us. Show us the way and let us take the lead. You will have very peaceful nights. And maybe as I conclude, just to reply to our ambassador, and I agree with ambassador, that young people should look for opportunities and they should be open to checking on opportunities. But our issue here, our argument here is, this is what has kept young people from leadership. We see the idea of encouraging youth to be everywhere and anywhere is what is delaying youth from taking the lead to champion Africa's development. Because you waste a young graduate, if you have a bachelor's degree, why are you moonlighting on every other thing? Specialize. But when you're in the teenagers, we definitely encourage you to explore your interests. You are in the exploring stages of your life. Between 11, 12 to 20 years, you should explore. But the moment you have a bachelor's degree, what are you doing around moonlighting on every other thing? And we want to get out of that cycle of poverty, that cycle of unproductivity, because the more you keep running around, the more you're wasting the time. And you wake up when you're 35 years to cause impact. And yet in other nations, especially in the global north, you see the young people are specializing at a very young age. And that's why you see they are ahead. So when you have a bachelor's degree...
Alan, please wrap this up. We are running out of time.
Yes. Let me just wrap up now. And I'm not saying I'm against the ambassador, but there should be an age limit to moonlighting, and so that we let young people take the efforts of nation building in the process. So lastly, as I conclude, it will just be to say thank you so much for the organizers, for hosting us, and the goal is to see we carry up these discussions. And of course, as my brother Jacob said, we encourage partnerships and we are open to partnering as far and wide as we can to see that we increase the number of youth in the diplomatic space. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much. That is all the time we had for today. It's been an honor and pleasure to moderate and just listen in. So as we take our picture, I welcome the MC, you are there. Thank you very much. Let's have this conversation in the sidelines.
All right. Thank you guys. Put your hands together for your colleagues. Do we agree that next year we have 4 days, a whole day for these guys? Yeah, because no, we cannot deal like that. 3:45 is 4, now 4 is 4 too. Some visitors are asking what is maandamano? Demonstrations, because they assumed all of us understand the Swahili word maandamano, demonstrations. Now, this is what we do. She's head of protocol. They decided to talk rather than pick the bags. She'll get the bags. Yeah, one of the guys, Elijah, is getting and photos will be taken. Good job, people. Put your hands together for them. Leaders of tomorrow. Now we have coffee outside here. Do not... I'd like them to pick coffee and come with your coffee here. So we wind up. That's better? Yes. You've networked enough. Take your coffee bite here. We want to be here, out of here by 5:30 latest. You know how crazy the traffic jam gets in this country? And you're in Westlands, and you live in Githurai and Rongai. Do you know how bad that is going to be? I'm kidding. Let's grab coffee, or let's have an agreement. Do we still have lunch intact? Can we wrap up with coffee? Should the next panel start? Yes. Those in agreement? Yes. Say aye. Sitteth. Tell Dr. Mwencha we're on. The rest can join, and we wrap up. Coffee on our way home. Hello. Hi, guys. Where is everyone else? I think we agreed, eh? Miss Nimo Jide. Come, my dear. Aparupa Chakravarti. Thank you. Nicodemus Minde. Awesome. Dr. Abdullah Babood. Is Abdullah here? I'll check the other room, but the rest of the guys are here. Give me two. Let me look for Dr. Abdullah, and then we will start. The rest can join us. No. Yes, we've had that argument, yes. I was just checking if everyone is here. Okay.
No. He's a regional expert on peace building. And
Are you the moderator?
No, you introduce him.
No, I introduce you. You introduce him.
Oh, is it? But he's the moderator.
He's the moderator.
Yeah.
Okay.
Johan is
No
the
problem.
moderator, so you can
No problem.
So my question is,
Yes.
how many people are sitting on stage? The mic is on.
So, I'm going to introduce you. Then you can a little bit of action. Because we didn't have enough time for some. All right, guys, let's settle in. Kindly. We'll have this banner here until Friday evening. Yeah. Oh, it's about today's outfit. Ah. Okay. I see. This was day one. So those are the tags, eh? Hello? Are we ready? Hi. Sorry. Okay. We're about to begin our session 5 and our last session of the day. And this session is going to be moderated by Dr. Johan Svensson. I hope I pronounced your names correct. He's a strategic advisor, Acacia Dialogue Center, Kenya. Put your hands together as he welcomes his panelists. Yeah, I thought you guys said you're full from lunch. Good. Now coffee when we're done. Welcome. Is your mic on?
Excellent. Do you hear me? Very good. Good afternoon, everyone. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a bit of a challenge to have the last panel in the afternoon, but we hope that it will be an interesting challenge. This is the 5th session of the day, and I think we have a timely and interesting theme to present. Navigating, maybe I should say who I am. Sorry, I didn't say that. My name is Johan Svensson. diplomacy with Middle East, benefits, challenges, and long-term implications. We have heard about a rapid changing world and evolving global order, which present challenges for East African countries and their economic diplomacy and foreign relations. When old partners are changing their focus and attention, and new actors are entering the field, each coming with their own interests and needs. So the process of adopting and realigning proactively one's international relations and economic diplomacy to a world order in transition demands careful analysis of the potential new frontiers, of the potential that new frontiers bring, and the actors, the potential benefits, challenges, risk possible, and implication for the future on a wider perspective. It also requires an analysis of your own strengths, comparative advantage, and also your weaknesses. A well-known Kenyan politician, you all know him, he used to talk about politics in football terms. So when you're playing the usual team in the usual league, you know the players, you know the teams, their weaknesses, even their tricks. And you, of course, also know your own strength. But when you enter in playing with new teams, maybe even in the new league, you need to do a careful analysis of your own strengths and weaknesses, of the other team's strengths and weaknesses, and to come up with new strategies to tailor and meet the needs of that match. I think it's also important to then analyze your own strengths, weaknesses, and see how you can best leverage them in the new game. This session's topic relates to new frontiers in the Middle East. We are looking forward to the presentation and panelist reflection on how East African nations are and could be deploying economic diplomacy and engaging Middle East partners, considering benefits, potential risks, long-term implications, and to develop policies and strategies to move forward. Let me, without those words, introduce the presentation, the presenter rather. We will have a presentation first, then we'll bring up the rest of the panel. So our presenter and panelist is Nimo Jirde. Welcome. Nimo, she is the director of the Home Institute, which is Horn of Africa Middle East Institute. Through Home, Nimo has created a credible and inclusive platform for knowledge exchange, dialogue, and collaborative action amongst thought leaders and civil society, academia, and policymakers. She's also the CEO and co-founder of Acacia Dialogue Center, and she has a long experience, 15 years of experience in governance issues and development in Africa. She's also now doing her PhD in the USIU, and she has previously worked for the Swiss government and Oxfam International. Please welcome Nimo.
Thank you so much, colleague Johan Spencer. Do we have my PowerPoint slides to? Is it on? Great, thank you so much. So this will be quick. The presentation basically aims to set a scene before the panel and to basically talk about a very important topic that we're all tackling, is the current interactions and dynamics within the Middle East, but also what it means to East Africa. So my paper, which is contributing to this conference, is named Navigating New Frontiers, and basically looking at East Africa's economic diplomacy with the Middle East, looking at the benefits, challenges, but as well as the long-term implications. Next. Some of the key objectives we're trying to aim in here is basically to ensure that this analysis looks at the ongoing dynamics, both between these two regions. I call them actually the new corridors of power, and I'll tell you why. And in this presentation, but also further elaborated during the panel. The paper also tries to clarify the distinct benefits and challenges of this interaction between these powerful regions. The result is to contribute to a richer speech on international relations, which is why we're here today, but also to shape our own foreign policy. The more informed you are, the more powerful you are. So in the hope that our economic strategies and negotiations with the Middle East is more informed and productive, but also able to position us in a more powerful arena. Next. We wonder why. Why is it important that we understand the dynamics between these two regions that I call the new powers of the region? Yeah? It is important because collectively, and first of all, they conquer a 5 million population. You're talking about 5 million, over 5 million consumers. But most of all, a lot of people also tend to appreciate the fact that both regions share a very strategic location. This is what we call one of the most powerful waters. The Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden are considered to be one of the most important trading routes. Third, there's a tremendous growth on energy, food security, digital, and logistics, which the two regions conquer. Third, there is a potential for economic growth collectively, but also through a better integration. So this is why it matters. It matters to have a better interaction. It matters to understand what are those synergies that actually lead for further opportunities between the two regions. Next. I won't go depth into it, but a little bit of a dynamics. Through our research, we have come to know that the economic diplomacy between the Middle East and East Africa is indeed evolving. It's getting better, faster, but also driven in because of an increased investment in trade and infrastructure, as well as what we call a geopolitical interest. This partnership offers a significant economic opportunities for both regions. We believe that East Africa, coupled with its Middle Eastern capital, but also the technological and expertise provided by the Middle East, creates a stronger foundation for a more prosperous collaboration. We also have come to know in our research that the African Continental Free Trade Area has also attracted further interest on trade and investment in East Africa. Of course, there are possible challenges in every scenario, which we need to keep in mind. It is about potential power imbalances. It is about existing political and geopolitical challenges. But also, these are some of the things we all consider to be important to manage. Next. So if we are to look at it from a nutshell, what are the geopolitical and economic motivations? There are three key geopolitical and economic motivations that shape the relationship between East Africa and the Middle East. And they can be summed up into the following three. Energy and resource scarcity. Both of them are tackling on a likelihood of oil, gas, and many of the important elements that come from the Middle East to be diminishing. So they both have to figure out what is the way out. Third, both regions are very much invested on trade, but as well as a strategic maritime routes. Why? They both share the Indian Ocean, they share the Red Sea, and which other waters do they share? Which other water do they share? Come on. which are the water connections between East Africa and the Middle East? Anyone? The Nile is a good one, yes. The Red Sea, correct. Another one? The Gulf of Aden, isn't it? Good. Next. So this is a map showing basically the Gulf states' actors' engagement in East Africa. I'm not sure you're able to see down here, but one of the key sectors includes infrastructure, financial, energy, mining, ports, agriculture, and security. So these are the key sectors that bring the two regions together, but in particular, the Gulf states seem to have a huge investment in the following sectors. You can see in each of the East African countries, each of those sectors are dominated by a certain country. So that is a little bit of a snapshot on what is going on when it comes to the Gulf and actors' engagement in East Africa. This is a snapshot of the ongoing investment interest. Next. In terms of numbers. Next slide, sir. Are you getting stuck? Let's go. So the next slide is supposed to show an infographic of GCC investments in East Africa. Do we all know what the GCC stands for? I'm trying to engage you so it's after lunch and we all have to be hyper about it. Anyone? What does GCC stands for? Yes, sir. Thank you. Did you hear that? Gulf Cooperation Council, very important. It consists of the Gulf countries that consist of, say with me, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait. Okay? Great. So this infographic basically shows that the total GCC investment to East Africa for the past few years totals to $73 billion US. In the entire Africa, it's 100 billion. So what does that say? That East Africa dominates the interest of GCC, isn't it? 73 out of the 100 billion investment goes to East Africa. Far majority of that, in particular 47%, or 47.7 billion comes from UAE. The rest comes from Saudi Arabia, Oman, Kuwait, as well as Bahrain. This graph basically shows us the scale as well as the focus of the GCC investment broadly in East Africa. Next. We cannot overemphasize that we also have a historical bond between the Middle East and the Horn of Africa, the Swahili coast, the Swahili and Bariani or Bilao, all these things are historical and disputed bond that continues to also be an interest in shaping future interactions. Next. So I will also sum up a little bit so that we move faster. The strategic benefits to East Africa can also be summed up in the following three. When it comes to East Africa's interest, they can be summed up into the following three. One, economic diversification and investment flows is a great interest for East Africa. Secondly, East Africa is very much interested on access to global trade networks through, as well as in collaboration with the Middle East. But they're also very much interested on labor mobility. Having labor and remittances coming back home is an important area for East Africa. Next. The strategic benefits. What does the Middle East want from East Africa? We sum it up into the following category. Food security. They are not able to farm their own farms because it's a desert, so they're looking at East Africa as the breeding ground for food security. But they're also considering the waters and also the maritime trade corridors of East Africa to be a strategic, geostrategic maritime influence. Expanding markets and investment opportunities are also some of the other areas they're very much interested. I'll go ahead. Let's move to possible considerations. Next slide, and then the one after it. We already mentioned. Next. And then next. Yes. So we will further elaborate because they are experts bigger than me in the panel. But we are basically, in my research, we looked at what are the possible considerations for a more flourishing relationship between the Middle East and the Horn of Africa. One, from an East African perspective, we are strongly advocating that to strengthen negotiation capacity from East Africa, to improve regulatory frameworks, to ensure inclusivity and citizen-driven development. But most of all, it is important to carefully manage risks, existing geopolitical dynamics, competition, as well as security dynamics that currently are ongoing in the Middle East. For the Middle East partners, it's fundamental that they promote ethical practices in their investment. There it's important to respect the laws and rules of those countries, but also promote partnerships on mutual respect and benefit. Ensure fair, inclusive, and sustainable development for both regions. Lastly, we cannot overemphasize the importance of regional bodies. Thank you.
Thank you, Nimo, for that excellent and thought-provoking, I would say, presentation. Now, let me introduce the other panelists. First, Aparupa, I'll see if I can pronounce your name. Chakravarti, is that correct? Welcome. And Dr. Nicodemus Minde, welcome. And online, we are supposed to have, and I hope he is there, Dr. Abdullah Baboud. Let me start a small, short presentation of the panelists. Mrs. Arupa Chakravarti. She is a seasoned strategist operating at the intersection of government, private sector, social impact, and geopolitics. She has 15 years working with top leadership on boards internationally, multinational business, multilateral institutions, government, NGOs, university, but also SMEs and startup across 15 emerging markets in Africa and the Gulf. She is also the co-chair of Brown University Women's Network, and she holds a master in social science from the University of Chicago. And Dr. Nicodemus Minde, many of you may know him. He is a researcher and academic specialized in peace, security, and governance and international relations in East Africa. He is with the ISS, the East Africa Peace and Security and Governance Program at the ISS, Institute for Security Studies, here in Nairobi. He's also a lecturer at the USIU, United States University in Nairobi here, and he holds a PhD also from USIU. Dr. Abdullah Baboud, joining us online from Oman. He's an Omani scholar that has taught at different universities and institutions in Europe, Asia, and the Gulf. He has been a visiting professor at the Middle Institute, National University of Singapore, also Hamad bin Khalifa University in Qatar. He held the position as the Gulf Studies Center at Qatar University and was a director of the Gulf Research Center at the University of Cambridge in UK. His area of focus is on the states of the Gulf Cooperation Council, the GCC, economic, social, and political developments, and their external relations. He currently holds the co-chair of the State of Qatar for Islamic Studies, and is a visiting professor at the Faculty of International Research and Education at Waseda University in Tokyo, Japan. Enough with the introductions. I would like to cluster the... I will sit there as well. Then I will take a mic. Let me see. Is it on? Yes, good. So I would like to structure this panel around 3 areas. The strategic opportunities that it means to engage with the Middle East countries for East Africa, and the risk and the challenges that it could pose, but also the path forward. So I think, and then of course I would like us and the panelists to be conscious of time so that we also can manage to have some questions and answers from the plenary. So let me start with Dr. Minde and ask you what unique comparative advantages can East Africa and the Middle East each bring to these partnerships?
So thank you very much, and I'm happy to be in this panel. One of the things that, there's a theory that I really like, it's called the performance theory, yeah? And performativity is also sometimes people perform different roles at different opportunities. So academics perform being academics at such forums where they pretend to, to say there's something that they know. And I'm here to just do exactly that. And that's why you find we read long profiles of each of us participating here. Of course, my colleague Nimo has given a very excellent background as to what the Middle East and East Africa strategic engagement, what she calls new frontiers. And of course, in the morning we went through what we call the, the unique global transformations. And we're living in an era where there are new, emerging thematic areas. And Nemo also talks about these new frontiers, new corridors of power. And I think for me, the question on what is the unique strategic entry between the 2 regions, I think is how East Africa can actually leverage on these new power dynamics and away from the traditional conceptual West, which have occasioned Africa relations over the years. I think this is a good opportunity. Of course, it comes with a bit of caution, as I'm going to speak about it later, but I think it is a good opportunity for East Africa in particular to really engage, and you can see from the numbers that Nimo has given. So it actually is a good entry point in terms of economics, logistics, amongst other interest areas such as agriculture, resources, and the like.
Thank you, Dr. Minde. I think that's an excellent answer, how East Africa can leverage its in this relationship. Let me turn to Arupa. Aparupa. Sorry, I have difficulty with the names. And let me ask you, in which sectors, for example, energy, food security, infrastructure, logistics, you can see the most transformative opportunities emerging?
Just checking to see if it's on. Yes. First of all, it's absolutely wonderful to be here today. And I know it's late in the day and people are sleepy post-lunch, so I really appreciate that it's a full room. That's wonderful. The progression of innovation in our modern times can be demarcated in a series of waves, starting all the way from the 1800s when we had mechanization, to steam power, to electricity, to hydrocarbons, to information technology. Obviously, I'm oversimplifying quite a bit, but we are squarely in the 6th wave of innovation, which is the age of renewable energy and resource efficiency. And I think it would behoove us all to consider both existing and emerging sectors and value chains through that lens, from a multitude of different angles. China is pretty much unequivocally leading the charge in terms of this new age. Chinese green technology manufacturers are essentially reshaping the entire global clean tech landscape. Since 2022, which was not that long ago, Chinese green tech investments overseas have surpassed $220 billion. That is a vast sum of money. It's in an array of sectors, everything from new energy vehicles to batteries, solar, wind, green hydrogen, you name it, spanning 54 countries across all the major regions of the world. To put this in context, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the American Marshall Plan, but when the American Marshall Plan was put into effect, and at that time, American manufacturing firms had a comparable dominance in key value chains across the world. Over 4 years, they spent the equivalent of $200 billion. So China has already exceeded that. There's a very interesting database, which I encourage you guys to look up. It's an FDI database that was recently launched, mapping low carbon energy investments by the Chinese. And it maps, so far, it's cataloged 461 green tech manufacturing projects announced between 2011 and the first half of 2025. 75% of all of those mapped projects are in the global south and emerging markets. 75%. Actually, it might even be more, which is enormous. So the implications, to go back to the question that you're saying, as far as I see it, for African countries and the Middle Eastern counterparts are twofold. On the one hand, we're seeing, from a global political economy standpoint, we're seeing two competing energy-based vectors of influence that are now in play. One is, of course, the one that centers hydrocarbons and fossil fuels, and the other one is the one that centers green energies and clean technologies. And I think it's imperative for African countries and their international partners, especially in places such as the Middle East and the Gulf in particular, to take a proactive approach in determining what that international order around sustainable development and governance needs to look like. Otherwise, we run the risk of being caught in another Cold War-esque tug of war between the old guard, where you have your hydrocarbons, and the new guard, where you have your clean tech. And nobody wants another Cold War repetition. The second big implication is, as we're kind of figuring out this sort of big picture geopolitical, economic diplomacy and governance play, we need to supplement that with tangible green industrial cooperation across trade, finance, technology, you name it. And just as I wrap this up, I think the DRC presents a very, very interesting case in point in terms of the importance of strategic positioning in these value chains. So the DRC, very recently, the government has decided to introduce export quotas for cobalt. For good reason, right? There's been massive overproduction, prices have plummeted, they're not getting the kinds of benefits that they should as the economy. And so they're trying to get this all under control by introducing export quotas, which is fine in principle, but on the flip side, they run the risk of pushing away manufacturers into electric vehicle batteries, which don't require cobalt. So we're at a point where we really need to be thinking 2-3 steps ahead to keep up with these dynamics.
Thank you very much, Aparupa. I think that's an excellent suggestion, and giving the importance of the green technology and industrialization in order to avoid falling into the trap of the dependency on the carbon dependency all the time. I have a question now for Dr. Babut. I hope you are with us. Dr. Babut, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Excellent, we hear you very well. My question to you is, in what ways can East African states safeguard their sovereignty while engaging in large-scale projects with the Middle East? Over to you.
Thank you, sir. And good evening, good afternoon to you, and greetings from Muscat, from Oman. where I'm currently here. Sorry I can't be with you, but thank you for the kind invitation. It's a real pleasure to be with this distinguished panel. First of all, I think what my colleagues have already mentioned, we are living in a world that's going through a huge transition. We are seeing that, you know, the unipolar system is already changing. We are going for a multipolar world. We are also seeing that the technology change, and especially when it comes to energy, we are seeing a huge transition away from the traditional fossil fuel and hydrocarbon to cleaner energy. And we are seeing that colonial powers are, especially European, US, colonial power is actually also changing. And we in the South are rediscovering ourselves. So we're talking about South-to-South relations. I think my colleagues and Nemo had particularly mentioned why the Gulf states are interested in Africa. Obviously, there are historical reasons, there are cultural reasons, but there are pressing economic reasons. Of course, one of them is agriculture, but also investment and critical minerals that the continent is rich with. But also, they are looking for some kind of influence in this growing region that is going to, for all intents and purposes, going to be one of the most important and interesting areas in the world in terms of economic development, given its young population, given its resources, and given, of course, the changes that are taking place. Now, to go to your question, the Gulf states are actually plagued with many conflicts internally, Middle Eastern states in particular, but the Gulf states as well. As you know, there are a lot of conflicts. There is competition between them, despite the fact they are part of the GCC, which is the Gulf Cooperation Council, or the Arab League. They compete between themselves. They're competing also with other regional powers. And obviously, they are very interested in East Africa. But at the same time, there is a worry that they could, their internal conflict could spill over to East Africa. And we are already seeing some signs of that, which is very alarming. But at the same time, you know, given that some of the East African countries are actually in real need for investments and know-how, etc., the Gulf states might find themselves, or some of the Middle Eastern states might find themselves in a position where they can, to a certain extent, dictate terms to some of these countries. And the question is, how do Eastern African countries try and, of course, stop that happening? Well, one thing is they should not, first of all, shun away Gulf capital. It is important that they attract capital, but they should try and structure it by putting laws, clear laws, transparency, accountability, and competition ahead of speed. They must try and keep control over their strategic assets, whether it is land, whether it is data, whether it is cash flows. It is important that African countries keep control over that. And they must try and diversify their investors and financiers, not only from the Gulf, but also try and bring other countries as well, and other interested parties. They must create a hardwire local value, and review all the current strategies. I think you want to stop me there, but I will end up by saying that, there is an opportunity for both the Gulf and Middle Eastern countries to work with Eastern Africa. Obviously, there are risks associated with this, but one can guard against these risks and safeguard against them and protect the sovereignty of the receiving countries. I'll stop here, if you like.
Thank you so much, Dr. Babut. I think that was quite clear advice. The need for regulations, transparency, and keep the control. And also to seek diversity, not only putting your eggs in one basket. Let me then go back to Nimo with the next question, also building on what has been said a lot in the morning sessions about youth involvement. So how can East Africa leverage its youthful population to complement Middle East capital and expertise? Nimo.
Thank you so much. I would say, I mean, there's a lot that's spoken about the youth and their potential, but I could say that East Africa's youthful population is the most strategic asset of this region. Recognizing that almost 70% is under 30, then we have a great asset to promote and build on. But this prospects for the Middle East is not simply providing labor, but it is also providing a dynamic generation of entrepreneurs, technologically savvy, highly educated and motivated human capital. And it should be presented as such. We should not be exporting drivers, electricians only. We should also be partnering on aspects that brings up and promotes entrepreneurs, digital natives, and many of the aspects that make us who we are. So the way we position our asset, which is the youth, is very important. So East Africa's governments need to actually position this very strategic asset, which is the youthful population, in the following ways. One, structure them as a skillful development and contributors or enablers, but also promote long-term knowledge transfer. Secondly, promote innovation partnerships. The Middle East is very well known on AI. We are very much have a youth that can consume and practice and test the kind of AI and technology that the Middle East provides. So we should also position our greatest asset to ensure that we have a long-term innovation and innovative partnerships in the areas of AI and technology. But last and not least, yes, workforce. Strong, educated labor, but also broadly human capital is some of the things we need to strategically position and see it beyond the current export of simple labor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very concrete suggestions as well. Well, thank you for that. I think now we should go into the potential risk and challenges in this relationship. And then I turn to Aparupa again and ask you what risk of asymmetry or dependency should East Africa be most cautious about in dealing with Middle East partners to avoid the dependency that East Africa have been experiences with other partners. Now it's a chance to be cautious about that. And what risks are they to avoid?
I think some of these are more visible than others. Gulf financial centers have done a really good job of positioning themselves as sort of economic gateways into the continent. Some more so than others, of course, but they've managed to kind of position themselves as a platform for companies that want to engage with Africa but may not yet have the risk appetite to do so fully, right? And the same is actually true for African capital. So what's interesting is there are more and more African high net worth individuals who are owning property and sort of parking their capital in Gulf states, especially within the GCC. And there's also a lot of African firms that are being domiciled there as well. As of 2022, there were over 26,000 African firms domiciled in Dubai alone, and I'm sure that number has grown since then. It's been a few years since I double-checked that data point. This is not a problem in and of itself, right? Because if this is being leveraged appropriately, it means that, especially for non-African capital, it means that investors that may not otherwise have looked at us now have a conduit to do so, right? So that's not a bad thing. Even the fact that there's African capital, African high net worth individuals, African sort of flows of investments heading in that direction is also not a bad thing. I think the problem and the risk lies in the fact that a lot of that capital doesn't always come back to the continent. And therein lies a risk of real asymmetry, because at some point we need to figure out how those flows are reciprocal. And there's not a capital flight that is happening from the continent to the Gulf. So that's one. The second is, I think, really the positioning of both African goods and people in value chains that link Africa to the Middle Eastern, to its Middle Eastern counterparts. Nemo has already alluded to this on the people front. More and more immigrants are going from the African continent to places like Saudi Arabia, to places like the UAE. Unfortunately, a lot of these people are still relegated to the lower echelons of the labor force. And as a whole, Africans constitute a very small proportion of the workforce in these countries, just as it is. And then in terms of goods, even though there's been a lot of investments coming into the continent from especially Gulf states, as the more remarkable ones, plus Turkey, and they're quite well diversified, especially compared to maybe European and North American counterparts at this point. The fact of the matter is, our trade relations are still quite old school, right? I mean, African countries are still exporting raw materials, agricultural commodities, oil, precious gems and stones, etc. And we're importing, in turn, petrochemical products and re-exported consumer goods. This is very, very old school trade relations, right? And just the kind of thing that we're trying to get away from. So a real rebalancing needs to happen, even as we're getting more Gulf investments into various parts of various sectors in various countries within the continent. So I think what needs to happen is, and again, Nemo mentioned this already, there needs to be better investments in human capital, including joint investments in human capital, because both regions will benefit ultimately from higher skilled African labor. We also need to look more carefully at trade led by investments, so that we're moving up the value chain and sending over more value added, more valuable, more processed goods. And going back to my previous point around green industrial cooperation, how do we think about that cooperation in such a way that Africa doesn't continue to be relegated as producers of raw materials?
Thank you so much for dealing with that risk or asymmetry and dependency. Dr. Minde, could you please give your thoughts on how closer economic ties could influence geopolitical alignments in the Horn of Africa and the Gulf?
I think even before we go to that question on the opportunities, one of the risks that has come has been the issue of governance, especially what I call some level of state capture of leaders. So you find these big investments from the Gulf. I'll give an example of Tanzania, a country that I come from. There was this big investment of the Dubai World port deal, the DP World. The DP World, to control a section of Tanzania's Dar es Salaam port. So you could see there was a lot of governance or questionable tendering process or questionable transparency issues. So one of the risks that come with this potential Middle East and East African countries' engagement, of course, is the question of transparency, especially on the issues of governance and what I call the capture of the state, especially the decision makers at the highest political level. And of course, this now leads me to the question that you have asked: how can we navigate? How can we go? How can we move past that? And I think what maybe is lacking is proper institutional and legislative frameworks. So you find that loose institutions, both at the state level, which now gives room for these countries to really now maybe bribe, if you may call it, or just have a way to connect with these state leaders at the political level Here in Kenya, we saw there was a big controversy about the Adani deal and all that, which is the same as what has happened in Tanzania with the DP World. And this controversy cuts across the region, from Djibouti to Ethiopia to the like. So for me, I look at institutional strengthening as a form of navigating or going through that. But in terms of opportunities, if I may, you find that, of course, creating new geopolitical frontiers in terms of maritime and logistical networks. For example, how can these East African countries now find new partners in terms of moving away from the traditional partners, which I call the conceptual West. We saw India the other day now investing heavily in the Indian Ocean coast as a new frontier, which again, they are more close, what we call win-win situation for both countries and the region. So for me, I look at that as a new way of creating these geopolitical balance points, which will be good in terms of the realignments.
Thank you for that, and thank you for expanding and bringing up the issue of institutions. I think there is the perception that many deals are highly transactional and maybe also based upon personal connections. So the question is how to have a more institutionalized relationship when it comes to Middle East investments. This question leads over to the next one, which I will ask to Nimo. Maybe a difficult question, but what are the risks that Gulf countries' investment influence power dynamics negatively within African countries, especially those in conflict or coming out of conflict? If you can give your thoughts on that, Nimo. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Very much and a little bit mentioned by Minde himself, but yes, we've mentioned along the way the risks and opportunities, but the danger in the risks are far more disruptive to fragile context where there's unreported inflow of large capital perpetuates what we call elite capture, which is what Minde mentioned. Elite capture, very few people put in their pockets that money, and it does not benefit the broader population. Neither is it transparent, nor is it inclusive. So that is one of the disruptors of even more in a fragile context. It further also perpetuates marginalization, because those elite captures probably come from an elite ethnic group. So broader level of the population are starved out of it. Again, it perpetuates marginalization, but also historical grievances. It also leads and continues to fuel clan as well as community tensions, because certain parts of the country probably receive that and have leverage over others. So it also perpetuates territorial and domination and consumption of that fund. So it really, it is. So those are.
Change mic.
Thank you. So those are the reasons why in a fragile context, those elements create even a more dangerous aspects to it. But what are some of the critical safeguards that East Africa countries need to consider? One, increase transparency, increase accountability, meaning investing on institutions, on policy, joint policy, but also framework that is leading to more transparency of those inflows. Those inflows should come through the central bank, it should be reported, and it should be transparent. Then and only then are you preventing a dangerous inflow that perpetuates continuous fragility. Secondly, respect regional frameworks. Every country seems to be having bilateral interactions, and which sometimes also violates agreed standards within the regional framework. We all know the phrase, united you stand. I can hear you. United you stand? Thank you. So respect regional unity and regional frameworks. Last but not least, have an inclusive economic plan that each investment really contributes to the economic priorities already set by the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very elaborate and precise, good answers to that question. I think these are very much points to take forward. Thank you for that. It basically leads over to next question to Aparupa here. Maybe it has already been alluded to, the importance of institutions. But maybe how can that be done? How can both regions avoid those short-term traditional deals and build long-term sustainable frameworks, institutional frameworks? Difficult question, maybe not easy to answer very shortly, but please try.
I shall. I'm gonna zoom, in order to sort of like give this some clear parameters, I'm gonna zoom in on the Africa Gulf relationship and GCC in particular. I think that'll allow me to kind of cordon off my response a bit. There's a lot of very interesting, high-level, exciting bilateral deal-making and relationships that have happened, right? You know, to Nemo's point. I think fundamentally, though, what we really lack on both sides of the Red Sea is a clearly articulated regional strategy for both the GCC countries vis-a-vis Africa and vice versa. Dr. Abdullah related to this as well in terms of kind of like inter-regional competition, etc. And that's going to happen, right? Like realpolitik is real, and nation states are self-interested. But the fact of the matter is, given how rapidly these relationships have grown, and given the hindsight of, you know, the hindsight of hindsight being 2020 and the benefit of that hindsight, I don't think we can afford to do this haphazardly and kind of let these relationships evolve haphazardly. What this will require is a lot more coordination, both among African states and GCC states, as well as between them. This will likely entail a multi-pronged approach. I think we need to invest in a lot more sort of research and knowledge production for mutual understanding. These are long relationships, but that doesn't mean they're perfect relationships, especially so from a knowledge and insight standpoint. I think we also need to sort of have some very clearly articulated big picture shared goals around structural issues, shared structural issues, whether that's youth employment, whether that's food security, whether that's around sustainable development and governance, whatever that may be. But some kind of a broader framing that will guide these relationships, right? At least at a big picture and regional level. And then on the African side, and again, just to echo what Nemo said, I think we really need a commitment on our end to champion and go through our structures and mechanisms. One of the big things, of course, is the African Free Trade Agreement. That's a no-brainer for trade relationships. And then the other one, given that we're here under the aegis of COMESA, is regional blocks. How do we make sure we're leveraging regional blocks appropriately to consolidate negotiating and market power? The UAE has signed a bunch of comprehensive economic partnership agreements across the world, including several African countries at this point. I wonder what those agreements would have looked like if there had been better coordination across, say, the EAC, right, as opposed to a bilateral relationship with Kenya. AGOA is another very timely case in point. A few years ago, the AGOA relationship fractured in the EAC because Rwanda went in one direction and Kenya and Uganda went in another. For their own reasons, valid. But today, we're at a point where AGOA's future is very uncertain under the current tariff regime. They're talking about an extension. They don't know how that's going to work. Again, I wonder what this would have looked like had there been a more collective stance from the outset from the regional bloc and the regional community. So I think that's one piece of it. That said, I do want to acknowledge that the bilateral deals are encouraging. I don't want to sort of like be dismissive of that. But for genuine longevity and continuity, we also need to be able to move these relationships substantively away or beyond, at least, governments and politicians. And there needs to be a lot more investment in B2B and people-to-people relationships, because that's where we're going to have implementation and continuity.
Thank you so much. I think we need to give the next and maybe the last question to Dr. Babut. What governance and policy innovations are needed, according to you, to create a more balanced partnership?
Thank you. I think some of my colleagues have answered to a number of these issues. But I would say initially we need to differentiate between bilateral and also region to region and collective governance. And the two, I agree with the previous speakers, the two can feed into each other. You cannot isolate the bilateral, the country to country. This is becoming very common. But at the same time, countries can govern and can protect themselves through regional grouping and through regional rules and regulations. So what I think is needed, in short, is some kind of radical transparency that is, relating to e-procurement, open contracting. We have to look at, publish records, publish feasibility studies, the bid criteria, the evaluation, everything has to be transparent. And you also, you could have beneficial ownership registry, you could have performance dashboard to see that these projects are actually being implemented and that, open to the public. You need to get the media a role in that. You have to have standardized, public-private partnership toolkit that limits, discretion and it's open, easy to monitor and easy to judge. I think you also need to seriously look at the debt and the affordability, because we have seen, that some countries in the region and beyond have fallen into that. So, that is something that the countries need to look at, and you need to have an open access in terms of, interoperability, mandates, non-discriminatory access to ports, rail, pipelines, etc., that are open for everybody, not just for a particular country or for a particular group. You need to have some, open data in that regard. And I think also I would agree with my colleagues, and I'll end up here, local value creation is important. It's not just quotas. You need to really involve the local economy in public-private partnership, but also in empowering the local people, and especially taking into consideration the youth and the gender issue. And we should not forget regional groupings, because they are very important. You need regional harmonization. There are already some regional projects in Africa. There is a regional project in the Gulf states. They need to kind of get into some kind of free trade agreement, some kind of technical agreement that is region to region, that protects countries individually, and countries, find some kind of protection within the regional group. And overall, we can be a little bit more, I would say, ambitious and look for some integrity and ethics upgrade. And this is something that is important. I think it's, when it comes to finance, sometimes the ethics go on the wayside, but we need to upgrade that in both regions, in fact. So I will end up here. I mean, there are lots of issues that both regions can do and can benefit from, but I think we should try and avoid the pitfalls of previous experiences, and also the pitfalls of exporting some of our conflicts and our policies into Eastern Africa, because already the region in Eastern Africa is already suffering from its own problems, and we don't need to export our own problems to East Africa. What we need is to help East Africa to develop into a region that can be a real partner for us in the Gulf states. And I will end up here if you like.
Thank you so much, Professor Babu. I think that was very rich. And the whole panel, if we take into account all the suggestions that have come forward, I think the partnership have real potential. But of course, I liked what you said about radical transparency. I think radical transparency is needed more than in this relationship, but I think it's also a very good expression. I think that we should now give the possibility to the floor to raise some questions if you have. Please mention your name, your organization affiliation, and whom you direct the question to. We have a gentleman here in a nice pink tie, and then behind first.
Thank you. I will resist the temptation to ask Dr. Minde why Tanzania is not in COMESA. And so I'll just move straight to my question. It's a bit long, but just excuse me. My question is to Ms. Chakravarti. Is the Green Revolution inexorable? Is it really unstoppable? Because we've been here before, and I'm remembering Trump's UNGA speech, which some people claim was the rantings of a madman, but because this is an academic forum, we will call it disruptive. But I personally think it was very intelligent, and allow me to just explain why. Because his speech basically set the tone for the new world order that he believes should take the stage. And as far as the Green Revolution is concerned, he called it a green scam. Now, what does this mean? It means that one of the biggest economies in the world is saying they are not interested in green machines, in green trade and stuff like that, which means they are withdrawing their interest from that entire market. When you think about it practically, he's actually trying to pull Europe into that same order of thinking by claiming that the Green Revolution has actually deteriorated their economies. Now, you said that China has put in billions into solar and clean renewable energy. So the question I'm asking is Africa going to find itself in another green Cold War? Because we've been here before when Fukuyama said it was the end of history and, you know, capitalism had won. Are we again going to find ourselves in a place where we're in competition? When you look at COP28, we had the president of COP28 being the CEO of Abu Dhabi National Oil. Is the Middle East preaching water and drinking wine? And is Africa going to find itself being pulled into this geopolitical contest only for 20 years later as to find that it was a game between two big powers that had nothing to do with us? So that's my question. Is this inexorable or is it just another game?
Thank you for your question. And the lady behind you, please go ahead and try to be short.
Hello, hi. I'm Tabitha. Mine on the African and Gulf relationship that is with the GCC. I understand that trade between the East Africa and the Middle East, usually we have the raw materials going one way and finished goods going the other way. So my question is, how most likely will that change, rather? Because I understand, for example, like Kenya, we export the raw materials and then we get the finished goods, rather, for sale. And that is through between the relationship of the economy, the trade economies. So the question is, how do we change that, rather, also on our end?
And who are you asking?
Sorry?
And who are you asking of the panelists?
That will go to Ms. Aparuba.
Again. Let's take one more question, and then we take the answers. I take the gentleman in the far back.
Thank you very much. My name is Singo Mochofi from the Department of Political Science, University of Nairobi. I have a question to Nimo. Nimo, you spoke glowingly about transparency and accountability, and I agree with you that that's what we need. But do you have any best practices that explain where, in the midst of systemic corruption, like we find in the spaces surrounding us, that accountability and transparency have succeeded? So how can we succeed in entrenching accountability and transparency and all the good things, you know, good governance, etc., in the context of systemic corruption?
Thank you for the questions. Handing over to Aparupa first.
Oh, thank you. Victor, was it? First of all, amazing pronunciation of my name. Well done. I just had to give you props for that. And it is a big question, so I'll try to be as succinct as possible because we could debate this all day, hey? You mentioned that Trump is championing a new order. I would argue that if anything, he's holding on to the old one, right? Because in terms of these like two big energy-based vectors of influence, hydrocarbons is really the old order. That was like wave 4 in terms of the innovation waves that I mentioned, right? Followed by information technology. Hydrocarbons are old, and he's basically doubling down on this. And also, this is not new. In his last term, he did the same thing. He pulled out of the past agreement. So none of this is new, right? And also, what he's saying about the green scam, two things can be true at the same time, right? We do have a lot of problems, especially in sort of the carbon credit space, where things are being tagged as climate financing projects or whatever, and it's actually not the case at all. Again, I could go on and on about this, but two things can be true at the same time. There is a lot of that happening, right? And there's also the fact that there's a lot of really, really interesting, important value chains that are being developed and driven by countries like China, Indonesia, Egypt, Morocco, Brazil, all of these places around largely the global south. So of course it's in the interest of the current global hegemon to trivialize this, right? Like this is how politics works. This is how geopolitics works. And I think we should be really, 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 really circumspect about how we are, first of all, filtering this information and how we're actually analyzing the data that's being presented to us. I would really encourage you guys to look at the database that I mentioned. It really kind of breaks down some of these things in like very granular terms. And also, you mentioned something about Europe. Back in the day, Chinese manufacturers were trying to get into and dominate global supply chains. Now, a lot of European manufacturers are trying to get into Chinese supply chains. This is documented. And I think we need to look past the rhetoric. This is what politicians do, right? They come out there, they say a bunch of stuff, we all get wowed, whatever, whatever. But we need to be lucid and clear-eyed and actually understand what's going on. And I think, and this is what I said, right? For African countries, we have a real opportunity right now as this space is being defined, as it's being led, to make sure that we're not being pulled back into the same patterns that we have seen repeated over and over and over and over and over again with guys not unsimilar to Trump, right? So I don't want to belabor this too much. We can have a separate conversation about this, but I hope that's an adequate response for now. And then, sorry, the lady behind you, I didn't catch your name. I don't, Tabitha. I don't mean to sound defeatist, but the value addition conversation has been going on for a very long time. I remember going to the AU summit a couple of years ago, and I moved to East Africa for the first time in 2013. And then I went to the AU summit in 2022. And it's almost as if I was in identical rooms. That's how much the conversation hasn't changed. Which tells me, on the one hand, that we know what the issue is and we know what we need to do. Where the gap is in terms of what we know and what we actually do. We need to make sure that manufacturing is affordable. We need to make sure we're incentivizing production in a certain way. We need to make sure that we're putting in the right legislation to protect domestic industries and economies. And by the way, some countries are doing this, and have been doing this for a few years now, right? Whether it's Zimbabwe and lithium, Zambia and copper, whatever that may be, it's happening. What needs to happen now is that there needs to be a consolidation of these national efforts at a real sort of like harmonized level. Until that point, and I'm hoping that also AFCFTA will put some impetus around this, my concern is 5 years from now, we will have the same conversation. But we can't afford to do that anymore, right? We know what the problem is. We know what is required. There's no dearth of super, super smart, talented, motivated people on the continent. Unfortunately, there's a lot of structural issues that we still have to contend with. That's the gap that we need to fill.
And now to the gentleman behind. What a question. Honestly, one thing you could look at as a criteria is how the Gulf countries work with Africa compared to how they operate with European countries. It's extremely a world of difference. With African countries, they are more, like we mentioned, transactional. In Europe, they would really invest on engaging broadly under the laws and regulations of the European trade and trade rules and systems. So there is a benchmark that we can actually work on. The current status is not acceptable. That's all what we're saying. We need basically to have a win-win outcome. A win-win relationship means moving away from a transactional relationship to a mutually reinforcing gains. And the key test to a win-win relationship is whereby the outcome is a shared prosperity and resilience. Both gain, but both also have a long-term vision on a more inclusive and transparent, but as well as led and guided by good governance and transparency and accountability. We can emphasize on this, but there's no way out of this. So hope at least I mentioned a little bit of what you wanted. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that we have got a lot of insights, learned something as well, and I think that this conversation needs to continue. It will continue, but I think we should maybe close now. But I'm sure that Horn of Africa, Middle East Home Institute would like to continue to discuss this topic. And I'm sure that Nemo can also make a call out and assemble us to continue the discussion. So I would like you to join me and give a huge applause to this fantastic panel. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Before you leave, where's my photographer? Yes, you are.
As a second,
all right.
Special thanks to Dr. Baboud, who joined that from Oman.
Yes.
And I think we will have to
Thank
release you now so you can run to the mosque. I know that time is over.
Thank you.
Yeah, after the photo.
All right. Photographers? Okay. Okay, let's have Dr. Mahmoud on the background, kindly. In as much as he's not here with us, he'll appear in the photo somehow. Media? Thank you. Good. Yeah. Yeah, that's better. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for yourself. Today has turned out fantastic. You have been amazing, the best. All right? Tomorrow, we fire it up. Yeah. 2.0, yeah? Yes. Then Friday, tunaanguka nayo. Kenyans, are you here? Friday ni mbaya. Friday. They'll translate. Friday ni kubad. Friday we spoil. You know? Friday we go extra. All right, coffee as we leave at our own pleasure. Thank you, guys. You have the program. You know what time tomorrow. Let's keep time. Let's start on time. Let us finish early. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow. Asanteni sana.